Chapter 101. Don't worry, senior brother. With me and the third junior brother guarding, no one can disturb you. The rich-looking pig just patted his chubby belly and said confidently. In this regard, the monkey god monarch, who understands Zhu Gangya's character, didn't care and sat cross-legged directly. Quickly absorbed the power of the stars in the sky and the power of the earth from the mountains and rivers, quickly recover the injury, and replenish the consumed power. I am also known as Jiutian Shangfu Lingkue Master Hanyuan Taishu Tianlianda Martial Jinjuan. That is, the marshal of the emperor. With my martial courage, I will show the North Star. 3 heads and 6 arms. 800 quicksand world, 3,000 weak water depths. The goose feathers can't float, and the reed flowers will sink to the bottom. General of water. Seeing the unsuspecting ape god monarch, Zhu Gangya and Sha Monk activated their powers one after another. 340s at that moment. Zhu Gangya turned into a monster of about 10 meters, with 3 heads and 6 arms holding swords, halberds, axes, clubs, bows, arrows, and dark armor on his body. And Monk Sha also attracted 3,000 drownings out of thin air, turning into dozens of giant water dragons, circling around his body. When the water drops on the ground, there will be a sound of corrosion. Judging from the corroded pits on the ground, these seemingly clear waters have a strong corrosive effect. In this way, Zhu Gangheng, with 3 heads and 6 arms, rushed towards Su Hai without hesitation. The weapons in the 6 arms quickly launched attacks. On the other hand, Monk Sha was manipulating the water dragon formed by 3,000 drownings beside him to provide long-distance assistance. It's a perfect combination of melee warriors and ranged mages. Su Hai's physique and strength should be above Zhu Gangjiao. In close combat, Zhu Gangjiao is by no means an opponent, but every time Su Hai resists Zhu Gangjiao's attack and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a lure, he would be attacked by the water dragon, and under the siege of Wei to save Zhao, Zhu Gangjiao and the monk Sha relied on the strength of the two to hold Su Hai for a short time. I am the strongest and the one who holds all victories in hand. I will gain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The power of the earth. However, the two tried their best, and in the end, they could barely hold back Su Hai, who was in a normal state. After getting bored, Su Hai didn't plan to waste any more time with Zhu Gangyi and Sha Monk. Massive power of the earth emerges from the depths of the surface, and at this moment, Su Hai's strength and physique have reached a new level. Stepping on the ground with both feet, a deep pit burst into the ground in an instant, with the sound of air bursting. Su Hai savagely charged towards Pig Gangya. Even though Monk Sha once again manipulated dozens of water dragons to block the attack, Su Hai ignored him this time, and broke through the water dragons arrogantly and instantly came to Zhu Gangyi. If the 3,000 drownings with corrosive effects in the past can hurt Su Hai, now, Su Hai living in the power of the earth is still not that small drowning can hurt. Carrying unparalleled strength, the right fist slammed heavily towards Zhu Gangya's head. At the moment of discovering the danger, he was also a little surprised by Su Hai's sudden increase in strength and speed. He quickly raised the weapon in his hand, resisted it in front of him, and wanted to take the blow, because it was too late to dodge. After all, Zhu Gangxian underestimated the power contained in Su Hai's fist. Swords, halberds, axes, clubs, bows, and arrows were enough to cut mountains and rivers. The indestructible artifacts were instantly broken under this pair of flesh fists. Su Hai's right fist hit Zhu Gangyi's head unobstructed, and Zhu Gangyi's head was instantly deformed under the tremendous force. The huge body broke through the obstacles of the air at an extremely fast speed and flew out towards the monk Sha in the back. During the flight, the jet-black armor on his body also shattered instantly. It was obviously shattered by terrifying force. Second senior brother. Seeing this, Monk Sha hurriedly rose into the air, trying to catch the pig's mane that flew upside down, so as to avoid the pig's mane's secondary damage. It's a pity that the moment when he came into contact with the pig, the monk Sha finally understood how terrifying the power contained in Su Hai's punch. Not only did Monk Sha fail to help Zhu Gangjiao to stabilize his body, but he himself lost control of his body under this terrifying force. The two flew backwards together and finally fell heavily on the ground. With a thunder-like roar, a mushroom cloud formed of dust and smoke suddenly appeared. The poor ground was once again devastated. Didi, with the sound of intermittent coughing, the already seriously injured Pig Gangia and Monk Sha climbed up from the deep pit. Before the two could relax, Suhai entered a state of rapidity and instantly appeared behind them, two golden long swords in his hands piercing their hearts from behind. At the moment when the golden long sword came out of the body, Pig Liver Crack and Monk Sha slammed onto the ground with a hint of surprise and unwillingness on their faces. It is already dying. If it is an ordinary weapon, it is impossible to die with the body of the gods of the two. It is a pity that this golden long sword is the manifestation of warrior power. As long as you know the origin of the opponent, it has the effect of severing the godhead. Unfortunately, as a Huxia, Suhai is very aware of the origins of Zhu Gangxian and Sha Monk. Two brothers and sisters have worked hard. Greedy Wolf, Jumin, Lutsuan, Wenchong, Lianjin, Wuziu, Pujuan. 7 stars of the north, please show the effect. Snake, Dragon, sacrifice your flesh and bones to me. Flame, burn iron is smelted into steel. Hammer, beat steel into knives. The water of Qinghe, cool the blade. All of them are to improve the divinity of my sword god. 3 gods, 0.2-. However, although Zhu Gangia and Sha Monk were defeated, their goals were achieved. In this short period of time, the monkey monarch absorbed the power of Zhou Tianxing Du and the earth's breath, and has returned to its prosperous state. And knowing that Suhai's powerful monkey king used the final trump card, I saw Zhu Gangi and Sha Monk who fell on the ground as if being pulled, and flew towards the monkey king quickly. In the process, the pig just turned into a black pig and became the mount of the monkey god. Monk Sha turned into 2 water dragons, entwined behind the monkey god. Suhai could feel that after completing the final change, the aura of the ape goddess was raised again, reaching an unprecedented height. Chapter 102. God said, although the power of the Monkey King is still far less than that of the original god of disobedience, it also faintly surpasses the gods Mekhl and the war god Velaslana. But the more powerful the Monkey King, the happier Suhai was. Only this powerful god of disobedience can bring more powerful power to himself. With the appearance of the word spirit that activated the power, a dazzling light burst out around Suhai. This ray of light quickly swept across the body of the monkey god, and the next moment the two came to a dazzling space. And Suhai has also become the posture of God. Needless to say, this space is the different space created by Suhai. Looking at the whiteness around him, as if he was in heaven, the Monkey King frowned slightly. At this time, the Monkey Monarch can clearly feel the uniqueness of this space, and has completely isolated the outside world. If he wants to retreat, it is impossible. What surprised the Monkey God the most was that Suhai seemed to have become even more unfathomable at this time. At the very beginning, 03, Suhai was quite powerful though. However, it has not yet reached the realm where the Monkey King cannot see the depths, and now Suhai has become another level of existence. Even the Monkey King with fiery eyes cannot see through Suhai in the air. Although he has doubts in his heart, the Monkey God is not a recalcitrant god who will sit still. With a vigilant heart, he drives the pig gang mane under his crotch into the air and launches towards Suhai, who is high in the air. Attack! The Eye of Sodom. Seeing the Monkey King who was rushing towards him without hesitation, Suhai slightly opened the first page of the Bible in his hand, only to see a strange pupil appearing on the first page, and at the same time, a purple light suddenly shot out. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came to the front of the Monkey God. Facing such a fast and sudden attack, the Monkey God Monarch didn't have time to dodge for a while. Fortunately, the 2 water dragons that Monk Sha spoke with behind him automatically defended and instantly spread in front of him, blocking the purple light. However, the curse emanating from the Eye of Sodom is not so easy to take, especially after fully transforming into Suhai's power and increasing its power once again. I saw that the blue water dragon quickly turned gray and white from the head, and finally spread all over the body, turning into a lifelike sculpture made up of salt. It fell heavily from the air and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Needless to say, this power is the Eye of Sodom, similar to the Eye of Petrification, which can salt the enemy or things it hits. One of the many powers that Suhai last took from the Marquis of Vauban. With the development of the Genesis powers, Suhai found himself after entering the God posture. All of your powers will appear on the Bible in your hand, and for every extra power you have, there will be an extra page in the Bible in your hand to carry this power. Exercising power through the Bible under the posture of God can not only better control the power of power, but also greatly reduce consumption and increase the power of power. Most importantly, Suhai can even use all the powers of the Bible together if he wants to. Leave out the part that uses the language flexibilities. In the previous normal state, although Suhai can also use the power of the earth and the sky at the same time, but it is very reluctant, perhaps because the rules of the earth and the sky are opposite in mythology, or because Suhai's control of the Almighty is not enough. At the same time, the use of these two powers is not only extremely exhausting, but it is also very difficult to control these two powers carefully at the same time. This is why in previous battles, under normal conditions, Suhai only used one of the powers of the sky or the power of the earth at the same time to fight against the enemy. After a purple light, countless coquettish purple lights followed. Looking at the water dragon shattering the bones on the ground, the Monkey King also immediately realized that this kind of light would kill him. Immediately entered a state of extreme speed to evade, perhaps because the pig gang mane increased the sensitivity of the monkey god. Although the pupil of Sodom fired dozens or hundreds of attacks, it was unable to hit the monkey god again. The karmic fire convicts. The roar of the sky. Seeing the Monkey King, who entered the state of speed and avoided all attacks, Suhai did not feel the slightest surprise. Turning over 2 pages again, in an instant, the ground of the entire space was covered with red lotus karmic fire, and the Monkey King lost his footing. Countless thunder and lightning roared in the sky, filled the entire space. Under this all-round attack, the monkey monarch couldn't dodge after all, and was struck by a thunder to reveal his figure. After all, no matter how fast the speed is, it can only be in this space. Today's attacks cover the entire space, and no matter where you hide, you will be attacked. Sun Wukong, who manifested under the power of thunder and lightning, was briefly paralyzed. And for a short period of time, it can be fatal. Under the control of Suhai, countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the red lotus karmic fire rose from the bottom to the top. Under this attack without dead ends, the Monkey King was drowned in flames and lightning without any accident. The red lotus karmic fire with 340 and the thunder of the sky is not an ordinary power. With Suhai's display, the power has already surpassed the god of disobedience who possesses these powers. Therefore, even the indestructible ape god monarch was seriously injured and fell from the sky under such an attack. It fell into the red lotus karmic fire together with the pig gangrene under its crotch, suffering continuous damage. Finally, as the Bible in Suhai's hand turned again, a golden sword flew out from it, changing from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8. Almost in an instant, the golden sword filled the white space. In the end, it was like 1,000 swords returning to their ancestors, and they combined into a 1,000-meter giant sword in the air. Carrying endless power, it fell from the air, and without any accident, it penetrated the body of the monkey god and divided it into 2. After the body was cut off, the monkey monarch also completely lost the strength to resist and was burned to the ground by the red lotus karmic fire. A large and familiar force once again melted into Suhai's body. After an unknown period of time, a young man in casual clothes appeared in midair, and the place where this young man was the center of the previous battle. The mountains and rivers on the ground were in different positions, and the river was dry and messy. Chapter 103. Needless to say, this young man is naturally Suhai, who has absorbed the power of the monkey god and returned from the underworld. Feeling the extra information in his mind and the growing power in his body, Suhai smiled and nodded before turning around and leaving. But at the moment of turning around, Suhai looked into the distance with a slight sense of feeling and paused. In Suhai's visual perception, a figure was approaching quickly in the distance. This person's speed is extremely fast, and every time he disappears from his perception and reappears, he is already in another place. It's like moving in an instant. Suhai could feel that this person's target should be him. Facing such a situation, instead of leaving immediately, Suhai stood there with interest and waited quietly. And the fact is the same. After a few breaths, a beautiful girl wearing a white hanfu, carrying a trace of domineering and heroic spirit, appeared in front of Suhai. I saw that this beautiful girl has an exquisite figure. She is obviously very mature, but her appearance is very cute, surpassing anyone around Suhai. Are you a step too late? It seems that it is the newly born junior. Although I have dealt with that guy Woban, my bravery has been recognized by me. But this time you stole my prey. Needless to say, this beautiful girl who just appeared is Luo Liang, the martial arts king who lives in the south of the Yangtze River. After watching the cruel scene and Suhai alone, Luo Hao obviously guessed a lot. Knowing that he came a step late, the battle has ended, and the Monkey King has obviously been killed. And the only ones who have the ability to try to kill the ape gods are the gods layers that exist in the world today. From his own perception, Luo Hao can be very sure that the Suhai in front of him is his own kind. As a martial arts king who has existed since the Qing dynasty, Luo Hao can say that all the dead gods have seen it, and the only one who has not seen it is the newcomer Suhai, who has just been born for a few months. Is Luo Hao. The ape god monarch was released by me, and naturally belongs to my prey. And the god of disobedience was originally obtained by the able. I don't think the monkey god is something that belongs to you only. Of all the god's layers, belong to you female. Dressed up like this, she speaks fluent Huxia. Apart from the Huxia god slayer Luo Yang, Suhai really can't think of a second person. Naturally, he recognized this companion in an instant. Looking at Luo Hao, who was a female but with a domineering aura of martial artist, Suhai said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at Luo Hao with a look of interest. This is the first time that Suhai has met the same kind in Daxia in another world. It is inevitable that he has some feelings and complexities in his heart, and there will always be a sincere kindness in his heart. Maybe this is homesickness. Yes. It seems that I teach juniors to be polite to seniors. Unfortunately, Luo Hao didn't feel Suhai's inner feelings. Instead, he frowned slightly, thinking that Suhai was a womanizer, and his cordial eyes turned into wretched ones. In addition, Luo Liang thinks that Suhai is rude to his seniors and lacks the modesty he should have as a junior, so he naturally wants to teach Suhai a lesson. As a person who lived in the Qing dynasty to this day, Luo can be regarded as a very conservative person, coupled with a strong strength. He has always adhered to the principle of who has the biggest fist. Therefore, Luo Hao tried his best not to use words to solve it. Faithing 12 divine palms. As soon as the words fell, Luo Liang launched an attack, approaching Suhai at the same time, and hitting his palms one after another. The phoenix chicks come to the door, the phoenix eyes pass through the curtain, the phoenix claws dig the heart, the flying phoenix falls, the phoenix rises, the golden phoenix shines, the group of phoenixes is linked, the phoenix is full of genes, the phoenix wings are astronomical, the phoenix dragon is yin and yang, the phoenix both fly, and the wind has no sky. When all moves are released, the huge magic power will turn invisible into visible, and turn into various attacks. In addition, these moves are hard and soft, and contain the principle of yin and yang. Suhai can't dodge one move, and he can only take the second move. Under this unparalleled martial arts, Suhai only felt that his every move was reflected in Luo Meng's reaction, and he was obviously stronger than Luo Liang in every aspect. However, he could only be busy defending. Even if he got a chance to fight back, Luo Hao would find out in advance and easily dodge it. The powerful force seemed to hit Cotton, and he was very embarrassed. After careful consideration, this is the second time that Suhai has suffered a loss in martial arts. The last time I faced that guy, King of Swords Tony. When facing Luo Hao this time, this kind of powerlessness made the very passive feeling even more obvious. Obviously, Luo Liang, who is called the King of Martial Arts, has a martial arts that is unmatched in the past and present, and no one in the world can match it. Even Tony can only compete with Luo Hao in swordsmanship. It's really poor martial arts. I'm very curious now, how you, with such poor martial arts skills, have successively defeated the sword-wielding boy in southern Europe, the old guy Woban, and the god of war in my Huxiao mythology and legends. Another palm hit Su Hai's chest, causing Su Hai to be knocked back a few steps by a fire phoenix. Luo Peng suddenly stopped attacking and asked in a strange way. After a short fight, Luo Hao also saw that Su Hai's physical strength is indeed much stronger than that of the gods, including himself, and his quality in all aspects is extremely strong. But Luo Hao was very surprised by such poor martial arts. In her impression, whether it is Tony the King of Swords, the Marquis of Vauban, or the Monkey King, his fighting skills, that is, martial arts, are far superior to Su Hai. But they were defeated one by one in the hands of Su Hai. Since you want to know so much, feel it for yourself. In the face of a woman's attack one after another, but he could only passively defend himself, Su Hai was actually very unhappy in his heart. Now that Xiao Wei has been questioned by Luo Liang, Su Hai is not a kind person, and naturally he will not continue to endure it. He responded with an unusually sharp look. At the same time, a huge mantra that was 10 times larger than Luo Hao erupted from his body in an instant like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, a terrifying magic flame ignited around Su Hai's body, wrapping Su Hai's whole body in it, and it could be seen that Su Hai was really angry. A terrifying air wave centered on Su Hai, bursting out in circles, creating an endless storm. Chapter 104. Under this storm, even Luo Hao couldn't help but take a step back and stretched out his hand to pull the ends of his messy hair. So that's the case. Is such a terrifying magic power the basis for you to be able to defeat a powerful enemy? It's a pity that he's just a reckless man with brute force. Shrinking the ground is magical. Although he was a little surprised by Su Hai's terrifying magic power, Luo Hao didn't pay much attention to it except for being a little surprised. He didn't even use his powers, and he still only used his own alchemy that could rival the gods. A magical power that can make oneself move instantly. He disappeared in place in an instant, but when he appeared again, he came behind Su Hai, carrying an overwhelming right hand, and slapped it without hesitation. However, at this time, Su Hai had already used all his strength, and it was already different. Although Luo's speed cannot be checked with the naked eye, his powerful perception made Su Hai keenly aware of the danger the moment Luo Shi appeared. It instantly turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place to avoid Roman's attack. But Su Hai was fine, but the ground did suffer. Under Luo Shi's palm, a huge palm-shaped pit 350 was exposed on the ground. The already devastated ground once again suffered indelible damage. Lightning, lightning, lightning. I am a conqueror who can conquer thousands, conquer 10,000, and conquer tens of thousands by 10,000. Now please shine brightly, and give me divine power for the sake of me who is on the side of justice. The roar of the sky that shatters man and demon, all enemies and hostility. Dodging the attack, Su Hai soared into the air without the slightest hesitation, and the word spirit carrying mysterious power spread throughout the space. The originally blue sky was once again covered with dark clouds, and with a burst of clouds surging, thunder that stretched for more than 10 kilometers fell from the sky, turning into an endless net of thunder and heading towards Luo Yang in midair. It was as if the sky was roaring, wanting to completely smash the evil person, and Luo Hao was undoubtedly this evil person. In the south of the War City, in the north of Gua, the wild dead can be eaten without being buried. For me, the black is called, and it is a hoe. Riding to fight to death, riding a horse to roar and roar Hercules' Vajra magic. Facing the endless, Adak, thunder, the will to shatter everything. Luo Hao finally felt the crisis and frowned slightly. No longer underestimating the enemy, he became completely serious, and also quickly displayed the spirit of words, and used the source of power of the gods, power. A warrior of more than 2,000 meters of diamond appeared behind Luo Yang and blessed Luo Tao. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light, and the picture of a golden giant bathing in the sea of thunder was completely formed. The supernatural power of Hercules Vajra is the power that Luo has usurped by defeating the two Buddhist benevolent kings, Vajrasana and King Narayan's stronghold. It is able to host the power of the King Kong Li Shi on the body, and obtain the unparalleled strength and extremely pure power. To put it bluntly, it is to increase the user's defense power and extremely abnormal power. This ability can only be regarded as a more practical ability if it is placed on other gods, and it is not abnormal. But don't forget that Luo Hao is a human monster who can rely on his own martial arts to fight against the god of disobedience. Pure strength, coupled with extreme skills, will create an incomparably terrifying monster. Under Luo Tao's control, the giant golden palm of the King Kong warriors smashed the thunderbolts into pieces. Although the number of thunderbolts was numerous, only a few were smashed at the same time. And most of the thunderbolts completed their attack, but unfortunately they were not able to hit Luo Liang, and they were all taken over by the giant Vajra warriors. It can be seen that the unparalleled King Kong power loaded by King Kong Lux is more inclined to the bonus of power, but the defense power should not be underestimated. Ordinary attacks can't break the defense of the King Kong warrior and attack Luo Liang. Su Hai also keenly found this point, so he did not hesitate at all. Now Su Hai is in a normal state, although he is not able to use all the powers flexibly at the same time. But for a single power of the sky or the power of the earth, it has already turned them into their own things, and the use and development of the power are very handy. Under Su Hai's control, a small number of Raiden continued to attack and harass. And more power of thunder and lightning is gathered in the sky above the head of King Kong Leisure, constantly compressing and condensing. After reaching an extreme, it turned into a thunder and lightning dragon with a length of several thousand meters, roared and broke through the clouds, fell from the sky, and hit the top of the head of the King Kong warrior. Su Hai could see that although this King Kong warrior can resist ordinary thunder attacks, as long as it exceeds a certain limit, there is absolutely no possibility of defense. Just like that, the Thunder Dragon, which opened its huge mouth, fell from the sky without incident, hitting the head of angry King Kong. In a piercing sound that made teeth sour and a dazzling light, the aftermath of terror spread. But after the light faded and the smoke disappeared, Su Hai frowned slightly. Because at this time, although the King Kong warrior disappeared under such an attack, Luo Hao remained in the air unscathed. Obviously, in the Thunder Dragon attack just now, there was no damage. What made Su Hai unacceptable the most was that the phantom of the vanished King Kong warrior appeared again, gradually turning the phantom into the real, and apparently wanted to appear behind Luo Yang again for shelter. It turned out that at the moment just now, Luo Hao gathered all the unparalleled power of King Kong Leisure to the top of his head, greatly strengthened the defense, in order to resist the Thunder Dragon falling from the sky. Faced with such a situation, Su Hai once again felt the horror of Luo Hao's skills. Luo Liang's power is obviously lower than his own, but under the combined application of pure power and unparalleled martial arts, he can always exert a power far beyond his own. Really amazing craftsmanship. My martial arts and skills are indeed far below yours, but under absolute power, how many times can you resist? Of course, Su Hai was not stupid enough to give the enemy time to recover. Although he was in awe, he did not hesitate to activate his power again. This time, it was no longer pure lightning. The endless storms and showers, as long as they belonged to the sky, showed their violent power. They attacked Luo Hao from all directions and angles, and were not prepared to give Luo Hao a chance to breathe. Chapter 105. The heavens are clear, the earth is peaceful, and the human beings are peaceful. Yang, the electric scorching brilliance, the heavenly spirit and the earthly spirit, the Taishang Laojun is in a hurry like a decree, the great law of dragons and tigers. A roar of dragons and tigers suddenly erupted from Luo Liang's body. Luo Hao took a deep breath, and then, under a very regular rhythm, slightly opened his lips. A magic wind spit out from the mouth, and the wind grows long, sweeping towards the surroundings. Unlike the storm, this magic wind carries an unparalleled cutting force. Even the thunder can be cut apart, and the storm collided with the black magic wind, making a piercing sound. 100 herbs are fragrant, and 1,000 flowers are dazzling. After blocking the attack, Luo Liang was not satisfied with this, and immediately used the power that he usurped from the god of wooden walks, Tai Sui Xingjuan. In an instant, the entire island country has been transformed into a natural environment full of flower fields. Below the battlefield, there was a terrifying forest that stretched for more than 10 kilometers. If you look closely, you will find that this forest is made up of countless poisonous weeds, poisonous trees, and murderous plants. At the moment when the magic tree forest was formed, countless hideous vines with sharp barbs rose to the sky and spread towards Su-Hai in midair. Now it's time to restrain Su-Hai and drag him into the forest. And Luo Hao was not idle either. At the moment when the Vajra warriors recovered, all the invincible Vajra forces of Luo Yuan's family blessed him and broke through the obstacles of the storm and thunder, attacked Su-Hai along with countless vines. In such a situation, Su-Hai finally failed to escape the numerous magic vines and was bound by a vine from behind that bound his right foot. Immediately afterwards, it was bound by the poison ivy that came one after another, turned into a huge dumpling, and was slowly dragged from the air toward the forest. But at this moment, the magic tree creature in the forest suddenly screamed, and the Zongzi in the air suddenly burst into flames. The flame of the flame is different, and the color is closer to the color of blood. Needless to say, this is the red lotus karmic fire. The thing that plants fear the most is fire, so naturally Su-Hai, who was bound, did not hesitate to cast the karmic fire of the sinner. The endless red lotus karmic fire instantly spread to the sky-high vines, and in the blink of an eye, it fell from the sky and ignited it. Huge forest, countless poisonous trees, poisonous weeds, and poisonous flowers all let out shrill screams and turned into ashes in the terrifying red lotus fire. Feeling this coquettish and terrifying flame, Luo Hao frowned slightly. At this moment, Luo Hao recalled the scene of fighting Marquis Vauban before. At that time, Marquis Vauban also used the same flame, and Marquis Vauban also relied on numerous powers and abilities to be able to compete with Luo reluctantly. Today's Su-Hai is like a replica of the Marquis of Vauban, with many mysterious and unpredictable powers. The only difference is that Su-Hai has more powers, and the magic power in his body is more terrifying, as if the energy is endless, and he can display all powers without limit. And every ability is used very skillfully. After fighting till now, Luo Hao's body's power has already been consumed by half, but Su-Hai still seems to be a bottomless pit, using all kinds of abilities without any scruples. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining horse. At the moment when Luo Hao was stunned, Su-Hai also keenly seized this opportunity. The brigade exhibited a full blow. At this moment, the dark clouds dissipated, the storm dissipated, and the thunder dissipated. Everything seemed to be calm. Only a dazzling and huge, slow, scorching sun broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. Apparently, the reason why the thunder and storm dissipated was because Su-Hai used all the power of the sky power on the scorching sun. This time, the scorching sun was more terrifying than ever before, closer to the power of a real star. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the sky, only a small part of the already huge scorching sun emerged from the clouds. Luo Yang's first thought was to use his magical powers to teleport to avoid this powerful attack. 0. Ask for flowers 0. But just as Luo Hao was about to activate his magical powers, dozens of golden chains suddenly extended from the space around him. Luo Yang's hands, feet, and whole body were tied up and fixed in place. There was even a mysterious power in the chain, as if he was born to restrain Luo Hao. The magic power in Luo Hao's body was instantly silent, and all the power dispatches lost their effect at this moment. Although in a very short time, Luo Hao reacted, and once again mobilized the magic power in his body, and a terrifying power erupted. Shattering these golden chains one by one restores the freedom of the body. But it was too late. The terrifying scorching sun seemed to be slow, but in fact it was very fast. With the help of this short time, it had already reached the top of Luo Yang's head. 0. The intense high temperature distorted the surrounding space, and Luo Hao still didn't have time to use his magical powers again. Under such circumstances, Luo showed how very decisively, concentrating all the power of the unparalleled King Kong in his hands. While bringing terrifying power to yourself, it also provides enough protection to your hands. With both hands up to the sky, Miomon and his weak body are like a giant who has opened the sky. Amidst a beautiful and heroic shouting, The terrifying blazing sun was blocked for a moment, which is enough to prove how terrifying the power hidden in Luo Hao Miaomon's body. But when the manpower is finally exhausted, although a momentary explosion resisted the scorching sun falling from the sky. But in the face of this terrifying power, after all, it is still too small. Under the oppression of the scorching sun, Luo Hao descended from the sky along with the splendid sun, and the moment it fell to the ground, the scorching sun burst apart. The ground cracked and crystallized in an instant, then melted, vaporized, and dissipated. Suhai didn't want to hurt the fellow from his hometown, so he canceled sun after finding himself victorious. After the scorching sun dissipated, spring water gradually spewed out of the huge deep pit, slowly filling the deep pit and turning it into a huge lake. In the very center of the lake, a figure was floating on the lake. 2. Chapter 106. Needless to say, this person is naturally Luo. At this time, Luo Liang had already used up all the strength in his body in order to resist the scorching sun. Although Luo Hao still had his eyes open at this time, he was unable to move. Although Su Hai was merciful in the end, Luo Tao's white Hanfu had already been burned out under the real fire of the sun, so Luo Hao is now naked. In the lake water, as the body floats and sinks, ketone bodies are looming. Looking at this unexpected scenery, Su Hai's eyes flashed with fire. He quickly calmed down and fell from the sky. He picked up Luo Liang from the lake, took off his jacket, and put it on. Then it turned into a lightning bolt and rose into the sky, heading towards the shrine. During the flight, Luo Hao did not resist the 3-5-3 behavior. Instead, he used his beautiful eyes to look at Su Hai in front of him, as if thinking about something. King. After arriving at the shrine, Erica and the others who had been waiting for a long time also quickly gathered around. Looking at Luo Liang in Su Hai's arms, Lakura Kaizola has long been accustomed to it, except for a flash of surprise at the beginning, surprised by Luo Meng's beauty. I just thought that Luo Hao was a woman that Su Hai rescued on the way. This is also normal. Luo Hao is one of the God's layers, and he is the most peak existence, although he has a fierce name in various organizations in the world. However, due to the fact that most of the time they lived in seclusion in Lushan Mountain in the south of the Yangtze River, Lakura Kaizola and Erica had never seen Luo Liang's true face. In addition, Luo Hao's strength is so tight now that he needs time to recover. Luculazia Zola and others did not enter the state of spiritual vision, so naturally they did not discover Luo Tao's true identity. Only Athena next to him felt the aura like a natural enemy the moment he saw Luo Liang and understood Luo Zong's true identity. Lily, please go down and find a suitable dress for her to put on. Although he was a little reluctant to let go of the softness in his hand, Su Hai still handed Luo Hao in his arms to Liliana in front of him and asked Liliana, who is a woman, to take care of him. Seeing Luo Hao being carried away by Liliana, Su Hai returned to his room. System, use the 5-star golden egg. The moment he entered the room, Su Hai said silently to the system in his mind. It turned out that there was also a 5-star golden egg on Luo Liang's head. Just like the original Marquis of Vauban, after Su Hai defeated Luo Liang, he naturally succeeded in obtaining this golden egg. According to what had been opened from 2 golden eggs, Su Hai naturally understood that this golden egg should be a fragment of the last 6-star golden egg. Holding the expectation of the 6-star golden egg, Su Hai returned to his room the moment he came back and smashed the golden egg without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, getting a 6-star golden egg fragment. Now that 3 fragments have been collected, is it possible to synthesize a golden star egg? And the fact is also true. With the fragmentation of the 5-star golden egg, a fragment of 6 gray-white stars appeared in the system space. It echoes with the other 2 identical fragments. The system also sent a reminder of the fusion of the 6-star golden egg. Fusion and use. Su Hai, who was originally aiming for the 6-star golden egg, naturally gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Under a burst of invisible traction, each of the 3 golden egg fragments burst into light and finally merged into a golden 6-star golden egg. Congratulations to the host for opening the 6-star golden egg and obtaining a Kabbalah tree of life. As the 6-star golden egg was broken, A small sapling that could not be described in words appeared in front of Su-Hai. I saw that this small sapling is divided into 10 layers from top to bottom, and each layer seems to have 4 worlds, representing the earth, wind, water, and fire that make up the world. It's the Kabbalah tree of life? Su-Hai doesn't really know much about the small sapling in front of him, but he has heard the name and understands that the Kabbalah tree of life is the basis for the creation of the world. System, what exactly does the Kabbalah tree of life do? Although he understands that this sapling is a very extraordinary existence, Su-Hai has no idea what it does or how to use it, except for what he has heard. Between difficulties, I had to hand this problem to the System Zero in my mind. It's just fusion. The Kabbalah tree of life is the basis for creating the world. It contains everything in the world and can help the host quickly become an omniscient and omnipotent being. The difference between 4-digit numbers and 3-digit numbers is a gulf that cannot be bridged by human beings. A person who can become a 3-digit, omniscient, and omnipotent existence, even in the multiverse, is the top group of people. The Kabbalah tree of life is undoubtedly a cheating device that can become a 3-digit number, because the Kabbalah tree of life itself is an omniscient and almighty existence. Su-Hai needs to continuously cultivate the Kabbalah tree of life and integrate and analyze it, just like copy and paste. When the world was created, Su-Hai was able to become the almighty God of the whole world, and so far the omniscient and almighty personality has broken through to 3 digits. What are you waiting for? After learning about the powerful effect of the Kabbalah tree of life, Su-Hai was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and touched the small sapling in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, the Kabbalah tree of life instantly disappeared into Su-Hai's mind. Endless brilliance illuminates the entire sea space. Under the brilliance of the Kabbalah tree of life, the omnipotence in his mind seems to be pulled by power. The crystallization of the power of Genesis exploded and turned into a boundless chaotic space, just like the prototype of the world. The crystallization of the earth, which represents 0.2 Earth authority, has rapidly evolved into endless land, and mountains and rivers have formed rapidly. The power of the sky also quickly split, turning into the sun, moon, breeze, and clouds. Endless brilliance sprinkled on the earth, illuminating the earth and the chaotic space. At this point, a primitive universe was formed in Su-Hai's mind, and the Kabbalah tree of life stood in the center of the continent and turned into a towering giant tree. In the nonstop growth, in the process of growth, it will also affect the whole world and evolve towards a more complete form. Under the influence of the Kabbalah tree of life, flowers and trees with life appeared in the originally dead world, but it is a pity that the real-life creatures obviously cannot evolve in a short time. Chapter 107. At the same time, Su-Hai is also undergoing corresponding changes. The endless power of the earth pours into the body and turns into a majestic magic power. With the continuous increase of the magic power, the originally very vigorous magic power continued to increase and condense. In the end, a drop of water drop-shaped magic power appeared in the Dantian. At the moment when the water drop appeared, the majestic gaseous magic power seemed to have a target and quickly condensed from the gas state to the liquid state to make drop after drop of water droplets. In the end, the liquid magic power filled the entire Dantian. Although the volume did not increase, the quality and quantity of the magic power in the body increased more than tenfold. After all, gaseous to liquid is a qualitative change. System, open the Properties panel. Feeling the feeling of another surge of power, Su-Hai quickly ordered to the system in his mind. Name, Su-Hai God Killer, Demon King. Strength, 4-digit high level. Power, God's Gift, Sky Power, Earth Power, Genesis Power. 12 Trials, Spirit of 1,000 Words, Items. Kabbalah's Tree of Life, Sword of Oath of Victory, Heaven's Chain, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, 6-star Golden Egg Fragment, 1/3. Rias's Original Fat Times. Heroic Spirit 03, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Unsurprisingly, in this evolution of the world, Su-Hai not only obtained the foundation for achieving omniscience and omnipotence, but also broke through again in strength from a 4-digit mid-level to a 4-digit high-level. If it was said that a single blow could destroy a country in the past, it is now enough to destroy a continent with a single blow. Wong, it's time for breakfast. Early the next morning, Liliana's voice came from outside Su Hai's door. Although Su Hai has reached the point where he does not need to eat to replenish his energy, perhaps because of his nostalgia for food, or perhaps because of the memory of the past, Su Hai still maintains the habit of 3 meals a day. Has Luo Hao recovered? Opening the door, looking at Liliana standing at the door, Su Hai first nodded slightly. Then he thought of yesterday's Luo Hao and asked subconsciously. Sister Tsuelian has fully recovered and is in the hall with the others. After hearing the name Luo Hao, Liliana's eyes flashed a trace of complexity. Obviously, from yesterday to today, extremely complex things have happened. Liliana and other women also learned Luo Liang's true identity during this period of time. Sister Tsuelian. Although Su Hai knows Luo Liang, the word Chui Lian, but he was still very surprised by the name Liliana, knowing that Luo Hao still dared to call him such a goddess. Obviously this was allowed by Luo Hao, or she deliberately asked Liliana and others to call him that. With a hint of doubt, Su Hai followed Liliana to the lobby on the first floor. At this time, it can be said that the first floor was very lively. The girls were surrounded by a long table. Erica and Luculazia Zola and other girls obviously had a trace of unnaturalness. On both sides of the table, Athena and Luo Liang were sitting. Husband. Seeing Su Hai's arrival, Luo Hao stood up from his position and came to Su Hai, as if an ancient crowd was surrounding the show, and shouted with a smile. Husband, you are, looking at Luo Liang, who seemed to have completely changed his personality and called out to his husband. Su Hai was also confused for a while, looking very different. There was even some doubts about whether it was yesterday's battle that injured Luo Hao's head and confused his memory. Don't be surprised, husband, you looked at my body. And my husband also meets my requirements very well. He is younger than me, and his strength is stronger than me. The most important thing is that we are people of the celestial dynasty. Looking at the somewhat unexpected Su Hai, Luo Hao said without hesitation. With Luo Yang's object standard, only Su Hai in the whole world can fully meet it. In addition, Luo Hao paid great attention to ancient etiquette, and Su Hai saw the body of an ancient woman again. It is reasonable that Luo Hao would make such a choice. Does your husband feel that your concubine is not worthy of you? Looking at Su Hai's surprised face, Luo Liang asked again with a somewhat domineering look. Obviously, as long as Su Hai dared to say a word, Luo Hao would definitely do it again, without hesitation to destroy the person who sullied him in front of him. In this regard, Su Hai is naturally very wise to express his willingness to suddenly have a powerful and beautiful wife. Why not do it? In this way, time flickered, and another 2 or 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. During these nearly 3 months, Su Hai has not been idle, and has suffered several losses. Su Hai also understands that his strength has improved too fast, and he lacks some precipitation process, resulting in his own martial arts and skills are a little too poor. When facing opponents like Luo Hao, he will always suffer. Therefore, during this period of time, Su Hai did not hesitate to teach Luo Liang, a person who stood at the peak of martial arts, to teach himself various Huxiao martial arts and alchemy. I have to say, with Su Hai's current state, learning things is really fast. In less than 3 months, Luo Hao learned all the alchemy and martial arts including Shinzatanji 353 and Feifeng 12 palms. Of course, it is obviously impossible to reach Luo Yang's height in a short period of time. The rest is constant practice and comprehension, and turning these things into a part of oneself. And just 2 days ago, after Luo Hao taught all his skills, he left Neon and returned to Mount Lushan in Daxia. After all, as the king of martial arts in Daxia, it is not good to stay outside all the time. In addition, the Holy Church of the 5 prisons still has many things that need Luo Hao to preside over the overall situation. Both Luo Liang and Su Hai are long-lived people. As long as they are not killed by the enemy, immortality is almost a very simple matter. So the brief separation between the two was not too much nostalgia. Uncle, is Jinghong really the king's seal? What Su Hai and others didn't know was that at this time on an island in Europe, there were 2 very interesting people looking in the direction of the neon. One of them is a woman, and looks like a beautiful Caucasian girl, about 12 or 13 years old, with golden curly hair depicting an elegant curve, which reflects her extremely upright beauty. And behind this girl, there is just a knight sitting on a horse and wearing exquisite armor. The whole body exudes a faint brilliance, as if it exists between the real and the unreal. Chapter 108. We basically explored other places, and we didn't feel the king's breath, and we didn't find the holy sword that was sealed together with my king. Nowadays, only Neon is the most likely. It's a pity that now Neon has the existence of the Rakshasa, who is known as the King of Light, but it is very troublesome. Judging from the achievements of this Rakshasa since his birth, there is no doubt that he is the most powerful among the gods' layers today. If I set foot on that piece of land, I will definitely be sensed by him at the first time, and I am not sure to protect you in his hands. When talking about Neon, the knight on the horse was obviously worried, and the source of this worry, but still lives in Neon Su-Hai. There is no doubt that this knight who exists between the illusory and the real is also a god of disobedience, and he is also a powerful god of disobedience. But even if he is strong, he is very confident in his own strength. But he still couldn't help frowning when he mentioned Su-Hai. Since its birth, Su-Hai has faced all kinds of powerful enemies and has never been defeated. Today, he has undoubtedly become the strongest god slayer in the world. Although he has never fought against such a natural enemy, he knows that the opponent's strength is absolutely terrifying. In that case, I can go to Neon alone. For Su-Hai, the most powerful deity in the world today, this blonde girl naturally knows something. It can be seen that this blonde girl is a brave and resourceful existence, and she is not afraid because of the strength of her opponent. Facing the words of this blonde girl, the illusory trend behind her was obviously a little hesitant. After all, although the blonde girl in front of her was also a god ancestor, her strength was much stronger than that of a human magician, but she was still a lot worse than a god slayer. And this girl is the most critical existence to unlock the seal of the last king. This knight does not agree with this risky behavior. Uncle, please rest assured that with the power of the Holy Grail, I will not be exposed easily. And even if I'm discovered, I can run away or summon my uncle to come at any time. The girl was clearly determined and said with confidence. Looking at the Holy Grail that suddenly appeared in this girl's hand, I felt the terrifying magic power in it. Thinking of this girl, who is far beyond the wisdom of ordinary people, the knight finally nodded in agreement. Time flickered, and soon came 3 days later. On this day, Su-Hai took the girls to the beach for a holiday. At this time, Su-Hai was sitting under a parasol, and in his arms was Athena watching with a thick book. As for Erica and Lakura Kaizola and other women, they were divided into 2 teams to play beach volleyball. Looking at the energetic Erica girls in swimsuits, and feeling the softness in her arms and the body fragrance on her nose, Su-Hai seemed very comfortable for a while. However, since Liliana and other women are not ordinary people, it is not an exaggeration to say that the volleyball played by several people is murder volleyball. If an ordinary person was here, looking at the girls hitting volleyball, his jaw would definitely drop. Dodge far away. After all, if you are hit by such a high-speed volleyball, you may die on the spot. Su-Hai, who was enjoying a comfortable life, suddenly had a smile on his face and looked up at the sea in the distance with interest. If Erica and the others observed Su-Hai's smile, they would understand that something interesting must have appeared. Because every time he finds something of interest, Su-Hai has such an interested expression. And the fact is the same. At that moment, Su-Hai sensed 2 auras very similar to the god of disobedience approaching Neon in the distant sea. It's just that although these 2 breaths are very similar to the god of disobedience, they are much weaker than the god of disobedience. Intrigued by the unknown, Su-Hai finally let go of Athena in his arms. The magical foot power instantly disappeared in place, moving towards the breath that he sensed. Not long after, Su-Hai also came to the sky in that sea area. Looking down, sure enough, on the vast blue sea, there was a blonde girl standing on the head of a huge sea beast, driving fast. At this speed, in less than an hour, the blonde girl will reach Neon. Interesting, the ancestor who was transformed from the mother goddess. If you want to come to Athena, you should be interested. It turned out that in this world, The gods of disobedience are roughly divided into three attributes. The first is the Earth Mother God, composed of huge female gods. The second is the Sky God, who is born with the authority of the sky. And the third is the goddess who has been praised by the world for great achievements. Most of them are gang gods. The gods of the sky and the gods of steel are both enemies of the goddess of the earth, because the former usurped the authority of the goddess of the earth in mythology, and most of the latter tried to kill the goddess of the earth by slaughtering dragons and snakes, or defeat some goddesses to become gods. The ancestors of the gods were descended from the Earth Mother Goddess. This beautiful girl, if it's convenient, can you tell me the name? Suhai, who was ready to find out, took a slight step in the air, and the next moment he appeared on the top of the sea beast in front of the blonde girl. With a hint of playfulness in his eyes, he asked with a smile on his face, as if a gentleman wanted to invite a woman to dance. But unfortunately, this blonde girl didn't think about these leisurely and elegantly. Instead, goodly how, she frowned and took a step back cautiously. At the same time, a golden cup was summoned in his hand. Because of Suhai, the blonde girl felt a strong sense of crisis. It is a spontaneous protection mechanism of the body in the face of natural enemies. This feeling told the blonde girl that the Suhai in front of her was very dangerous. King Rakshasa, it is impossible to hide under the Holy Grail. As long as I don't leak my breath, even the new gods will not be able to find my trace. While vigilant in her eyes, the blonde girl also said in surprise. Obviously, she is very confident in her means of hiding her breath. This is no wonder after all. In the past experience, this blonde girl's means of hiding her breath are always beneficial, and it is not rare to observe the battle between gods' layers and godless gods secretly, and it has never been discovered. Boast. Chapter 109. Holy Grail? God Ancestor. Nivea. Looking at the golden chalice, Suhai suddenly realized and guessed the identity of the blonde girl in front of him. After all, the golden Holy Grail full of terrifying magic power and the God Ancestor. Only the god Zugnivia, who regards the last king as King Arthur and deliberately wants to resurrect the last king. There is no other breath. It seems that the guardian knight you summoned did not come with you. Knowing that I am in this place, you dare to come alone. It seems that you are very persistent in the king of the end. After sensing the surroundings and finding that there was no other aura, Suhai also confirmed that the girl in front of him was indeed here alone. The phantom of the god of disobedience, summoned through the Holy Grail, did not follow. Impossible. How do you know the existence of the last king? And you seem to know me well. Facing Suhai's performance as if he knew everything, God Zugnivia frowned even more tightly, and a very bad premonition emerged in his heart. I always feel that there is no secret in front of this person. After all, neither himself nor the existence of the last king has been exposed before, but Suhai in front of him seems to have already known everything. Not only do I know you, but I know that you are looking for the place where the king of the end was sealed and want to resurrect him. I can also tell you that the king of the end is indeed sealed in Cajon. Looking at the vigilant blonde girl, Suhai said rather casually, God Zugnivia wants to resurrect the last king. Why doesn't Suhai want to plunder the last king's power to strengthen himself? In this state, killing the general god of disobedience, apart from helping Suhai gain different powers and improve the rules, has not been able to improve much. Unless you can kill a large number of disobedient gods, obtain a large number of powers and corresponding rules, and improve the world in your body, you can help yourself continue to improve. And a being like the last king, a god worth even dozens of disobedience, is undoubtedly a good target for Suhai. Rakshasa, king, why are you telling me this? After hearing that the king of the end was indeed sealed in the neon, a surprised expression appeared on the face of God Zugnivia. After searching for such a long time, he finally found his goal. It's just that the god Zugnivia also has a little doubt about this. After all, the last king is the natural enemy of the god slayer, and it can even be said to be the judge and the destroyer. The god Zugnivia was not naive enough that someone would help the enemy unleash his natural enemies. What's more, in the heart of the god Zugnivia, Suhai may indeed be the strongest god of the world, and the ordinary god of disobedience cannot defeat Suhai at all. But compared with the last king, it is nothing at all, because as the last king created by the gods and specially used to deal with the gods, it is impossible for the Godslayer to compete with him, let alone defeat him. Know why? Just thought the last king would be a good prey, being able to become a ladder for me to become stronger. Looking at this suspicious girl, Suhai had nothing to hide and said without hesitation. The domineering aura belonging to the tyrant and the demon king was unobstructed, and the powerful momentum shook the surrounding sea water, and the sea beasts under his feet shivered because they were afraid of stopping on the sea. This is a kind of imposing manner that a domineering person should have, and a kind of unparalleled confidence in himself. To take my king as a prey, you are too arrogant, King Rakshasa. Facing such a seemingly ridiculous purpose, God Zugnivia felt a little sarcastic in his heart, but at the same time, he was convinced. Until this moment, God Zugnivia has also realized more deeply that God killers are not a group of normal people. Because normal human beings, Adak, cannot become God's layers, which is why goddesses are called patients. Thank you. King Rakshasa told me that my concubine will resurrect my king and fulfill your wish to fight against him. God Zugnivia was very satisfied with the unexpected harvest this time, and after finishing speaking, he wanted to leave and prepare everything needed to resurrect the last king. After all, in addition to storing the Holy Grail full of magic power, the resurrection of the last king also needs a steel god as a sacrifice. Now the Holy Grail has been fully stocked in the efforts of God Zugnivia over the years, but there is only one god of steel missing. The god Zugnivia apparently wanted to go back and capture a steel god. I didn't say let you go. When God Zugnivia turned around, Suhai said with great interest, "Just kidding. How could Suhai give up and leave after spending so much effort?" From the very beginning, Suhai did not intend to let the blonde girl go. Although the purpose of both of them is to resurrect the last king, Suhai is not a person who will entrust his hope to others, especially this person is still in a state of hostility with himself. However, the god Zugnivia obviously never let his guard down. The moment Suhai spoke, for huge waves suddenly turned up on the water. For octopus-shaped giant sea beasts broke through the water and appeared, and their 100-meter-long tentacles waved towards Suhai without hesitation. And God Zugnivia is driving the sea beasts under his feet quickly towards the distance. There is no doubt that these sea beasts were summoned by the Holy Grail in the hands of God Zugnivia during the conversation just now. I have to say that this blonde girl is indeed a person full of wisdom. Perhaps knowing that these sea beasts could not delay Suhai for too long, the god Zugnivia controlled the speed of the sea monsters under his feet extremely fast, almost thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. As for Suhai, the smile on his face never changed as he watched the giant tentacles waving toward him overwhelmingly. Phoenix Dragon Inyang. He didn't use any power, but slapped his right hand forward, and suddenly, there was a sound of phoenix and dragon's roar. A huge phoenix and a golden dragon flew out from the palms, circled around Suhai and erupted with terrifying power, instantly tearing the 4 sea beasts to pieces. Looking at the stumps on the surrounding sea and the blood-stained water, Suhai nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time Suhai used the Faifing 12 Divine Palms in actual combat. Suhai is very satisfied with the result. Chapter 110. I didn't catch up, it seems to be safe. More than 10 kilometers away, God Zugnivia turned his head and glanced at the boundless sea without any figures, and heaved a sigh of relief. Even so, the speed of God Zugnivia's control of Haisho's escape did not slow down in the slightest. In this regard, it can only be said that God Zugniwei thinks highly of himself and too underestimates Suhai. From the beginning to the end, it was impossible for God Zugnivia to run away, and in the next instant, waves suddenly appeared in several spaces in front of God Zugnivia. Several golden chains flew out of the space quickly, binding the limbs and waist of God Zugnivia in the blink of an eye. The god Zugnivia formed a big character and hung it on the sea level. The sea beast under his feet felt that his master was threatened, and immediately roared to destroy these golden chains. But a thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly hit the huge sea beast. Under the attack of thunder and lightning, the sea beast died instantly, floating on the sea and steaming up. Obviously already cooked can no longer be cooked. Between frowns, the god Zugnivia saw on the sea ahead, Suhai was walking on the waves with a smile. Rakshasa, king, is too clingy and won't please girls. Looking at Suhai, who was in front of him, God Zugnivia said slowly while his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of irony in the words. Suhai didn't care about this and stretched out his right hand, ready to carry the God Zugnivia on his shoulders and return to Neon. Patient, don't dare. However, just as he stretched out his hand, a sharp sword light suddenly appeared. After Suhai dodged to dodge, he found a figure hiding in armor, riding a warhorse, with a sword in his right hand and a spear in his left. Before the God Zugnivia. Needless to say, this guy is Lancelot, and he is also the phantom of the disobedient gods summoned by the God Zugnivia through the Holy Grail in his hand. Although it is a phantom, but with the addition of the Holy Grail magic power, it has the power of being a god of disobedience. Seeing Lancelot coming to him, God Zugnivia breathed a sigh of relief and finally caught up with him. In fact, at the very beginning, God Zugnivia had summoned Lancelot, and now he just happened to catch up, which was a fortune among misfortunes. Lancelot, driving the warhorse under his crotch, neighed, and the long spear in his left hand charged. And the full enemy is naturally Suhai. Seeing this, Suhai also wanted to see the martial arts of the legendary Knight of the Round Table, and to judge how far he has reached after being taught by Luo Hao. Therefore, he did not use his power, but took out the Sword of Victory from the system space, preparing for a showdown between martial arts and skills. You must know that Suhai not only learned the magic feat and Faifing 12 magic palms from Luo. Knives, guns, sticks can be said to be 18 kinds of martial arts. As long as it is Suhai of Luo Hao Hui, it has been absorbed like crazy in less than 3 months. But even so, Suhai has an absolute advantage. After all, Suhai far surpasses Lancelot in terms of physical fitness. Suhai, who held the Sword of Oath of Victory, keenly sensed the movement of the spear in Lancelot's hand and stabbed it out like a sword in the sky. In midair, the tip of the sword and the tip of the spear miraculously collided with each other. With his powerful strength, Suhai forced back Lancelot, who had the advantage of a warhorse. In this initial confrontation, Suhai barely had the upper hand. Impossible. X2-inch, this is the sword of my king's oath of victory. How could it be in your hands? Apart from my king, there can be no one else who can lift the sword of oath victory. Lancelot, who had lost the first confrontation, did not launch a second attack. Instead, he restrained the rope and stopped on the sea, looking at the sword of oath victory with shock and puzzlement on his face. With a very complicated expression, he asked subconsciously. Lancelot's expression was exactly the same as the god Zugnivia, who was bound next to him. Lancelot and god Zugnivia are all too familiar with the sword of oath of victory, naturally recognized at a glance. In the impression of the two, King Arthur is the only one who has drawn the sword of oath of victory. Except for King Arthur, no one can raise the sword of oath of victory, and no one can have the sword of oath of victory. 0. Ask for flowers 0. Suhai didn't want to care about the reaction of the two. Lancelot did not attack, so Suhai had to take the lead. Holding the sword of oath victory in his hand, he charged towards Lancelot, and as a battle-hardened warrior, although Lancelot was extremely surprised and full of doubts, he instantly entered a state of battle. The two fought together again. At first, they faced Lancelot's spear and sword. Suhai is still a little uncomfortable and is at a disadvantage. Every time, with a powerful force, Lancelot's attack was violently deflected. With the battle, Suhai gradually mastered what he had learned, and slowly Suhai found himself gradually keeping up with Lancelot's attacks. The two fought back and forth. The roar of the sky. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Suhai did not intend to fight Lancelot anymore, and the power of the sky instantly launched a terrifying thunder that fell from the sky. Directly hit Lancelot on the sea. With the growth of strength, the power of Suhai's power will naturally become more and more terrifying. Although this thunderbolt was not created by fully activating the power of the sky, it was enough to kill an ordinary god of disobedience. So in the face of this blue thunder, Lancelot became more solemn than ever. As the hero of steel, the power of steel is instantly activated, and the body is instantly covered by a silver light. At this moment, Lancelot burst out with all his strength, waving the long sword in his hand, and slashed towards the angry thunder. It has to be said that as a heroic god of steel, Lancelot has no flaws in attack power or unparalleled martial arts. Even compared with a recalcitrant god like Mekhl, the king of the gods, he is not weak at all. Under this all-out blow, thunder was actually cut off by Lancelot. Unfortunately, Lancelot was still paralyzed by the thunder, and a golden blade also pierced his heart from behind. This blade is the Sword of Oath Victory. 2. Chapter 111. Being able to die under the sword of my king is the best redemption for me. Looking at the sword of victory that pierced his chest, Lancelot didn't have any fear or unwillingness, but a look of relief and redemption appeared on his face. For Lancelot, he never betrayed King Arthur in his heart, but after all, it was because of him that the Knights of the Round Table disbanded. With Lancelot's death, Suhai also gained the power of a steel protection, and the power in his body has also increased a little, which is not bad. Come up, don't think about running away. You know, it's impossible for you to run away in front of me. After taking the Sword of Oath Victory back into the system space, a golden cloud appeared under Suhai's feet, slowly floated to the front of God Zugnivia, untied the shackles of the sky, and slowly said 357. In this regard, God Zugnivia did not struggle, but looked at Suhai with a complicated expression. Then he lifted his foot and walked over the somersault cloud, standing quietly beside Suhai. God Zugnivia is undoubtedly a very smart person, and now, her biggest trump card is vulnerable in front of Suhai. God Zugnivia is very clear in his heart that in front of the person in front of him, it is impossible to escape. It is better to suffer a little less crime than to be taken back by the 5 flowers. King Rakshasa, why do you have the Sword of Vowed Victory in your hand? During the fast flight of the somersault cloud, God Zugnivia couldn't help it after all, looking very complicated and looking at Suhai next to him with a little anticipation and asked, "Who knows?" However, Suhai did not need to explain to a captive. He seemed to say something very casually. No more words. Seeing such a perfunctory Suhai, God Zugnivia felt very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Under the flight of somersaulting clouds, Suhai quickly returned to the original beach. Wong, can you explain it? Why are there so many beautiful girls by your side after not seeing you for a while? After watching it for a while, Suhai brought back such a beautiful girl. Even Erica, who has long been accustomed to it, asked with some resentment. Ever since Athena and Luo Liang, the tattooed goddess, joined the Suhai harem group, Erica felt that her position in the main palace was no longer guaranteed. Now there is another girl who looks no worse than her, and Erica looks very helpless. The girls next to Liliana and Yuri Banligu also gathered around, looking like they were waiting for Suhai's answer. The breath of the betrayal? You are a traitor to our mother goddess, a fallen ancestor. Fortunately, at this time, Athena discovered the identity of the god Zugnivia. He frowned immediately. At the same time, a huge aura erupted, oppressing the body of god Zugnivia. The ancestors of the gods are generally descended from the goddess of the earth and believe in the gods. And the god of steel, as the enemy of the earth mother god, is undoubtedly a traitor to every earth mother god. No Athena. Feeling the pressure on his body like Mount Tai, god Zugnivia immediately looked at Athena in horror. God Zugnivia really couldn't understand why Suhai, a god-killer like Suhai, would have such a disobedient god as Athena. Under the influence of the reincarnation ceremony, the god of God and the god of disobedience are born enemies, not to mention living in peace. As long as they meet, the body of the two will burst out with an instinctive desire to fight. Make the two fight to the death. God ancestor? Oh, it seems that the witch has been unable to complete the king, first the goddess, then the king of Rakshasa, and now she has extended her desires to the ancestors. At this time, Lakura Kaizola didn't take it too seriously. With a teasing smile on his face, he stood beside him and said in a frenzy. For a while, Liliana and the other women's eyes became very strange. Even Athena's gaze towards Suhai had undergone a subtle change. What are you all thinking about? Faced with such a situation, Suhai first glanced at Luculazia Zola, the initiator, very subtly. I secretly thought in my heart that I must not let Lakura Kaizola easily go tonight. Then he opened his mouth to tell what had happened. God Zugnivia, the last king. After hearing everything, everyone finally understood. King, according to what you said, this last king is the natural enemy of God's layers, and can wipe out God's layers of several ages without exception. The strength must be very amazing. This obviously, the girls are still very worried about Suhai's desire to release the last king and then kill him. After all, according to Suhai's introduction to the last king has wiped out the shrines of several eras and then restarted the world. To be able to do this, the last king must be a very powerful existence. Do not worry. Although the last king is powerful, he is not my opponent. And even if we don't unseal it, according to the settings of the gods, the king of the end will break the seal. The purpose of the gods creating the last king is to destroy the Godslayer. Whenever the seventh god appears in the world, the last king will break out. Unfortunately, in this era, I am the seventh. So even if we don't break the seal of the last king, after a period of time, the last king will break out. Looking at the worried girls, Suhai spoke slowly. As a weapon created by the gods, the value of the existence of the last king of 0.2 is to clean up the gods' layers in every era and then restart the whole world. This cannot be changed. Even if Suhai stops the god Zugnivia today, there will be a second and third person to lift the seal of the last king. Can you unlock the seal of the last king now? Looking at Erica and the others who were no longer speaking, Suhai set his eyes on the god Zugnivia and said slowly, "The meaning that I want to express is self-evident. That is, I want the god Zugnivia to unlock the seal of the last king. There is still one last condition. I need a heroic god of steel as a medium. In terms of purpose, god Zugnivia and Suhai are the same. Out of the pursuit of the last king, god Zugnivia did not hesitate, but said with a complicated expression, Chapter 112. I just don't know how god Zugnivia will look after resurrecting the last king and discovering that the last king is not King Arthur as he thought. Hero god of steel? Suhai muttered to himself after hearing that a disobedient god was needed as a medium. The god of disobedience is impossible to meet, and it must be the god of disobedience with the attributes of steel. For any other Shikigami, it may take a lot of effort to find it. But Suhai just knew the existence of a heroic god of steel, and the most important thing is that the position of the god of disobedience is very. The next day, a red sedan stopped at the gate of the Tokyo Masahiboshi Compilation Committee. A black-haired boy and two blonde girls stepped out of the car. Saya Palace, the head of the Tokyo Official History Compilation Committee, welcomes the arrival of the king. At the door of the Official History Compilation Committee, a man dressed in a white shirt and tie, a suit jacket and trousers, and a pair of rimmed glasses. 03 covering her beautiful face, but not being able to cover her face. A young woman with a detached atmosphere from the world was leading a group of people to greet her at the door early. Suhai is relatively familiar with Toma Amakasu among them. It turns out that these three people are Suhai, Erica, and the god Zugnivia. I don't know if Wang Dejia is here. What are your orders? Under the leadership of She Gongshin, the group soon came to the reception hall that had been prepared. Looking at Suhai, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face, next to two beautiful blonde girls, Sei Yinshin said with a very solemn expression in her heart. At the same time, he secretly guessed the purpose of this terrifying existence in front of him. For Saya Yinjing, Suhai is a walking nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. If you don't deal with it properly, let alone your own life, the entire country may sink into the ocean. I remember that the Kinkyuan family has an only daughter named Kinkyuan Huina. She is the #1 Tato Yuan, which of your younger generation, right? I want to meet her. Looking at the restrained, nervous-looking Saya Palace police officer Suhai, but he took a sip of the hot cup of black tea on the table. He seemed a little careless. I have to say that the Shea Palace was very thoughtful in preparation, and even he had already checked that he liked to drink black tea, and he had prepared it early. Wang, Kinkyuan Huobu Na, is just a relatively good witch. I don't know why the king came to her in person. In the eyes of others, Kinkyuan Huna may be a very dazzling and excellent existence. But Saya Gongshin is very clear that in the eyes of the Godslayer, except for the gods of the same kind and disobedience, no matter how good a magician, no matter how good a witch, can't get the attention of the God Tester. Not to mention making the God Slayer go to great lengths to meet him. So Shay Yinshin is very sure that the reason why Su Hai does this must have another purpose. You're smart, but that's not what you should be asking. It has to be said that Saya Gongshin was able to become the head of the official history compilation committee. In addition to her own strength, she relied on the wisdom far beyond ordinary people. Unfortunately, this kind of wisdom is really unwise to use on Su Hai. Therefore, what Shay Gongshin was waiting for was not an accurate reply, but a huge amount of pressure and words of warning. Please forgive me. I will go to inform the Kinkyuan family. I believe that Huina of Kinkyuan will arrive here soon. I hope the king will wait for a while. Facing the abyss-like pressure, Saya Yinjing once again deeply realized the horror of the God Slayer. The posture is lower and lower. Not daring to have any more cleverness, he hurriedly said with a little panic. Then he turned around and walked outside, apparently to inform the head of the Kinkyuan family. Wang, is there anything special about this which named Kinkyuan Huina? It's actually worth you to come and find it in person. Looking at Saya Gongzheng, who turned and left the room, Erica asked slowly. Obviously, Erica is also very curious about Su Hai's purpose and what is so special about this Kinkyuan Huina. Behind this mysterious Japanese test, there is a god of disobedience, who happens to be the hero god of steel we need. However, this guy is too timid and has been hiding in the secluded world. It's a little troublesome to find him. Kinkyuan Hui Na has the key to open the door to the secluded world. For the people around him, Su Hai would naturally not treat him like Shay Yinshin. Su Hai explained without shyness. Faced with such a situation, God Zugnivia silently mourned for 2 seconds for Saya Yinshin, who was treated differently. Behind this neon, there is actually the support of the god of disobedience. But are they really willing to hand over the god of disobedience? Faced with the fact that humans cooperate with the god of disobedience, Erica is still very surprised. After all, the god of disobedience has been the public enemy of mankind since ancient times. After all, the gods of non-compliance are the existences that have fallen from myths, and every time they appear, they will bring natural disasters that destroy the world. It's not up to them, and this unequal relationship isn't as unbreakable as you might think. Su Hai naturally understood Erica's concerns. 357, but Su Hai knew very well that Japan Mystery would never be stupid enough to go against him. With the actions of these people, even if they knew the purpose of Su Hai, they must not help each other. Okay, the old man got it. While the three of Su Hai were talking, in another deep house in Japan, an elderly man in a kimono was talking to a phone. After answering the call, the old man turned around and walked towards the house slowly while hanging up the phone. His face was calm, and he couldn't see what he was thinking. It was not until he walked into the room and looked at the girl sitting in the center of the room, kneeling on the ground with her eyes closed, that she sighed helplessly. Hina. The old man called out the girl's name and wanted to say something. There was helplessness, entanglement, and sadness in his expression. Father, I have heard the conversation just now. Huina is willing to see that Rakshasa king. It turns out that this girl is the Huina of Kinkyuan in Su Hai's mouth, and this old man is actually the father of Huina of Kinkyuan. He is also the patriarch of the Qingqiu courtyard today. This girl was not an ordinary person either. Although the room was separated by a certain distance from the place where the phone was located, she also heard the content of the conversation with her perception beyond ordinary people. Chapter 113. Looking at such a sensible girl, the sentimentality on the old man's face became more and more serious. The stronger the person, the more difficult it is to obtain offspring. This old man was also a mysterious first-class existence when he was young. After getting married, it was only when she was in her 40s that she successfully obtained a daughter like Hui Na in Kinkyuan. The representative of the Japanese mysterious car in the Kinkyuan clan, one of the 3 families, have only such an only daughter. If it wasn't for no other choice, the old man would definitely not agree. However, what comforted the old man was that, according to the information obtained, although Su Hai was very powerful, his temper was the most normal and kind of all God Slayers. He is also very kind to those around him. So at least Kinkyuan Huina should not be life-threatening when she sees Su Hai again. In this way, a black car stopped at the door of Kinkyuan's house. After Kinkyuan Huina got into the car, The black car sped away. Wang, Huina of Kinkiyuan has arrived. Half an hour later, Suhai's room was pushed open again, and Saya Gongxin, who had left earlier, walked in slowly, and this time, behind her, there was a man full of Yamato Nadeshiko, wearing a school uniform, as if a natural girl who exists in nature. In her hand, the girl was holding a long object that was almost the same height as her and was wrapped in cloth. Suhai can clearly feel that this object exudes the breath of a god of disobedience and has the properties of steel, and the magic power contained in it is very close to an ordinary god of disobedience. Obviously, this girl with black hair is Suhai's target Kinkiyuan Huina this time. Hina of Kinkiyuan pays respects to the Rakshasa monarch. When Suhai was looking at Kinkiyuan Huina was also watching Suhai. As the only daughter of the Kinkiyuan sect, she is a genius girl who is one of the best in mysterious calculations, although she often hears about the horror and existence of godslayers. Seeing a god at such a close distance, but also the most terrifying god killer in the world today. Still the first time. Originally in the heart of Kinkiyuan Huina, to be the most terrifying person in the domineering group of godslayers, she should also be an existence full of domineering, burly body, and people will be shocked when they see it. But upon closer inspection, Huina of Kinkiyuan has an illusion that Suhai is just a very handsome, ordinary teenager. Because she felt any aura of shock, except for those unfathomable deep eyes, Kinkiyuan Huina couldn't even feel Suhai's breath. That thing in your hand should have been given to you by that guy Susanoo. I want to borrow it. Seeing this girl who was suddenly dumbfounded, Suhai didn't care too much and said bluntly. The reason why Suhai looked for Kinkiyuan Huina was to obtain the Amazumi Cloud Sword in her hand, and with the help of the Amazumi Cloud Sword, Susanoo's breath was used to find the place of the Netherworld. King, should you want to go to the Netherworld? Huina is willing to open the door to the underworld for the king, but I implore Wang to accept Huina to become the king's witch. Kinkiyuan Huina can become the leader of the Neon younger generation, and it is not stupid. After hearing that Suhai wanted to borrow Tiansong Yunjian, he naturally guessed Suhai's purpose. After hesitating for a while, as if he had made a major decision in his heart, under the somewhat unexpected eyes of Sei Gongxin and Erika, he raised the Tiansong Cloud Sword in his hand and knelt on one knee on the ground. Said very sincerely now. Seeing this girl kneeling towards him with a sincere expression, Suhai glanced at it with interest and spit out a word that broke the peace in the room. Suhai didn't have the slightest doubt, and there was no need to doubt, about Huina's role in Kinkiyuan. Today, among the three families of Neon, the Kinkiyuan family has few orthodox heirs, and the clan family is the most withered. And Susanoo enjoys the enshrinement of the mysterious test in Japan, but relies on his powerful strength as a god of disobedience to take money and do nothing. In any case, we have to find a shelter. Compared with Susanoo, who is about to be killed, Suhai is the best choice and the only choice for Kinkiyuan Huina and Kinkiyuan's family. Thank you, King, for his generosity. Seeing that Suhai agreed so easily, Kinkiyuan Huina was a little surprised but also very happy. In the future, as long as he is still the witch of the king, the status of Kinkiyuan in Japan will be unshakable. In the face of such a result, Saya Gongzheng and Erika and other women all looked at this girl with some admiration. Obviously, some praised Kinkiyuan Huina's decisiveness and courage. Queen, through this door, you will be able to reach the world where Susanoo lives. In addition to being happy, Kinkiyuan Huina did not forget what she should do, and quickly took off the gray cloth bag outside Tiansong Yunjian. He pulled out the Tiansong Yunjian, opened the gate of Netherworld, and said slowly, just as Suhai thought, as the spokesperson chosen by Susanoo in the real world, there must be a way to the space where Susanoo lives. Looking at the familiar dark passage in front of him, Suhai did not hesitate at all. After all, when he was in Shitian Temple, he also experienced such a scene once. He walked in directly with Kinkiyuan Huina, who was more familiar with the situation in the secluded world. As for Erika and the god Zugnivia, they were just left out. After the two entered the passage, in a dark passage, it was directly closed. Good kings, under the leadership of Kinkiyuan Huina. After Suhai entered the dark and dark world, he soon met the person he wanted to see. Looking at the three people sitting in the courtyard in front of him, An old man with white hair in a white kimono, a monk in black like a mummy, a man with clear glass-like eyes and long flaxen hair that looks very kind. Stunning beauty. Although the white-haired old man in a kimono was well hidden, Suhai could see through him at a glance that he belonged to the god of disobedience. Now this old man looks like an ordinary old man. One of the famous three nobles, Susanoo Amiko. Looks like a very interesting guest. When Suhai looked at the three people, these three people obviously also discovered the existence of Suhai and King Kyuinhuna. Susanoo said slowly. Chapter 114. It seems that you have something to ask me. Please come and talk. No matter how stupid Susanoo is, he can understand that Suhai has tried his best to come here, and it must have something to do with him. So he calmly opened his mouth to invite. I don't know if it's real or fake. No, I'm here today to borrow your life, so you shouldn't mind, right? However, Suhai didn't intend to make excuses with Susanoo, but said directly. Suhai smiled and spoke calmly. It looks very gentle, but the words you say are not commensurate with this gentleness. Facing Suhai's words, even Susanoo, who is full of energy-raising skills, gave a slight pause, and his face immediately turned cold. This is also normal. Anyone who faces a person who wants his own life will never have a good face. Susanoo didn't glare at him. He was already very calm. The Lord of the Rakshasa, it is too rude. Perhaps it was because he had been lingering in this secluded world for too long, and the black-robed mage, like a mummy, had already forgotten the horror of being a god. He even opened his mouth to criticize. People are not like people, and ghosts are not like ghosts. Life is so painful, then I'll give you a ride. Facing the words of the black-clothed mage, Suhai 360 turned his attention to him, and the whole person disappeared in place. Everyone only felt that their pupils shrank, and their eyes were in a trance. Suhai had already appeared in front of the three people in the courtyard, and inserted the neck of the black-clothed mage, and lifted it from its position. This king is standing. You, an old bald donkey, dare to sit and talk to me. Who gave you the courage? Tell me the truth. Strength in this world is the truth. In the next instant, a majestic red lotus karmic fire spread from Suhai's palm, instantly spreading all over the black mage's body. In the shrill screams, the black-robed mage was burned to ashes by the red lotus fire almost instantly. In fact, the strength of the black-clothed mage is not weak, although it is not as good as the god of disobedience, but it is also considered the top among human beings. Don't look at this black-clothed mage's dry and painful body, as if there are only bones left. But this is the proof of becoming a Buddha in the body, free from the bondage of the body. As a result, the black-clothed mage gained almost immortality. Unfortunately, in Suhai's eyes, this kind of strength was only a one-off, and he couldn't make any resistance at all. Adak, seeing that the black-clothed mage was instantly burnt to ashes, Susanoo's eyes finally became solemn. The glass-eyed princess on the side flashed a little panic, and it was only at this moment that the two of them remembered what kind of existence the shrine gods were. Due to staying here for too long, the two of them discovered that they had forgotten that the god-killer was a patient who got rid of the shackles of the world, did whatever he wanted, and was extremely egoistic. The funny thing is that after Suhai appeared, all three thought that they could give the corresponding benefits through conversation, and the two sides could achieve peaceful coexistence. Do you capture it yourself, or do I do it myself? Kindly, I advise you, you have no chance of winning in front of me. Throwing away the last bit of ashes in his hand, Suhai turned to Susanoo and said. Faced with such a situation, Susanoo also understood that the battle of life and death was inevitable. A huge magical power that only belongs to God's layers and gods who do not obey erupted, and the whole person rose from the sky. Under the traction of this force, the entire sky changed, and lightning flashed and thundered. The originally colorless, secluded world actually blew a storm and poured a majestic rain. Susanoo was originally the land god of Izumo, but in mythology, it was designed to usurp the authority of many gods. In the end, based on the power of the god of storms, he fused all the powers, and at the same time, he beheaded the Yachi Orochi and obtained the title of the hero god of steel. Therefore, Susanoo's strongest power is the power of the god of storms, that is, the god of the sky, and the hero god of steel who lives in the god of war. At this moment, Susanoo, who was originally old, seemed to be looking back in time. The wrinkles on his face quickly dissipated, and the whole person kept getting younger under the terrifying power. In the end, he turned into a sturdy young man. Under Susanoo's control, the storm that could easily destroy the city, wrapped in torrential rain, turned into several giant water tornadoes and blew towards Suhai. It looks like he wants to completely destroy Suhai. Using the power of the sky in front of me is ridiculous. Looking at the mighty storm, Suhai showed a look of disdain on his face. Under the fusion and blessing of many powers, the power of the Sky Authority has already been reborn, and the power that Susanoo shows now is only the same as when Marquis Vauban used the storm. Even the Marquis of Vauban couldn't compete with Suhai for control of the sky. How could Susanoo use the power of the sky to defeat Suhai now? Sure enough, when the three huge storms were about to touch Suhai, they miraculously stopped. No matter how Susanoo, who was standing in the storm, controlled them, these storms did not move at all. It was as if he had completely escaped Susanoo's control. Just when Susanoo was surprised, a bigger, and more unstoppable wave erupted from Suhai's body. In an instant, the entire sky that was left behind was covered. Originally, it was only covered with dark clouds, and there were continuous lightning and thunder in the rainstorm sky, and the wind was raging. When Susanoo used the power of the storm, the dark cloud only covered 1/3 of the centralmost area of the netherworld, but now the entire space is covered by the dark cloud. Facing such a change, Susanoo, who was floating in the sky, looked at Suhai in disbelief. At this moment, Susanoo has completely lost control of the sky. If he wants to compete with him, the god of storms, for the control of the sky, he must have a stronger authority in the sky. But it is so simple, enough to prove that Suhai's power in the sky is far above Susanoo, far more than Susanoo, the god of the storm. In the face of such a result, Susanoo, who was extremely confident in his stormy power, could not accept it at all. But Suhai didn't care about this. His palm dropped slightly, and a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky, pointing directly at Susanoo in midair. Under this thunder, Susanoo was directly shot down by the thunder and hit the ground heavily. Chapter 115. Under this terrifying thunder, the entire netherworld space showed signs of shattering, and cracks gradually appeared around it. Obviously, this kind of created space is not as stable as the real world after all, and it can be used as a place to live in seclusion. But in the end, he couldn't bear the power of the gods. "Little devil, I'm going to kill you." In the huge deep pit, Susanoo Joshun flashed a blue electric current, walked out of the deep pit, and said very angrily. At this time, Susanoo was very embarrassed, and his whole body was covered with burns and scalds. The most serious thing is that the entire right hand has been broken. It can be seen that under the attack just now, Susanoo instantly made the practice of abandoning the car to protect the handsome. At the cost of sacrificing an arm, he resisted the terrifying thunder so that he was not completely destroyed by the blow just now. When Susanoo roared, the Amakusa cloud sword in Sekiwanena's hand came out of his hand and returned to Susanoo's hand in an instant. After holding the Amazuma cloud sword, Susanoo suddenly burst out with a vigorous fighting spirit. There is also a hint of sharpness belonging to the heroic god of steel on his body. Breath. Moreover, the damage he suffered just now will quickly recover as a result. It turned out that this day from the cloud sword is not an ordinary weapon, but the subordinate god of Susanoo, just like the pig and the sand monk summoned by Sun Wukong. More importantly, the Tiansong Yunjian was created from the body of the Orochi after Susanoo beheaded the Orochi. In other words, Susanoo is the embodiment of the heroic god of steel, which is equivalent to the authority of steel. At the moment of holding the Amazuma cloud sword, Susanoo regained the power that belongs to the god of war. Seeing this, Suhai did not have the slightest concern or intention to stop him, but instead showed a hint of interest. Suhai, who wants to improve his martial arts skills, is very interested in highly skilled enemies. After all, fighting against such enemies can quickly improve his martial arts skills, just like Lancelot a few days ago. Seeing this, Suhai did not control the thunder of wrath to continue to attack, but took out the sword of Oath of Victory from the space. The magic power under his feet was activated, and he approached Susanoo in an instant and attacked with exquisite swordsmanship. During the attack, Suhai also released the true name of the Sword of Victory from time to time, releasing a huge golden torrent. With the current strength of Suhai, when using the Sword of Oath of Victory, he can unblock his real name almost infinitely without any charge. I'm so disappointed. Are you really the hero god of steel? It seems that the long retreat and peace have made you forget the way of fighting. But after the fight for a while, there was a hint of disappointment on Suhai's face. Said very helplessly now, because at the moment of the fight, Suhai discovered that the fighting skills of Susanoo, who has the power of the hero of steel, were very unfamiliar and clumsy. At the beginning, Suhai thought it was just an illusion, but with the continuous fight, Suhai is already determined that this is the truth. Looking back on the original work, it seems that this guy was also solved by the monkey god. Obviously, he hasn't fought for too long, and his comfortable life has made Susanoo's martial arts rusty. In the eyes of ordinary people, this may be nothing, but in front of an opponent of the same level or stronger than himself, if he is unfamiliar in an instant, the enemy will seize the opportunity. The same was true for Susanoo at this time. His body was covered with wounds cut by the sword of promised victory. It's so boring. Suhai, who didn't want to waste any more, didn't stay. In his hand, facing 12 divine halls shot out one after another, and under the action of the supernatural powers, the attacks from all directions instantly covered all directions of Susanoo. With a roar, Susanoo fell from the air, and the Amazumi cloud sword in his hand also fell out of his hand, fell to the ground, and was inserted not far from Susanoo's. Seeing Susanoo, who was dying on the ground, Suhai didn't do anything to kill him directly. Instead, it was tied up with the lock of the sky. After all, Suhai still needs it to unlock the seal of the last king. Come on, it's time for us to leave. Holding the bound Susanoo in one hand, and the Amazumi cloud sword drawn from the ground in the other, Suhai came to Kinkiyu and Aina and said slowly, "Zero, ask for flowers." At the same time, the urging mantra directly broke a space channel leading to the outside world. Rakshasa. King, can you take me away with you? However, at this moment, Princess Glass Eye, who was hiding in the distance to watch the battle, hurried out and said in a panic. At the same time, he looked up at the rapidly collapsing space around him. It turned out that in the battle just now, this space was first subjected to the destruction of the power of the sky. Later, he was attacked by the power of the Sword of Oath of Victory, and he couldn't hold on anymore. If the Glass Jar Princess stays here again, it will be annihilated by the spatial turbulence together with this space. There is no free lunch in the world, and if you want to get something, you have to pay the corresponding price. Zero, I can save your life, but from now on, your life will belong to me. Looking at the glass-eyed princess in front of him, Suhai did not refuse, but said with great interest, "After all, taking one more person to leave is just a small effort for me. What's the point of being able to harvest such a beauty? No one in this world wants to die for no reason, and Princess Glass-Eye is no exception, so after thinking about Suhai's request for a while, he agrees directly. In this way, a group of 3 stepped into the space passage and left this world. And this huge netherworld space was completely shattered after the 3 of them left. This is what you want. I hope you won't let me down." After returning to the living room of the official history compilation committee, Suhai threw the Susanoo and Amakusa cloud sword in his hands to the god Zugnivia. Said slowly, looking at Susanoo, who looked like a dead dog, a hint of surprise flashed in Saya Gongshin's eyes, who was standing beside him. Although Sayaka Miyako had fantasized from the very beginning that Susanoo was not the opponent of Suhai, the strongest god killer. But as one of the 3 nobles in Japanese mythology, Saya Gongjun guessed that it would not be easy for Suhai to capture Susanoo. But now it seems that Suhai is not only successful, but also very relaxed, and even the clothes and hair are not messy. 2. Chapter 116. Looking at Susanoo on the ground and Amazumi Yunjin, the god Zugnivia was also surprised, although he knew that Suhai would not lie to himself. But now it is still very shocking to see a living steel hero god thrown at his feet. However, in addition to being surprised, god Zugnivia did not hesitate at all and directly summoned the Holy Grail. Susanoo and Amakusa Yunjian inhaled into the Holy Grail. After all, the combination of the two is the complete hero god of steel. A few days later, in a wasteland north of Neon, four people floated in the air, quietly watching everything below. I saw that in the very center of the wasteland, there was a long boulder standing up. If you look closely, you will find that this boulder resembles a huge blade. Husband, is this the place where Sanchi Zero is the seal of the last king, you said? But why does the concubine feel ordinary? Did not sense the breath of any god of disobedience on this. In the mid-air above the boulder, one of the women in a white hanfu carefully observed the stone below. A trace of doubt and confusion flashed across his face, and he turned his head and asked the black-haired man next to him. Obviously this woman. It seems that this stone has nothing unusual except that it looks a bit strange and the body is relatively large. Yes or not? Wait and try to find out. Facing the beautiful woman's words, the black-haired man said with a smile. Obviously, the black-haired man can't be 100% sure either. My dear friend, there is such a fun thing. You don't even tell me about this friend. The blond man standing on the far left also spoke at this time. I saw that this man always had a smile on his face, like a sunny boy. I didn't inform you. Didn't you run over by yourself? And if I remember correctly, we've met twice in total, and I don't remember when we became best friends. Facing the blond man's familiar character and words, the black-haired man was obviously helpless. Needless to say, the group of four is clearly Suhai, Luo Shi, Salvatore Toni, and the god Zugnivia. It turned out that since the last time I captured Susanoo, I gathered all the conditions for resurrecting the last king. Suhai searched for the seal place of the last king in the neon carpet style. After this period of time, the emperor paid off and finally found a place that was most likely to be the seal place. This is the sword-shaped stone in front of Suhai today. During this period, Luo Hao heard that Suhai was going to release the seal of the king of the last, and after the final battle with the king of the last. He also rushed over from Lushan Mountain in Daxiao immediately. According to Luo Hao's original words, husband and wife should share blessings and share difficulties. As for Salvatore Redtoni, I don't know where the news came from. After hearing that Suhai was going to unblock the king of the last, not only did not stop, but felt that the king of the last was a good opponent. He rushed over from Southern Europe nonstop and had to join the team in a shameless manner. For a pure martial arts pursuer like Salvatore Toni, a person who pursues the limit and has a firm belief, Suhai also appreciates it. Plus, Salvatore Toni didn't do too much, nor was he an enemy. Suhai really couldn't use force to drive this guy away, so he had no choice but to let this guy join in. Facing Suhai's straightforward words and helpless eyes, even Salvatore Toni, a cheeky guy, flashed a hint of embarrassment for a while. The smile on his face was slightly stiff. Okay, let's get started. However, Suhai doesn't care if the guy is embarrassed or not. After speaking in a bad mood, he turned around and said to the god Zugnivia next to him, indicates that she can try to unblock it. After receiving the order, the god Zugnivia, who was a little impatient in his heart, also hurriedly landed from the air to the bottom of the giant stone tablet. Then he summoned the not-so-big Holy Grail, and I saw that the god Zugnivia took out a handle from nowhere, and at first glance, it was not the 7 songs of ordinary quality. He cut his own palm and dripped his blood as the ancestor of the gods into the Holy Grail. Then at this moment, the Holy Grail burst out with majestic power, feeling this terrifying magic power. Aside from Suhai, Salvatore Toni and Luo Hao who were next to him frowned slightly, and there was a hint of solemnity on their faces. Because in the perception of the two, the magic power that the Holy Grail erupted was at least 10 times that of their own, or even more. In this way, under the control of the god Zugnivia, the Holy Grail carries the terrifying magic power, Susanoo, the god of steel hero, and his own blood. He quickly moved towards the giant stone monument, and at the moment of contact, the Holy Grail gradually sank into the giant stone statue. After the Holy Grail completely entered the stone statue, a giant stone statue began to quickly devour the magic power in the Holy Grail. Facing such a situation, there was a hint of excitement on the face of god Zugnivia, because she knew that this time she should have found the right one. Because it is impossible for ordinary things to swallow so much magic power, Perhaps only the legendary Last King's Savior sword can do this. In less than a cup of tea time, whether it is Susanoo, the god of disobedience, the terrifying magic power, or the blood of the ancestor of the goddess, Ganivia, who carries the breath of the Earth Mother Goddess. All were swallowed up by this giant stone statue, and the Holy Grail was spit out. At this time, the Holy Grail looked like an ordinary golden cup. 0.2 in the body of the Holy Grail. I can't feel the breath of any power. But at this moment, everyone frowned, because after waiting for a few breaths, this giant stone statue swallowed such a huge force, and there was no response at all. Boom! Fortunately, just when everyone thought it was a mistake, a blood-colored light radiated from the divine sword of salvation and rose into the sky. At this moment, the whole world shook without exception, whether it was the sky, the sea, or the ground, as if there were earthquakes. All the volcanoes in the whole world suddenly became active at this moment, and they looked like they were ready to go. The hot lava will cover the whole world, and no one can escape. Chapter 117. Obviously, after each resurrection of the previous king of the last, he would first eliminate the 7 gods' layers in the world. Then it triggers the eruption of magma underground, covering the surface, the ocean, and the whole world. Destroy the entire world, and then regenerate. In this way, the God Slayer has been controlled to 7 people or less. Looks like we got it right. Facing the sky-high beam of light and the changes in the whole world, Su-Hai muttered to himself. There was a smile on his face, not that Su-Hai wanted the world to be destroyed. Su-Hai is not a bloodthirsty person, but Su-Hai has enough confidence in himself that he can definitely defeat the last king. As long as the last king is eliminated, the annihilation will not happen. With the rise of the towering beam of light, the huge stone on the ground quickly shrank in the light. As the beam of light dissipated, the entire huge stone was gone, and there was only a white-haired boy who was very much in line with Western aesthetics. He was holding a long silver sword in his hand, which was obviously the divine sword of salvation. And the identity of this white-haired boy, needless to say, naturally 03 is the last king. Has a new round started again? The last king slowly opened his eyes, feeling the breath of the world, and murmured in his mouth. There was a trace of tiredness and numbness in his eyes, and there was no joy in resurrection. On the contrary, it seems to be accustomed to such things, and seems to have been numb. No, you're not Arthur. You're not Arthur. Compared to the 3 Su-Hai in the sky, God Zugnivia's face changed greatly at this time, as if something happened, something he couldn't accept. Looking at the resurrected last king, some despair and helplessness were repeated. Obviously, after seeing the last king in person, the god Zugnivia has determined that the last king is not King Arthur. Naturally, it wasn't the person she was after. From the moment of his reincarnation, the god Zugnivia held the belief of resurrecting King Arthur and tried every means possible. Over the long years, various conditions have been collected. Now that the last king has finally been resurrected, he suddenly finds that the last king who has worked so hard to resurrect is not the King Arthur he imagined. How could this be acceptable to the god Zugnivia? This breath? Enshrine our ancestors. It seems that you resurrected me. Although I don't want to do it, this is the rule of the gods, and I can't change it. Looking at god Zugnivia standing in front of him, the king of the end felt a little and immediately discovered the true identity of god Zugnivia. He also understood that it was god Zugnivia who liberated him. After all, in the countless reincarnations, it was the god ancestor who helped him break the seal every time. Between the words, the king of the end even directly pierced the god Zugnivia's chest with the divine sword of salvation in his hand, under a faint light. The divine sword of salvation directly devoured the god Zugnivia, who had no intention of dodging and was in collapse. After devouring god Zugnivia, the divine sword of salvation also burst into a terrifying breath, showing the power of this invincible blade. It turned out that in every reincarnation, the ancestor who broke the seal would be killed by the last king with the sword of salvation. Because the divine sword of salvation needs the entire life of a god ancestor to be watered and activate the due power. Because of the relationship that happened too quickly, the 3 of Su-Hai didn't have time to stop it. Looking at the directly swallowed god Zugnivia, the 3 of them frowned slightly. It's not that the three pity God Zugnivia, or pity. It's just that the king of the end did not hesitate to kill the person who unblocked himself, and he had a trace of shame. Although Luo Hao is domineering as a god slayer, he goes his own way. But there are also basic principles. Okay, 3, let's start. If you want to live and the world will not be destroyed, then please use all your power and tricks to your heart's content. Reseal me, otherwise, everything in the world will return to chaos. However, this is for the last king who has long been used to it. There was not the slightest emotional fluctuation, but instead, he shook the divine sword of salvation that was thoroughly inspired by his handshake. Pointing to the 3 of Su high in the sky. Husband, let the concubine teach this evil person a lesson. Facing 12 palms. Facing the provocation of the king of the end, Luo Hao said a word, and then directly stepped forward and launched an attack. A terrifying martial art is displayed incisively and vividly. However, in the face of Luo Shi, who has extraordinary martial arts skills, the king in the end also did not fall into the slightest disadvantage. On the contrary, he was able to handle it with ease. It can be seen that the martial arts of the last king are not inferior to Roman at all, and even more terrifying. Even if no other power is used, martial arts alone can still have the upper hand against Luo Hao, who is known as the king of martial arts. But this is also normal. As an existence who does not know how many times he is reincarnated, and every time he fights with the 7 gods in the world, even if he doesn't understand anything at the beginning, under the catalysis of a powerful enemy, his martial arts may have already reached its peak. My dear friend, I will go first. Seeing the last king whose swordsmanship surpassed 370 groups, Salvatore Toni's eyes suddenly lit up, and he also took out the long sword from the wooden box. Rush up and fight with the last king. Facing the flanking attack of Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni, the king of the end, who fought back only with martial arts, finally seemed to be in a hurry. In this way, after another cup of tea, Luo Liang finally seized the opportunity to use the magical powers and instantly approached the king of the end. In one move, Gale Wutian directly hit the chest of the last king, knocking the last king into the air, and for a split second in the air, the last king lost control over his body. In the south of the War City, in the north of Gua, the wild dead can be eaten without being buried. For me, the black is called, and it is a Kahao, the great power of the King Kong. Swear it here. I don't allow anything that I can't cut. And this sword is an invincible blade that can cut and cut through everything on the ground. Silver Arm the Ripper. Facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni were both highly skilled in martial arts, so naturally they couldn't miss it. They all used their ability to press the bottom of the box, and in an instant, a giant golden palm fell from the sky, and a silver sword energy that seemed to cut everything broke out of the air. Chapter 118. However, just when these 2 attacks were about to hit the king of the end, a terrifying incantation that was more than 10 times stronger than Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni suddenly burst out from the body of the king of the last. Quantitative change caused qualitative change, and this terrifying power instantly destroyed the golden giant palm. Salvatore Toni's sword energy that could cut off almost everything was easily resisted by the king of the end with the sword of salvation. Even if the sword chi that can even slash the sky is not there, the divine sword of salvation leaves no traces. Under this terrifying storm, Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni received a strong impact, as if they were hit by a meteorite. It flew out quickly. Fortunately, Su Hai, who had been staying in the sky at this time, also shot, and immediately disappeared and appeared in the middle of the way, taking Luo Hao, who couldn't control himself. After removing this terrifying power, Luo Hao regained control over his body. As for Salvatore Toni, he was not so lucky. He flew out and crashed through a hill 2 kilometers away. It only stopped when it was embedded in the mountain of the second mountain. If it wasn't for the extremely abnormal physique of the god, perhaps this guy would have already lost his life in the terrifying impact and the collapsed mountain. However, although Salvatore Toni escaped the disaster with his strong physical fitness, his body also suffered a lot of shocks. For a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to breathe. You go to a distance to rest first. Just leave this guy to me to deal with. Looking at Luo Hao in his arms, Su-hai said slowly. Obviously not going to wait any longer. The reason why Su-hai didn't stop Luo Yang at the beginning. It was because Su-hai knew in his heart that although Luo was a woman, she had unparalleled confidence in her own martial arts. Even if he opened his mouth to stop him, he might not be able to persuade him. Only by fighting in person can Luo Hao understand the horror of the King of the End. And with himself by his side, Su-hai didn't worry about Luo Hao's danger at all. After all, he could rescue him at any time. Husband, be careful. This guy is scary, and I can feel he has something to hide. Thinking back on the power that the King of the End burst out just now, Luo Liang still had lingering fears in his heart. This kind of crushing power, Luo has only felt it once in Su-hai. And this time, the power that the last king erupted was stronger than the power that Su-hai erupted when he fought with him. And by virtue of the martial artist's strong intuition, Luo Hao could feel that this was not the full strength of the King of the End. Don't worry, I know his power very well. I'm sure to defeat him, otherwise I wouldn't let him out. Su-hai naturally knew what Luo Hao was worried about. Just as Luo Hao thought, the most powerful power of the King of the End was actually not used. Of course, Su-hai knows all this. Seeing such a confident Su-hai, Luo Hao obediently stayed away from the battlefield and quietly watched the battle on a mountaintop several kilometers away. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. I can feel that you are different from the two of them. But is it really appropriate not to let the two of them attack me together? Although it is impossible to feel the true strength of Su-hai, the last king who has experienced many battles has a keen sense that Su-hai is not simple. It gave him a strong feeling different from ordinary shrine gods. As a destroyer, your words are too much. WB at plus. Add. In the face of such wordy words, he doesn't look like the last king of a ruthless world destroyer. Su-hai said directly. Immediately afterwards, the magic power in his body erupted, and a terrifying magic power that was several times greater than the last king erupted instantly. The King of the End, who had a calm face a second ago, also changed his face greatly under this sudden power. He quickly inserted the divine saber in his hand into the ground, thus resisting this wave of shocks. The last king who stabilized his figure had an incredible look in his eyes. To know that the magic power in his own body is 10 times that of a god. In other words, the magic power in Su-hai's body is dozens or hundreds of times that of a god slayer. Although the energy in the body does not represent a person's true combat effectiveness, but there is no doubt that strength is the source of a strong person, and more strength means more things can be done. A terrifying mantra was on his body, and Su-hai instantly disappeared in place. But when he appeared again, he was already in front of Wei Wei's last king. A punch broke through the air. Before the fist arrived, the punch came first. With a punch straight to the face of the oppressed King of the End was already deformed. In the face of such a rapid force, far exceeding his own attack, the King of the End also quickly raised the indestructible Sword of Salvation to resist in front of him. I want to use this to take on this attack. But unfortunately, at the moment when the fist and the blade collided, the King of the End knew that he was wrong. The sharp savior sword could not cut Su-hai's flesh fist at all, but the terrifying power was transmitted to the body of the last king through the blade. Under this terrifying force, the King of the End was punched into the ground. It stopped after falling directly into the ground for hundreds of meters. It turns out that although the Sword of Salvation is extremely sharp at the moment of the attack, Su-hai also used all the powers of protection. Under the action of these powers, coupled with Su-hai's original physique, it is more terrifying than the gods. That's why the scene of meat boxing hitting the Sword of Salvation and scathe, good jows, was created. Friends boom. Cough, cough. It's really surprising. There is such a terrifying guy like you in this era. No wonder you dare to let me out. You may really be stronger than me, but unfortunately, as long as this world still exists, you can't kill me. In less than 2 breaths, the ground exploded again, and the last king who was knocked into the ground rose into the sky again holding the divine Sword of Salvation. The moment he came out, the injury on the face of the last king recovered, and the whole person also returned to the peak state. As if it wasn't him who was attacked by that kind of terror just now. Faced with such a situation, Su-hai couldn't help but frown slightly. Judging from the touch of his right fist just now, Suhai was quite sure that he had hit the final King Chun, and has already hurt him. Chapter 119. It's just that for some unknown reason, the King of the End recovered all his injuries in a very short period of time. Suhai, who was puzzled but couldn't find the reason for the time being, didn't plan to worry too much. If you can't guess the reason, then use the facts to prove it. Under Suhai's thought, the surrounding ground suddenly vibrated rapidly, and a dense sound came from the sky. I saw an ivory pig with a height of several hundred meters on the ground, a dozen giant apes with a height of only 100 meters, and a dense army of locusts appeared in the sky. Obviously, these mythical beasts were taken from the god Suhai killed immediately, and now they have all turned into the guardian beasts of his own earth and sky. Since obtaining the Kabbalah Tree of Life and creating his own chaotic world in his body, Suhai has been able to flexibly use the power of the sky and the earth at the same time. It is no longer as difficult to control as before, and now, summoning these guardian beasts is just a matter of randomness. After these mythical beasts became Suhai's relatives, their power also increased with the increase of the power of Suhai, the master. Today, the power of each of these divine beasts is in no way inferior to that of an ordinary god of disobedience. 373. In the face of the attacks of many divine beasts, even the last king seemed very embarrassed for a while. In the eyes of the last king, a mythical beast may be nothing at all, but if there are too many ants, they can also kill the elephant. Moreover, in the eyes of the last king, the strength of these divine beasts is far stronger than that of ants. Facing the locust mythical beasts that are not afraid of death, and the ape mythical beast, and the wild boar that fought the last king in the front. Although the last king relied on the terrifying strength far beyond the god slayer, and the invincible and shattering divine sword of salvation in his hand, he killed one divine beast after another. But in the end, it was engulfed by the swarm of locusts like the sky, and after a while, the last king was swallowed up by the swarm of locusts, leaving only a sword of salvation quietly inserted on the ground. Facing the disappearing last king, Luo Hao on the top of the mountain in the distance, and Salvatore Toni, who had just climbed out of the mountain and had a smile on their faces. I was a little surprised that Suhai was able to kill the King of the End so easily, and at the same time I was a little glad that the crisis was over. Obviously, in the eyes of the two of them, the King of the End has not even a trace of blood left now, and must have died. However, Suhai frowned, not at all relaxed, because Suhai can be sure that the last king is definitely not dead. After all, this restless world has not stopped at all. Volcanoes around the world are still active. The smoke from the crater has filled the whole world, and countless volcanic ash has been scattered into various cities. The whole world seemed to be doomsday. All the people fled in panic, and the city traffic was congested. And the fact is also the case in the gaze of Suhai, as well as the surprised eyes of Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni. The sword of salvation on the ground erupted with a strong and dazzling light. It was as if something had been created out of nothing. It had already been swallowed by thousands of locusts and fell to the last king. He appeared in front of the three of them with a smile on his face. The King of the End held the divine sword of salvation in his hand, as if he had just appeared. Is that so? It's quite an invincible ability. Although he did not kill the last king, Suhai also understood through this time that the last king's injuries recovered instantly, and he could even be reborn infinitely. At the moment when the last king recovered just now, Suhai could feel the power of the earth, sky, ocean, and even the power of flowers, birds, fish, and insects being absorbed by the sword of salvation. It is precisely because of this power that seems to be the origin of the world that, Adak, makes the last king reborn. At this moment, Suhai finally understood the meaning of the sentence, "As long as the world exists, I will never lose and never die," when the King of the End appeared. It turns out that in ancient times, the gods not only gave the last king the weapon of the gods, but also gave the last king the curse of immortality. As long as the world is not destroyed, you will never die, the last king. Even if the world is destroyed, after the world is reborn, the last king will be revived. For such an ability, Suhai can only say that it is simply a bug. If it weren't for the fact that the world's rank was too low, the last king would be just like the saints of heaven in the wild world. Covenant Dafa. The resurrected last king, watching the group of divine beasts rushing up again, did not hesitate to use the huge magic power to activate the divine sword of salvation in his hand. One after another, extremely complex, extremely huge purple magic circles rose into the sky, covering the entire sky. If you look closely, you will find that this huge purple magic circle is composed of countless tiny magic circles, and in every small magic circle, there is this weapon that exudes a divine breath. Vishnu in Hindu mythology Gadeo, Norse mythology Gunnar's spear, eternal spear, Thor's hammer shining with thunder, and victory's sword exuding the brilliance of victory. Whether it is bows and arrows, spears or shields, there are everything, and every weapon is wrapped in flames, thunder, ice, and radiance. All kinds of powerful forces. Among these seemingly endless weapons, Suhai now sees Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. The things used by ancient Wuxia heroes are like the Fangtian Huaji used by Lu Bu and the Jinshin silver spear used by Zhao Yun. It turned out that the sword of salvation in the hands of the last king is actually a collection of weapons of the gods, which is why the sword of salvation is indestructible. After the weapons of all beings were summoned, endless weapons shot out from the magic circle, turned into a relentless storm, and shot down from the air. The huge locust mythical beasts were pierced by weapons with different handles. At the moment of penetration, these weapons exploded with their own power or lightning, or ice, or flames. Instantly destroyed the body of the beast. Almost in an instant, dozens of millions of locust mythical beasts were ruthlessly wiped out. The wild boars on the ground and more than a dozen more powerful ape mythical beasts also fell to the ground and turned into ashes after being hit by a few divine weapons. Chapter 120. Of course, the targets of these weapons also included Suhai, but they were all easily blocked by Suhai. But there are too many weapons for this attack, almost endless. Even if Suhai's strength is strong, it is impossible to keep a low profile like this, because there is always a time of exhaustion. You are indeed strong, but your strength always runs out. The weapons of the gods are so vast that they can never be exhausted. Exhausted. Looking at Suhai being attacked by the weapons of the gods, the king of the end spoke slowly. With his immortal body and never-ending attack, the king of the end has never failed. Even if he encounters one or two powerful enemies in a certain reincarnation, he can directly consume the opponent. Today Suhai is indeed stronger than all previous enemies, but the king of the end never thought he would lose. Because from the very beginning, the last king was already invincible, at least in the heart of the last king. Since I can't kill you in this world, then I will kill you in another world. In the face of an enemy like the king of the end, the average god tester is really helpless. But unfortunately, Suhai is not an ordinary god from the beginning to the end. Under the overwhelming weapon attack, Suhai's body exuded a burst of bright light, and the moment the light appeared, it seemed as if the surrounding time had stopped. The weapon that was originally like a hurricane was frozen in midair. Even the last king is no exception. Although the last king at this time is still conscious, he can perceive the surrounding situation, but could not move. I could only watch Suhai wandering around in the arms that filled the entire space, and every time he took a step, his body changed a little bit. When Suhai came before the last king, he had become a supreme being bathed in holy light, wearing a holy robe, wearing a holy crown, and holding a Bible in his hand. With the seventh step of Suhai, the last king of Suhai came to another world. Needless to say, this world is the inner world created by Suhai. Since he can't kill the last king in the outside world, Suhai can't kill the last king in the world he created. This is another world. World tree? Is that so? God Killer seems to be your superior. After coming to this world, the last king also regained control of his body. After discovering that he had lost contact with the real world, the king of the end was a little unsure of himself, but he was immediately certain that this was a real world. It is not a space that is not stable at all like Netherworld, because if it is in a space like Netherworld, strictly speaking, it is still in the original world. The last king can sense the existence of the world and has an immortal body. In today's place, the last king has lost his sense of the world, and looking at the incomparably huge Kabbalah tree of life in the center of the world, the king at the end also understood everything. Although the king of the end has never seen the real Kabbalah tree of life, the tree in the center of the world has all the characteristics in line with the legendary Kabbalah tree of life, which is the tree of the world. This also made the king of the end understand that he had lost the most powerful body of immortality. Now, in front of Su-hai, there is no chance of winning. Holding the Bible high above, Su-hai looked at the last king below without any hesitation. After pushing the Bible away, endless thunder and flames soaring into the sky instantly engulfed the king of the end. Under this terrifying power, the king of the end didn't even resist in the slightest, and with a look of relief on his face, he disappeared in the flames and thunder. Only a lonely savior's sword was left floating in the air, and the next moment, the perfection-level divine ritual in Su-hai's mind was activated instantly. Everything that belongs to the last king has been transformed into Su-hai's power. Even the sword of salvation floating in the air is no exception. With Su-hai's thought, it flew into his hands in an instant. Su-hai can say that he likes this sword of salvation very much. The growth of you dead woman. The sword of oath of victory has actually been a little out of step with Su-hai's progress. Now that there is the existence of the sword of salvation, it can be regarded as a handy weapon. 0. Asked for flowers 0. Under Su-hai's observation, the sword of salvation was somewhat similar in appearance to the sword of oath of victory. No wonder the gods Zugnivia and Lancelot mistook the last king for King Arthur. Apparently, it was guessed because of the sword of salvation observed in some ancient books. At the moment when the last king died, the real world finally changed. The sky, the earth, and the ocean no longer shook. The active volcanic magma also flowed back to the depths of the ground, and the whole world settled down again. The beasts no longer fled everywhere, and the people who fled everywhere hugged each other with joy, thanking God. Looks like my friend succeeded. Facing the changes in the world, Salvatore Toni, who has recovered many, said thoughtfully. Luo Hao, who was beside him, also showed a smile like a blooming flower, with a proud look on his face. While the two were happy, Su-hai, who was holding the sword of salvation, also appeared in front of them. Sulian, let's go, it's time to go home. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Su-hai said slowly. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand, and it was self-evident what he wanted to do. Facing the invitation of his beloved, Luo Hao naturally did not hesitate, and also stretched out his right hand. The two held together turned into a ray of light and went away into the distance. Only Salvatore Toni was left messy in the wind, very embarrassed. In desperation, Salvatore Toni could only shake his head with a wry smile and turn to leave. Welcome to the return of King Victory. At the extreme flying speed, Su-hai returned to the shrine with Luo Tao in less than a quarter of an hour. Erica and other women who sensed the change in the world were also waiting at the gate of the shrine early. Seeing Su-hai landing, he quickly said happily, "You are really an inestimable fellow. I didn't expect that the fellow created by the enemy of our mother goddess was really killed by you." Seeing Su-hai returning with the sword of salvation in hand, Athena, the god of disobedience, also said with some emotion. 2. Chapter 121. In Athena's heart, although Su-hai's terrifying power far exceeds the combined power of all the gods. Maybe it is possible to defeat the last king, but at most it is to reseal the last king. I never thought that Su-hai could successfully kill the last king who has an immortal body. In this way, the time has come to a month later. On this day, in Lushan, Daxia, the lanterns were decorated and it looked extremely festive. All the disciples of the holy sect of the 5 prisons were busy. The entire world, including the Council of Sages, the Japanese Imperial 3 Clan, the Southern European Magic Alliance, the Northern European Magic Alliance, and other leaders of all mysterious organizations, all came here. As for why this happened, it was mainly to attend a wedding. Today, the wedding of the strongest man in the world. On the top of 380s in Mount Lu, Su-hai appeared in everyone's field of vision wearing a red groom's costume. There is no doubt that one of the protagonists today is Su-hai. Standing beside Su-hai were Luo Liang, Athena, Sikiwen Aina, Liliana, Luculazia Zola, Banliga Yuri, and other women. Without a doubt, today is their wedding to Su-hai. Perhaps only Su-Hai has such a powerful deterrent in this world that all the mysterious forces in the world send their leaders here to congratulate. Since both Su-Hai and Luo Hao prefer the relationship between ancient Huxiao weddings, this time they did not use the Western style, but the ancient Huxiao weddings. Is it really a room that makes people feel a little nostalgic? In the world of Demon High School, in Su-Hai's bedroom, a black hole suddenly formed, and after the black hole disappeared, a figure stood in the room. Looking at everything familiar in the room, he said with some emotion. Unsurprisingly, this person is naturally Su-Hai. In the world of the Godslayer, after the wedding, Su-Hai and the daughters lived in seclusion in Mount Lu for several years. Seeing that the time was almost up, he also opened the space channel to return, and the world of the Godslayer was naturally frozen because of this. At this time, Su-Hai was still carrying a long item wrapped in burlap. This is the divine sword of salvation. Perhaps because this weapon is too special, Su-Hai can't put it away and can only carry it with him. Faced with such a situation, Su-Hai, just like the guy Salvatore Tony, packed it in a box and carried it with him. While feeling a little emotional, Su-Hai also heard the voices of Rias and others talking outside, opened the door, and walked out slowly. The moment they entered the living room, Rias, Asia, Akino Himejima, and other women were talking about something. Darling, why do you feel like you have become a little different after not seeing you for a while? Perhaps out of a woman's intuition, Su-Hai wore the same clothes as when she left. But Rias also always felt that Su-Hai seemed to have undergone a drastic change. It was different before, but it was impossible to say exactly what was different. This is also normal. How could Rias know that in the short period of time, Su-Hai went to another world and lived in that world for several years? Only Medusa, who has experienced world travel, looked at Su-Hai with a strange look in her eyes. However, although Medusa knew in her heart that Su-Hai might use what happened just now to go to another world, she planned to say something. After all, this kind of thing is too bizarre. The less people know about it, the better. Although the girls of Rias are trustworthy, it is better to be cautious. Maybe he has become more handsome? Facing the inquiring eyes of Akino Himejima, Rias and others, Su-Hai joked very calmly. Successfully won the eyes of the women. Darling, it's getting late. Let's go to rest. After everyone sat and played around for a while, Rias looked at the time, stood up suddenly, and said very boldly, as if swearing an oath of sovereignty. Then he pulled Su-Hai directly back to the room, and as the two left, Akino Himejima's eyes flashed a playful look. If Rias saw Himejima Akino's expression, she would definitely be vigilant. Every time Himejima Akino shows this look, there will always be someone unlucky. Among these unfortunate people, the host of Rias is also a frequent visitor. Darling, Mrs. Mother said she wanted a. After coming to the middle of the room, Rias was obviously a little embarrassed and said shyly. Although it has happened several times, it can be seen that Rias is still a little bit unable to let go. This time, the reason for taking such initiative is to summon up great courage. Of course, there was also a credit to Rias' mother. Faced with such a situation, Su-Hai would not refuse, and if he refused, it would undoubtedly make Rias very embarrassed. It takes a lot of courage for a woman to say such a thing. But just as the two were about to turn off the lights, a small purple magic circle appeared on the door handle. When I got down, I only heard the sound of the door lock turning, and the originally locked door was opened directly. Oh, looks like it's about time. Su-Hai, but it belongs to everyone. The minister wants to have it all alone. The moment the door opened, Himejima Akino walked in with a smile on his face. Looking at the two people who were standing in the room, who were almost ready, he said slowly. With a playful look in his eyes, and behind Himejima Akino, Aisha, Tachin Kitten, and even 0.2 Medusa followed. Facing this sudden situation, Su-Hai was still calm. Rias did hid in the quilt in a hurry. Although they were all women, it was still a little embarrassing for others to see this situation. That's it. The next morning, Su-Hai heard a loud noise. The moment he raised his eyes, he saw Rias' questioning gaze. What's wrong? Facing the questioning gazes of the five pairs, Su-Hai didn't have time to appreciate the scenery in front of him, and asked a little strangely, Darling, can you explain to me what's going on? Who is this blonde foreign beauty? Looking at Su-Hai with a puzzled face, Rias exuded a dangerous aura and asked word by word. Chapter 122. At the same time, he stretched out his fingers and pointed to the position next to Suhai. Senior, the color is. Even the touching kitten next to him couldn't help but speak. It turned out that next to Suhai, there was a beautiful blonde girl hugging Suhai's arm and sleeping peacefully. Most importantly, this blonde girl turned out to be naked. God Zugnivia. Feeling the touch of his arm, Suhai also subconsciously turned his head to look. After seeing the blonde girl's face, he couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out that this blonde girl was the God Zugnivia of the Godslayer world, but the God Zugnivia should have been killed when the last king was resurrected. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he should still be in the world of Godslayers. Without Suhai's consent, it would be impossible to follow him into this world. God Zugnivia. Darling, it seems that you really know this child. Can I trouble you to explain it? What's going on with this child? Why does it appear here in such a state? After seeing the surprised Suhai, Rias also confirmed that Suhai knew God 03 Zugnivia. There was a faint trace of black air behind him, and he said dangerously, as if awakening an unknown personality. Wong, are you awake? Perhaps because of the noise of the crowd, the God Zugnivia slowly woke up in the murmur. First, she rubbed her eye circles very cutely, and then dispelled her drowsiness. Looking at Suhai next to him, he said with a fascination, and he hugged Suhai very skillfully, rubbing his head constantly. What's going on with Nivea? You shouldn't have been killed by the last king. Looking at the awakened God Zugnivia, Suhai asked the doubts in his heart. The current God Zugnivia seems to be very obsessed with Suhai, and naturally, he did not hide the slightest, and quickly told what happened. It turned out that after being killed by the last king, the God Zugnivia did not dissipate. Instead, it was swallowed by the divine sword of salvation and became the existence of the sword spirit. This is the root of activating the power of the sword of salvation. It's just that at that time, although God Zugnivia was still conscious, he had been recovering in the divine sword of salvation due to the great loss. And this recovery took several years, until last night. God Zugnivia completely recovered and was able to change into a human appearance. After listening to all this, Suhai can be considered to understand everything. It turns out that the sword of salvation is the God Zugnivia. No wonder it can appear in this world. After all, the sword of salvation, as his current weapon, was brought back by Suhai. Darling, doesn't this child have a confused memory? What other world? What the last king Suhai understood, but Rias and the other girls became more and more confused. They even thought that the God Zugnivia had lost his memory or lost his memory. He is talking nonsense. After all, other worlds are still too appalling. I was going to find a time to explain it to you later. Since that's the case, I'll tell you a few other interesting experiences today. With the current strength of Suhai, in this world, except for the infinite dragon god Orpheus and the real red dragon god Emperor, who ranks among the world's top powerhouses, no one is Suhai's opponent. In fact, there is no need to be too cautious. Taking this opportunity, Suhai also briefly recounted the fact that he could travel through other worlds. Of course, Suhai didn't mention the existence of the system. After all, the system is the foundation of his life, if not someone he absolutely trusts and can control. It is impossible for Suhai to be exposed. Darling, aren't you sick? Why did you start talking nonsense? Facing Suhai's sincere and serious words, Rias was still very shocked, even though she had believed it. With some affirmation, Akino Himejima, Rias, and other women finally accepted this indisputable fact. But obviously, judging from their surprised expressions, it will take a while to digest and accept. But in addition to being surprised, Rias also had a look of relief on her face. Because of the rapid increase in Suhai's strength since he was young, the reason is found. Seeing Rias, who was in surprise, Suhai didn't bother, ready to give them some time to digest it by themselves. As for Suhai, he just left home with the sword of salvation that God Zugnivia transformed back and flew towards the distant sky. Is this the system that the biblical lowly God created? Half a day later, in a white world full of holy light, Suhai stood in front of a group of lights and muttered to himself, "It does have that guy's breath on it, and I think it is indeed the handwriting of the Bible God." Facing Suhai's words, Drake also answered, "It's just that there is a hint of solemnity in the words. obviously remembering the scene of being crushed when fighting with the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible, as one of the top 380 players in the world, is enough to compete with Beastmaster 666, Orpheus, and others. Drake, who was one of the two heavenly dragons at the beginning, and the White Dragon Emperor acted recklessly on the battlefield of angels and demons, and were directly made into God-killing tools by the Bible God lowly. Without the power to resist, Drake will naturally never forget such a situation. If Drake knew that the God of the Bible at that time, because of the seal of the Holy Beastmaster 666, he would be even more surprised. You guy came here suddenly. Do you want to take over this system and take over the position of that guy from the Bible God? If it were you, you would indeed have this strength. While speaking, Drake said with some guesswork. It turned out that after leaving home, Suhai quickly came to the heavenly realm, where the angels of the biblical forces live. Facing Drake's words, Suhai smiled and said nothing. Suhai was actually a person who was afraid of trouble, and naturally he didn't come to take over the position of the angel and the God of the Bible. Maybe he killed the God who didn't obey and had the same personal relationship. The moment Suhai returned to this world, he immediately sensed the call of this system. With his own purpose in mind, Suhai followed these summons to take a look. Chapter 123. Forget the position of the God of the Bible. I'm only interested in the rules and powers under my control. Facing Drider's doubts, Suhai spoke slowly. Then he reached out and touched the light group in front of him and began to receive the rules. It turned out that the reason why Suhai came here, apart from being a little curious, was for the knowledge controlled by God in the Bible. The God of the Bible, as one of the strongest in the world, must have extraordinary knowledge. What Suhai lacks most now is all kinds of rules and knowledge. Only by constantly improving the power that he does not have, can Suhai be able to drive the Kabbalah tree of life in his body to grow rapidly and constantly improve his world. Only in this way can you quickly improve your cultivation. At the moment of contact with the celestial system, a huge amount of novel knowledge entered Suhai's mind. The celestial system is worthy of being a masterpiece of the gods in the Bible, which includes almost all the knowledge of the gods in the Bible, and even the methods of making gods, turning angels to create angels, and so on. Of course, there is also the understanding of God in the Bible about the rules of the world, the sky and the earth, and so on. As a person's strength improves, the more he goes to the back, the more he needs to settle. For the top powerhouses, the amount of knowledge and the level of understanding of the rules often represent the strength or not. This familiar feeling. It's my Lord. My Lord did not fall. My Lord is back. Just when Suhai was madly absorbing the rules of the celestial system, the biblical gods comprehended, in another place in the celestial world, there are 4 12-winged angels sitting around, as if talking about something. One of them is the current angel leader Michael, and the other 3 are female angels. Obviously, it is the seraph of the same level as Michael, and the most powerful fighting force in the world today, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. Among the 3 female angels, Gabriel, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the heaven, has a flawless figure and chest, and her beauty is comparable to that of the God of beauty. As the 4 blazing angels of today's world, they control the order of the entire heaven together. Nowadays, what people discuss is how to live peacefully with the demon fallen angel. When talking about the most critical moment, Michael, who has always been mature and steady, suddenly changed his face. Without warning, he stood up from his position and looked into the distance. While muttering to himself, his face was very complicated. At first I couldn't believe it, then I became very surprised and excited. The whole person rose directly into the sky, turned into a golden light, and went into the distance. What happened to Michael? That direction is the direction of the celestial system. Is there something wrong with the system? Seeing Michael, who was leaving in such a panic, a trace of doubt flashed on the faces of the 3 of Gabriel. After looking at each other, they also flapped their wings and chased after them. On the other hand, almost all the knowledge stored in the Suhai Bianjiang weather system was read through in one breath. Of course, this is only equivalent to copying. It also requires a lot of understanding. Only after mastering it can you create corresponding rules in your own world through the Kabbalah tree of life in your body. Continue to improve your world and enhance your strength. But this time the harvest can also be said to be huge, because with the knowledge of the biblical gods, Suhai will save immeasurable time. It is equivalent to taking a shortcut without side effects. So is it coming soon? This speed is really beyond my expectations. The moment he received the knowledge, before Suhai had time to observe the world around him again, he felt that there were 4 relatively powerful breaths approaching quickly from the horizon. You don't have to think about it. You know that it must be Michael and the others, the 4 great blazing angels of the heaven. As the agent of the celestial system, although Michael cannot fully control the celestial system, he can also use the celestial system to do things that only God can do. There is also a little connection with the celestial system. So before coming here, Suhai had expected that as long as he touched the celestial system, Michael would definitely be able to sense it. I just didn't expect that Michael's movements were so fast, but it was only a matter of moments, and Michael had already rushed over. What Suhai didn't know was that since the fall of the biblical God, the whole heaven can be said to be in chaos. Although some order was reluctantly restored under the management of Michael, Gabriel, and others, some core things cannot be completed after all, such as turning around and creating a new angel. Without the existence of God, the weather has been unable to reincarnate human beings into new angels and replenish the number of angels. Although Michael learned the set of demon flags and made a poker system belonging to the heavens, he could transform humans into angels in disguise, but it was a drop in the bucket after all. Now, Michael suddenly sensed the breath of God, whether it was the unparalleled faith in his heart or for the entire heaven. Naturally, Michael was very excited and longed for the return of God. But all this, Suhai did not know and did not want to care. So without hesitation, he activated his magical powers and disappeared in place. Although the speed of Michael and others was extremely fast, they only saw a blurred back from a distance, and they flashed by in front of their eyes. Then, Suhai, who was standing in front of the celestial system, disappeared. In the next instant, Michael and Gabriel came to the celestial system. Why? I'm Michael, my lord's most loyal soldier. Why doesn't my lord want to see me? Michael, who stopped, stretched out his right hand, as if trying to grab something. Recalling the figure that flashed past a second ago, Michael was stunned in place and kept repeating in his mouth. As if the belief in the heart was collapsing, a trace of black air emerged from the 12 golden wings. Michael, stop. You will fall to the sky like this. In the end, what happened? Although Raphael and Gabriel still haven't figured out the situation, but looking at Michael's current state, they quickly reminded Daoze. They knew very well that if Michael was allowed to go on like this, then I am afraid that Michael will fall into a fallen angel. If the leader of the celestial world degenerates into a fallen angel, one can imagine what terrible things will happen. Chapter 124. Under the reminder of Gabriel and others, Michael finally reacted and quickly controlled his emotions. Fortunately, in time, otherwise it may really be out of control. What happened to Michael? Your emotions are so excited that you almost fell to the sky. Looking at Michael, who had calmed down, Raphael, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but ask. Since Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel were a little slower, they didn't see Suhai's back when he left. So I don't know that just a second ago, there was still a figure standing in front of the heaven system. It's my lord is back. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, and Michael said without hesitation, Michael, did you feel wrong? My lord has long been in the last war. After hearing the words my lord, whether it was Raphael, Uriel, or Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in the heavens, their expressions changed greatly, and they said subconsciously, obviously, the only person who can afford their master is the God of the Bible. But they are also very clear that in the war as early as 1,000 years ago, the God of the Bible has fallen because he first fought with Beastmaster 666 and then joined the battlefield. Although Gabriel and others do not want to admit it, this is an indisputable fact. You can't go wrong. 403, the heaven system was fully activated just now. Although the time is very short, this is something that only my Lord can do. That supreme aura can't be wrong. Only the Lord who created us can have such a person. Although it's only for a moment, I have seen the figure of my Lord just now, but my Lord seems to be avoiding us on purpose and doesn't want to meet us. Obviously, Based on the information fed back by the celestial realm system, as well as his own induction, Michael is very sure. The back that I saw just now must belong to the God of the Bible. Seeing that Michael was so sure of himself, Gabriel and the others were also very surprised, because they know that Michael may be wrong, but the heaven system will not feel wrong. Today, even the heaven system has given clear feedback, which proves that what Michael said is right, and that God in the Bible is not dead. For a time, the expressions of the three of them were very complicated, and it was impossible to describe them in words. However, it can be seen that their hearts are very excited. No, although, Adak, I don't know why my Lord doesn't want to see us. But I can't let my Lord go on like this anymore. Gabriel would trouble you to go down to the realm to find my Lord in person. At that moment just now, although I didn't see my Lord's current appearance clearly, I also saw the back. It was a mortal school uniform, so I speculate that my Lord should be disguised as a student now. God was originally capable of changing myriad forms, so Michael was not surprised or doubted at all that God in the Bible had a new form. Recalling the capricious character of the Bible God today, although Michael didn't want to go against the will of the Bible God, he couldn't let the Bible God be this wayward anymore. At least that's what Michael thought. It can be seen that, as the assistant of the God lowly in the Bible, Michael really worked very hard. After all, every God is willful. For such a mission, Gabriel naturally did not hesitate at all, and even felt very honored. He nodded quickly and agreed with Michael's decision. Originally, Raphael and Uriel, who were next to him, also wanted to go together. After all, getting back to the God of the Bible was the most important thing for the heavens. However, it was rejected by Michael in the end. First, because the world still needs someone to sit in. If the four blazing angels leave three at once, the heaven will inevitably be empty. The second is that the three blazing angels are dispatched together, which is too conspicuous, and will inevitably attract the attention of some interested people from other forces. After making the final decision, Gabriel also left the heaven through the portal and went to the human world. Darling, where have you been? Why did you come back now? It's time to eat. On the other side, in the hall of Su-Hai's house, as soon as Su-Hai, who was wearing a Leopard King student uniform, entered the hall, Rias stood up from the sofa and asked in confusion. In the previous half-day, Rias had apparently looked for Su-Hai, but couldn't find it, which is why she had this question. Go to heaven for a circle. Facing Rias' question and the doubtful eyes of the girls next to Himejima Akino, Su-Hai didn't hide the slightest bit, and said with a smile on his face. It seems that the heaven to him is just a place where he can enter and exit at any time. But unfortunately, Rias and other women didn't believe Su-Hai's words at all, and just gave Su-Hai an angry look. Su-Hai is extremely powerful now, Rias and others know it. But they don't know how strong it is, and they are only guessing. At most it can reach the level of the devil. But even a strong demon king cannot enter or leave the heaven at will. Therefore, they naturally did not believe Su-Hai's light words. Only Medusa, who was next to him, never spoke and never doubted the authenticity of Su-Hai's words. After all, for Su-Hai's real strength now, perhaps only she who is closely connected with Su-Hai can clearly sense it. In this regard, Su-Hai just smiled and did not explain too much. He went back to the sofa and sat down, and had a peaceful meal with Rias and the other girls. However, what Rias and Su-Hai and others don't know is that while they are eating. However, there are some interesting people who come to Dog King Town in various ways. If Su-Hai had seen these people with his own eyes, he would have found that among these people there were fallen angels, demons, and church believers. It can be said that people from the three major forces of the Bible system have gathered together. After eating, everyone went to rest one after another. However, after learning last night's lesson, Rias and Himejima Akino and other women made a pact. That is, each of them takes turns to have Su-Hai for one day. While Rias was the minister, Su-Hai's fiancée had 2 days alone. It should have been 3 days, but at a critical time, God Zugnivia also jumped out to occupy a place. Today's God Zugnivia can be said to have completely relied on Su-Hai and regarded Su-Hai as the existence of King Arthur. So there are exactly 6 people, a total of 7 days, 1 reincarnation a week. Chapter 125. Early the next morning, after everyone got up, they headed towards Kuwang Academy. After all, Sunday is over, and today is the day to start school. Kana. Along the way, the group chatted and laughed. It's just that when she came to the school gate, Rias looked at the person in front of her and called out in confusion. It turned out that at the school gate, there were already 2 girls in the uniform of the Leopard King Academy waiting. It was Shido Sona, the younger sister of the current Demon King Seraphil Leviathan, and her queen, Mora Chun-Yi. He is also the president and vice president of the student council. Looking at the expressions of the two, it was obvious that they were waiting for Su Hai and others to arrive. To be more precise, he should be waiting for Rias to arrive. 2 very interesting guests have come to see you and me. I think you need to meet. Let's talk as we walk. Shido Sona, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Rias coming and glanced at Su Hai, who was surrounded by all the girls, without a trace, and said bluntly. A glimmer of envy flashed in his eyes. This was not because Ji Kuokang was interested in Su Hai, nor was he jealous of Rias. It's just a simple feeling, and I wish Rias to get rid of the family marriage and find the person she likes. After all, this is something that almost no demon noble can escape. Even if she is the sister of the Demon King, she may accept the same fate as Rias in the future. I just don't know if Ji Kuang Na could meet someone like Su Hai at that time and help her out of this fate. However, although he felt emotion in his heart, Ji Kuokang Na did not show it after he finished speaking. Then he and Rias walked side by side toward the Mysticism Research Club. It can be seen that Rias and Shirtu Kana have a very good relationship. After all, the identity and family background are the same, and they have lived together in the same place for so long. Is that so? Looks like you've agreed. On the way, Rias also learned about the identities and purposes of the 2 visitors after Jido Kangwana's explanation. After frowning slightly, he asked back. After all, the identities of these 2 comers are a bit too special for demons. From the perspective of the ultimate goal, it is also very beneficial to us demons. So I didn't say no. Ji Kuokang Na didn't hide it in the slightest, and nodded directly and affirmed. In this way, in the process of talking, everyone quickly came to the old dormitory building of the Mysticism Research Association. At the door of the old dormitory building, 2 figures were standing. I saw these 2 people wrapping their entire bodies in a priest's uniform, and at first glance they were members of the church congregation. No wonder Rias frowned slightly after hearing the identities of these 2 people. After all, for the devil, the church congregation has always been a hostile existence. Okay, then I won't interfere with your choice. You can talk about it yourself. Seeing that the purpose of his introduction had been achieved, Ji Kuokang Na did not stay too much, and after saying a word, he left with Zhun Luo Chun-Ji. When he turned to leave, he glanced at Su Hai without a trace. I probably understand your purpose, but let's talk about the specific things slowly. Although the other party is a member of the church congregation, but now, after all, he is visiting as a guest. As a demon noble, Rias naturally would not forget the courtesy of hospitality, but she opened the door very decently and walked in with 2 people who could not tell whether it was a man or a woman. After entering the living room and sitting down, the 2 took off the hoods on their heads and put down the weapons in their hands wrapped in white cloth. Showing his appearance, he saw 2 beautiful girls in black tight-fitting combat uniforms under the white priest uniform. One has short blue hair, and the other has a pale yellow double ponytail. Needless to say, these 2 were Zenoia Corda and Wisteria Irina, who were the holy sword holders of the church congregation. The purpose of their visit this time is to destroy the holy sword that was stolen by the traitors and forged from the fragments of the sword of the king. What? Kurtball, that's a fallen angel cadre. Even if the 2 of you come to the church congregation, aren't you afraid that the 2 of you will die without a place to be buried? At the same time, another purpose is to eliminate the mastermind this time, the fallen angel officer Kurtball, who is a 10-winged fallen angel. 0, asked for flowers 0. After hearing the news, Rias was very surprised. Obviously, when we were on the road just now, due to time constraints, Ji Chutsang Na only gave a brief introduction and did not elaborate. Hearing this news now, Rias is naturally very surprised. Because in Rias's knowledge, a powerful enemy like Kurtball is simply not something that the new generation of demons who have not yet grown up can deal with. In the face of such a powerful enemy, the church congregation had only sent 2 holy sword suitors. It's no different from dying. This doesn't need your demons to care. we naturally have our own cards. 0. You demons just need to allow us to act in your territory and promise not to interfere in our battles. Although I'm not willing to compromise with the demons, to be honest, we don't have the energy to deal with new enemies now. And before we came, we had a mortal mentality. Even if we died, we must destroy the holy sword and never let it fall into the hands of evil people. Obviously, Wisteria Irina and Wisteria still have some awareness of Kirkball's power, but the degree of awareness is far from enough. Although he knew that he was not an opponent, he had the ridiculous idea that he could die together. But this is also normal. For a powerful enemy, without an accurate understanding, this kind of ridiculous self-righteousness often occurs. Seeing that the two were so stubborn, Rias took a look at Suhai, but she didn't refuse. It didn't affect her anyway, so she promised not to do sneak attacks from behind. Seeing this, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia also showed satisfied smiles, picked up the holy sword next to them again, and prepared to stand up and leave. You are the human fiancé of Rias Gemonri. As the holder of the Sword of Oath of Victory, the reincarnation of human heroes, who often join forces with demons, is simply a fallen human. However, the moment she stood up, Zenobia suddenly paused, looked aside with her own eyes. Suhai, who had been very leisurely from beginning to end, said bluntly. 2. Chapter 126. Facing Zenovia's words, whether it was Rias, Himejima Aquino, Tachin Kitten, or Asia, they all frowned slightly and looked at Zenobia a little unkindly. To a certain extent, Zenovia's words were very rude. There is no absolute good or absolute evil in this world. I have my own criteria for judging good and evil. For you today, demons may be evil beings, or they may be your enemies. But for me, they are all people I care about and need to protect. For the ignorant words of a pious girl, Suhai didn't care about her as much as she did, but spoke slowly. Not much explanation. There was no sign of anger. After all, the two only have different positions, and Zenobia is not the enemy of 420 Suhai. As long as it's not an enemy, Suhai is very patient. Faced with such an answer, Zenobia took a deep look at Suhai, bowed slightly, and left with Wisteria Irina apologetically. It wasn't that Zenovia's mind was changed by a simple sentence, but it was just out of politeness that she apologized for the a bit too much she said just now. Minister, is this really okay? Seeing the backs of the two girls leaving, Himejima Aquino came to Rias and asked slowly. I don't know if Himejima Aquino was referring to the matter of sitting on the sidelines, or the matter of promising Zenobia to move freely in this town. Or maybe both. Now is a tense time, and it is not appropriate to play against the Holy Church. And the Holy Sword is an extremely dangerous existence for us demons. If they can destroy it, it will be a very lucky thing. Facing Himejima Aquino's question, Rias spoke slowly. It's just that her expression was not as relaxed as she expressed in her words, and there was a trace of worry on her face. Apparently, Rias also held a bit of luck in her heart, feeling that Zenobia and the two might really be able to destroy the Holy Sword from the hands of Kirkball, the tin-winged fallen angel. I say you're taking Kirkball too simplistic, a little. Although Kirkball is nothing in front of a real powerhouse, he is at least a quasi-demon king-level fallen angel. You don't really think that two Holy Sword adapters can have any chance in Kirkball's hands with the Holy Sword? Although this sentence may be a bit cruel, it's a fact. It's rude to say that even if you still have Tsang Na, plus the two just now, there is no chance at all. The Demon King level powerhouse and the upper level are an insurmountable gap. Suhai next to him also heard a bit of luck in Rias' mouth and spoke slowly in order not to let Rias suffer in the future. And if I'm not wrong, that guy Kirkball's target should be Rias and Shurtu Sona, the two of you. After all, that guy has so many places to go, but he has to come to this town. Moreover, Kirkball is a well-known fighter among the fallen angels. If he kills the sisters of the two demon kings, it will definitely cause two conflicts. War of the forces of the other side. In order to prepare Rias mentally, Suhai continued to remind her. Suhai, who has read the original book, naturally knows the real purpose of this guy Kirkball. The reason why he stole the Holy Sword is to lead the angels to this town. Then kill Rias and Shurtu Sona, the sisters of the two demon kings, in order to trigger the battle between angels, demons, and fallen angels. Perhaps it was the discovery of Kirkball's conspiracy that Michael only sent 2 Holy Sword suitors, and no real powerhouses in the heavenly realm participated in the battle. At that time, even if something happens, the heavens will not be involved. After all, they are only 2 Holy Swords, and they are simply not strong enough to kill Rias and Shirtukana. It can be said that Wisteria, Irina, and Zenoa are just 2 poor children. Rias, I think it's better to inform the Demon King. Hearing Su-Hai's explanation, everyone present suddenly realized, and their expressions changed suddenly. Some worried about Ria's safety. Himejima Aquino hurriedly said 0. Now inform my brother, it may be too late. And, facing Himejima Aquino's words, Rias hesitated for a while. As someone who has always wanted to be independent, Rias does not like to rely on her brother, who is a demon king, and the power of her family. And time is also a problem. Don't worry, I just let you know the real situation, so I won't be too passive. You are all my people. With me, that guy in Kirkball can't hurt you. Just when Rias was a little hesitant, Su-Hai's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Until this moment, everyone remembered that there was an unfathomable Su-Hai. The so-called authorities are fans, and the bystanders are clear. At that moment just now, the group forgot about Su-Hai's existence. Now, after hearing Su-Hai's confident words, Rias and other women are instantly relieved. After all, Su-Hai has never let them down. Su-Hai-kun may protect me at that time, and everything is left to you. Perhaps it was the relationship that felt that the crisis was lifted, and Aquino Himejima returned to her usual state of being a little sick, and came to Su-Hai's side. In front of the women, he seemed very ambiguous. For a while, the girls also relaxed and returned to their normal 0.2 appearance. It can be seen that everyone present has a lot of trust in Su-Hai. 10 minutes later, the group left the Mysticism Research Association and walked towards the academy. Although there was a small situation, they still had to live a normal life. Oh, devout believer, wait a minute. As the sun went down, on the way home from school, Su-Hai led the girls to talk and laugh as they walked towards home. However, when they came to a pedestrian street, they heard 2 very familiar voices. Looking up, I saw Wisteria, Irina, and Zenovia, who had met in the morning, were begging for alms. As members of the church congregation, this kind of behavior is actually not outrageous. The most unacceptable thing for Su-Hai himself is that the 2 daughters of Zenovia are holding a golden bowl. Chapter 127. Are these 2 idiots? Looking at the behavior of these 2 people, even Tachin Kitten, who usually speaks little, couldn't help but complain. Not to mention Rias and the others, they all showed a trace of speechless expressions, looking at the 2 daughters of Wisteria Irina, who were unaware. Rias, you probably still have a lot of chess pieces, right? Su-Hai looked at the scene not far away with a smile, and suddenly asked Rias next to him. Faced with this sudden question, Rias was a little puzzled for a while. Why did Su-Hai suddenly ask such a question? But she nodded slightly. After all, Rias' family members are indeed much worse now. Darling, do you mean while nodding? Rias looked at Su-Hai's meaningful smile and at the 2 daughters of Wisteria Irina and Zenovia who were not far away, and a bold guess emerged in her heart. Surprised, he said subconsciously, don't you think the 2 of them are very suitable to be your knights? Seeing Rias, who was so surprised, Su-Hai reminded meaningfully. After saying this, Rias' eyes also flashed a different kind of light, and she felt more and more feasible. The gazes of Wisteria Irina and Zenovia in the distance also became subtle. In terms of talent, Wisteria Irina's 2 daughters are both Holy Swords applicators. Possessing the existence of Holy Swords, there is no doubt that they are enough to be Rias's family. And from the current situation, the 2 women have undoubtedly been abandoned by the 2 dispensable chess pieces on the single floor of the church congregation. As long as this crisis is over, the 2 will definitely understand all this. At that time, if Rias speaks again and accepts the 2 as dependents, there is a great possibility of success. Come on, go up and see. Seeing the subtle change in Rias's expression, Su-Hai also showed a smile, turned to look at the girls, and while speaking, took the lead towards the place where Wisteria Irina and the 2 were. Seeing this, Rias and Himejima Aquino and other women naturally followed. When he came to Wisteria Irina and the 2, Su-Hai took out a 500 yen bill and put it into the golden bowl. Faithful believers, The Lord will bless you." Looking at the banknotes in the bowl, the two daughters of Wisteria Irina, who had been bowing their heads, were instantly elated and seemed to give a very pious blessing. Almost burst into tears. Apparently, due to bowing his head, he did not see Su-Hai and others who gave the money. "It's you. Damn it. Heretics, are you here to see our jokes?" After the devout prayer, the two women raised their heads. Seeing Su-Hai, Rias, and the others standing in front of him, his face immediately turned ugly. He said with a humiliated look on his face. They wanted to return the money in the bowl to Su-Hai, but the hunger in their stomachs reminded them that they had not eaten for 3 days. For a while, faith and the instinct of physical hunger were fighting in their hearts, causing Wisteria Irina and Zenobia to look at the 500 yen in the bowl and look very tangled. It's like making a big decision. If you want a big meal, come with us. We're just going home for dinner, and don't mind 2 extra pairs of tableware. Su-Hai didn't care about the tangled expressions of the two, but spoke directly. After he finished speaking, he didn't stop too much, turned his head and glanced at the girls behind him, and then continued to walk forward. The steps are very leisurely. "Zenobia, are we really going?" Looking at Su-Hai and his party who left without looking back, with the word big meal echoing in their minds, Irina Wisteria subconsciously swallowed her saliva, looking a little guilty, and asked Zenobia, who was beside her. "This is also to defeat the enemy of our Lord, and the Lord will surely forgive us. Amen." Listening to Wisteria Irina's words, Zenobia instinctively wanted to refuse, but the churning sound from her stomach stimulated her nerves, and she was not allowed to do so. After praying once, the two walked up to them. It's just that his head droops slightly, obviously a little embarrassed. As a member of the Holy Church, they actually accepted the invitation from the devil and the alms from the devil, which was against their beliefs. Feeling the two following behind, whether it was Su-Hai, Himejima Aquino, or Rias, they all showed a confident smile. "It's so delicious, woo woo woo. Su-Hai-kun, you are such a good person. Although you are demons, the Lord will surely bless you." Half an hour later, at Su-Hai's home, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia were sitting at the dining table, eating all kinds of food on the dining table. While eating, he said vaguely, "I don't know if I'm crying or laughing. Anyway, I'm very excited to kill even, as if people in the famine years suddenly encountered a table of delicious food. With the strength of the two of them, it is really strange to be starving like this. If it is someone else, just grabbing some money from gangsters or bad profiteers is enough to have a full meal. Only these old-fashioned believers will not do this. It's no wonder that in the original book, the cute Aisha was dubbed the church trio by all the audience. Little master, have you already stretched your claws to the wandering girls at the Western Church Gala?" Medusa, who was sitting around the table, looked at Wisteria Irina's exaggerated behavior and asked Su-Hai next to her. Obviously, Medusa felt the identity of Wisteria and Irina. After all, the aura of faith and the way they dressed could not deceive anyone. "It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Let's eat first." Facing the confused Medusa, Su-Hai spoke slowly. "Although Medusa makes enough food, if you don't eat it again, maybe there really isn't any more. After all, there are 2 hungry girls who are devouring everything like crazy. Thank you for hospitality. Although you are demons, you are good people. After returning, we will certainly tell of your favor in the presence of the Lord." At the door of the villa, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia spoke with contentment and energy while holding their slightly raised abdomens. Obviously, the two of them are also pure existences, and a meal will change the view in their hearts. Apparently ready to leave. It's already dark, otherwise Irina and Zenobia will stay here with Darling. We have extra rooms. However, Rias, who intends to take the two as her family, how could she give up this opportunity for close contact? So I deliberately glanced at the darkened sky outside and issued an invitation. Chapter 128. Anyway, you don't have a place to live when you go out now, do you? The night wind in Wangjin is very cold. Facing Rias's invitation again, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia instinctively wanted to refuse. However, before the words could be said, Rias, who was shining with wisdom in her eyes, spoke again and choked the fate of the two of them. Excuse me. X2-inch facing Rias's eyes that seemed to read people's hearts. Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia were suddenly speechless, lowered their heads subconsciously, and responded a little dejectedly. Just like that, Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia stayed in the villa. During this process, Wisteria, Irina, and Irina always felt that they were living in a dream. As members of the church congregation, they never thought that they would live under the same roof as the devil. However, as they got along closely, the two also found that Rias and Himejima Aquino were not as evil as they had imagined, but were very understanding and easy to get along with. Just like two big sisters. For the two of them, living in this house, in addition to seeing or hearing things that are not suitable for children, it is undoubtedly much better to endure the wind and rain outside. In the next few days, the group of people in the villa all went out early and returned late. Suhai, Rias, and the others are naturally going to school, while Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia are naturally going to the town to find traces of Kirkball and the Holy Sword. Such a peaceful and fulfilling life. 5 days are fleeting at first sight. Looks like our guests have arrived. Are you going to stay at home, or come and see it with me? After returning home from school that day, sitting in the hall, the leisurely Suhai suddenly sensed an unusual energy and entered the town. It is worth mentioning that the breath of Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia is also around this energy. Obviously, the source of this energy is Kirkball, the cadre of the fallen angel. From the position of the two sides, they should have already fought. Listening to Suhai's words, Rias and others also understood that Kirkball appeared and nodded without hesitation, indicating that they would go together. Obviously, they believed from start to finish that Suhai could protect them. All right, since that's the case, let's go together and participate in some high-level battles, which will also be of great help to your improvement. With enough confidence to protect Rias and the others, Suhai naturally did not hesitate at all and directly led everyone in the direction of the energy. If he hesitated any longer, the two girls, Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia, might really be in danger. As they approached the battle site, Suhai and his party heard the roar of the battle. He also subconsciously accelerated his pace. After a while, they arrived at the place where the battle took place and saw that the area within 1 kilometer had been destroyed. The houses collapsed in disbelief, and there were many potholes on the ground. There was a middle-aged man floating in the sky, with 10 black wings like a crow behind him. There was a hint of madness on his face. Obviously, this is the fallen angel cadre Kirkball, who has deliberately planned to make the angels, fallen angels, and demons fight. On the ground, Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia were fighting a perverted priest who also held a holy sword and had a distorted face. Not far away, there was an old man dressed in a church party dress. Although he had a kind smile on his face, there was a hint of disgusting feeling in his smile. It seems very fake. Needless to say, this guy was an outlier priest who was expelled by the church congregation and experimented with the use of artificial holy swords. He is also the creator of Yudo Kiba's Source of Pain. Fortunately, the market estimates are not present now. Otherwise, they will definitely rush up and cut this guy into 8 pieces. With this familiar hair color, it seems that you are Sazex's sister. It's worth waiting for so long. And finally, an interesting guy came. Although that guy Michael didn't know what to do, he only sent 2 holy sword users. But as long as he kills you, the Demon King's sister, here, he can provoke a new war. Kirkball, who stayed in the sky, looked at Suhai's group who had just arrived, and instantly recognized Rias' identity from Rias's unique hair color. There was a look of interest on his face. After all, this guy's targets were Rias and Shido Kana from the beginning. While Kirkball speaks, the battle between Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia is drawing to a close. Although both of them have a holy sword in their hands, it is a pity that their opponents are holding a brand new holy sword that is a fusion of 4 holy swords. In terms of ability and strength, they must far surpass the holy swords in their hands. So it has been suppressed for a while. If it continues like this, I am afraid that the boss of Kirkball will have been defeated without contact. At this time, Zenovia's face was also very tangled. Although she still had a trump card, that is, Durando, the king of the holy sword at the top of the holy sword. But this holy sword, today's Zenobia, is not very good. Good handling. If you use it against the enemy in front of you, you won't have the chance to use it when facing Kirkball. Fortunately, at this time, Rias gave a wink to Himejima Aquino, who was next to him, and Himejima Aquino understood and brought the Tachin kitten, okay, to join the battle to help Wisteria Irina and Gia Novia. With the addition of the high-level demon Himejima Aquino, the scene was instantly reversed. The perverted priest finally died under the yellow thunder of Himejima Aquino and was broken down into debris by the powerful electric current. As for the holy sword in his hand, it was naturally recovered by Wisteria Irina and Zenobia. During this process, the perverted priest also asked for help from Curtball in the sky, but unfortunately Curtball ignored it at all, looking at all the boats with a smile on his face. Obviously, this perverted priest is just a dispensable pawn in his eyes, and he doesn't care about the holy sword and holy sword at all. His purpose from beginning to end is to draw out the important members of the angels and the demons, and then kill them as the fuse for the war. Chapter 129. Curtball Save Me. As for the culprit of the holy sword user plan of the outlier priest of the Holy Church, he was also cut into two pieces by the holy sword in the hands of Wisteria Irina in the cries of fear. It was not until the moment of his death that the outlier priest understood that in the eyes of people like Curtball, he was just a pawn that would be discarded everywhere when he was used up. It's your turn next, Curtball. You've fallen, traitor to our Lord. After dealing with the two priests, Zenobia also took out the holy sword Durando that had been hidden for a long time, pointed it at Curtball in the sky, and said with a very solemn expression. Obviously, Zenobia fully understands that this guy is a powerful enemy she has never met before. I really don't know what Michael was thinking, but he only sent you two mother-in-laws here. Are you underestimating me? Come on together. In this case, I should be able to warm up and prepare for the upcoming war. However, it was clear that Curtball did not put the holy sword Duran in his eyes, or rather did not put Zenobia in his eyes. If it is an enemy of the same realm, holding the holy sword Duran, Curtball will naturally be very careful. After all, the holy sword is the nemesis of fallen angels and demons. In the face of such an arrogant Curtball, Zenobia did not hesitate at all, holding the holy sword Duran and Wisteria Irina in her hands. They soared into the air from left to right, towards Curtball in midair. Air launched an attack. It's just that Duran and the king's sword, which were supposed to be invincible, were easily picked up by Curtball with 2 fingers and directly sent Wisteria Irina and Zenoa out of the sky. The bodies of the two broke through the obstacles of the air again and again in the process of flying upside down. If they hit the ground, they might be seriously injured. It is enough to see the strength of Curtball. In the face of such a situation, Rias also launched an attack with her family members. Tachin Kitten and Rias quickly caught Wisteria Irina and Zenobia in midair, preventing them from being heavy. Fell to the ground. Asia quickly treated Wisteria Irina and Zenobia with the smile of the Virgin. And Himejima Aquino just spread the wings of the demon, and the fallen angel flew into the air and attacked Curtball with thunder and lightning. In an instant, a huge yellow magic circle appeared in front of Himejima Aquino, and a large number of yellow thunders spewed out of it, slashing towards Curtball in the distance. It's a pity that facing this powerful thunder that can break mountains and rivers, Curtball just interfered with the wings behind him, and he easily blocked all the thunder with his wings. Not the slightest dodging and not taking the slightest damage. Obviously, for an enemy of this level, if the attack does not reach a certain level, it cannot cause damage at all. At this time, all the injuries of Wisteria Irina and Zenobia were recovered due to the divine weapon of the Virgin's smile. For a while, everyone except Suhai and Medusa next to him joined the battle to siege Curtball. Suhai intentionally wanted Rias and others to experience the battle, so he didn't take action and stopped Medusa from taking action. Only those who have experienced constant battles can grow rapidly. If she and Medusa shot, Rias and other women would have no chance to intervene. So Suhai was just watching from the sidelines. Under the mutual cooperation of the tacit understanding, the women can be considered to have exerted their due strength as a team, making the burst of attack power far beyond the level of one person. Unfortunately, that's all. Adak, Curtball in midair never moved his position from beginning to end, and he didn't even counterattack too much. Obviously, Curtball did not feel threatened by the attack of the girls, and always had a playful mentality. Faced with such a situation, Suhai secretly decided that after this time, it was time to train the girls. After all, there are times when he is not there, and if Rias and the others encounter an enemy at that time, they will have to deal with it on their own. So a strong power is necessary. Okay, enough to play. You will be wiped out in this blow. It is the honor of your life to be the beginning of the Holy War. After bouncing off everyone's attacks again, Kurtball finally decided to make a real move, looking at Rias and the others below. Kurtball said directly and loudly. At the same time, a huge light gun with a length of more than 10 meters was condensed in his hand, and he threw it towards Rias and others on the ground without hesitation. Faced with such an attack, Rias and Himajima Aquino immediately summoned a defensive magic circle in the air, but unfortunately more than a dozen defensive magic circles were penetrated by this light gun in an instant. Facing such a situation, Wisteria Irina and Zenoa looked a little desperate. They can clearly feel that this light gun contains great power. If it erupted, the entire Kuwang town would be destroyed in an instant. And they, who were at the center of the explosion, were naturally no exception, and they would instantly vanish in the endless brilliance. But just as they were about to close their eyes and wait for death to come, the huge light gun was about to hit them. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them, stretched out an index finger, and touched the front end of the light gun, blocking the forward force of the light gun very easily. The slender index finger and the huge light gun formed a sharp contrast. Facing this sudden scene, Wisteria Irina and Zenovia both looked very shocked. They never imagined that Suhai's strength would be so terrifying, with just one finger being able to take on an attack that would destroy them in an instant. There was only Rias and other women who had trusted Suhai from beginning to end, and there was no big surprise. With a smile on her face, she showed very admiring eyes, looking at Suhai's stalwart figure in the air. The cooperation is not bad, but unfortunately the strength is still a little weak after all. But it doesn't matter. After today, I will give you special training, which should be able to make an earth-shaking change in your strength. Suhai, who was in the air, first casually deflected the huge light gun, then turned to face Rias and other girls on the ground, and said with a smile, "Duh." Chapter 130. Are you the rumored human son-in-law of the Gremory family, the user of the Sword of Victory of the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation? Being able to take this blow from me is a bit of a skill. I just don't know if I can get interested. Apparently Kurtball also knows Suhai's identity. After all, a few months ago, the news of Suhai being the current Red Dragon Emperor and the reincarnation of King Arthur spread all over the major forces. I'm sorry, just because you are not worthy of being my opponent. Then, have someone else play with you. Ryder, I'll leave this guy to you. Suhai is really not very interested in the current Kurtball. After all, an enemy of this level, Suhai could solve in an instant. Is the little master still the same as calling people? But there's no way anyone can make you my master? I haven't touched it for a long time. Facing Suhai's words, Medusa was very happy. After all, Medusa hasn't fought an enemy for a long time. Now that there is a fairly good opponent, Medusa naturally wants to move her muscles and bones. I saw Medusa untied her blindfold before speaking, revealing a pair of purple and enchanting eyes. There was also his own noble phantasm in his hand, which looked like an iron chain with 2 7 heads attached, which was actually the reins of the cavalry used to summon the phantom beasts. After everything was done, Medusa's feet moved slightly, and the extreme speed instantly exceeded the maximum speed that everyone's eyes could capture. Aside from Suhai, even Kurtball in the sky didn't catch Medusa at all. Among all attributes, Medusa's speed is undoubtedly the best. Almost in the blink of an eye, Medusa with 2 daggers appeared behind Kurtball in the sky. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Kurtballer's back without hesitation. As an assassin, he appeared behind the enemy unknowingly and gave a fatal blow. Naturally, Medusa was best at it. Feeling the movement behind him, Kurtball turned around in surprise, and the huge wings wrapped around his body for protection. It's a pity that this time, his proud wings did not bounce off the attack like the previous few times. Instead, there was a burst of severe pain, and I saw that the dagger in Medusa's hand pierced the black wings without any surprise. Immediately afterwards, Medusa kicked Kurtball with both feet, causing Kurtball to fall directly from the air and fall heavily to the ground. For a moment, the dust flew, and a not too small pit appeared on the ground, and Kurtball was just lying in the pit, with blood still flowing from his wings. Although such an injury can only be regarded as a skin injury to Kurtball, it looks very embarrassed, which undoubtedly angered Kurtball. Which, you angered me. During the battle, Kurtball also discovered the identity of the witch Medusa, which is normal. Medusa is neither an angel, nor a fallen angel, nor a demon. Identity is self-evident. In a moment of anger, the scars on Kurtball's wings had recovered, and the wings that flapped once again rose into the air. The counterattack launched towards Medusa. For a while, the two turned into a black aurora and a purple aurora, colliding nonstop in the air. Although there is not much to be a little better in terms of speed, Kurtball can become the cadre of the fallen angels, and his strength should not be underestimated. For a while, the two were also fighting back and forth. Death to me. After colliding with them again and retreating, Kurtball condensed two sharp light guns in both hands, and without hesitation, threw them towards Medusa not far in front of him. The light gun condensed to the extreme quickly cut through the space and flew towards Medusa, and the speed was even higher than that of the giant light gun that Kurtball sent out at the beginning. Petrochemical Magic Eye. Faced with such an attack, even Rias and Akino Himejima, who were watching the battle on the ground, could not help but feel nervous for Medusa. Almost in the blink of an eye, these two light guns arrived in front of Medusa, and it was obviously too late to avoid them now. But just when Kurtball thought his attack was about to succeed, Medusa's purple pupils condensed slightly, and a strange force radiated from it. Zero. Asked for flowers 0 the next moment. Everyone was surprised to find that the light gun with full attack power was stopped in midair in front of Medusa. And starting from the gunlight, it quickly lost its luster and turned gray, like a stone carving. Almost in one breath, the two sharp light guns were all petrified, fell from the air, and fell to the ground into rubble. Petrified Demon Eye? Facing this sudden change, Kurtball's face suddenly became solemn, and he said subconsciously, "In this world, the Magic Eye is a very rare ability, and the Petrified Magic Eye is also the most superior existence among all the Magic Eyes." It's normal for Kurtball to be surprised. Zero, in fact, the most surprised are the girls like Rias. They never thought that they would get along with them day and night, chatting and laughing, and Medusa, who usually does not show off the mountains and waters, would be such a powerful existence. After resolving Kurtball's attack, Medusa once again locked Kurtball with her Petrified Magic Eye. Under the action of the top-level Petrified Magic Eye, Kurtball's wings were gradually covered with a layer of gray horny, and it quickly spread toward the whole body. Feeling the change in the wings, Kurtball was terrified, but also quickly burst out a huge magic power, resisting the spread of petrification. Under the huge magic power, the degree of petrification is gradually decreasing, and it will not be long before Kurtball can completely get rid of petrification. Bellerophon. But for such a situation, Medusa has long expected. From beginning to end, Medusa never thought that the Petrified Magic Eye could solve Kurtball. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Medusa decisively liberated her noble phantasm, and a Pegasus with white wings was instantly summoned by Medusa. The moment she got on the Pegasus, Medusa immediately controlled Pegasus, carrying an unparalleled impact, and flew towards Kurtball. Almost instantly, it attacked Kurtball. Pegasus' head hit Kurtball's abdomen, and after flying for a distance in the air, it slammed into the ground. 2. Chapter 131. Today's Medusa has already reached the level of the devil with the improvement of Su High strength, and now has the blessing of Tianma. It can be said that the strength far exceeds that of Kurtball. Under the liberation of the noble phantasm, Kurtball was directly shot into the depths of more than 100 meters, and then flew out of the ground, broke out of the ground, and flew high into the sky. After flying to a height of several hundred meters, Kurtball has now been greatly injured, and now he can't make any response at all, and can only let gravity fall vertically from the air. Feeling the pain from all over the body, Kurtball looked down in despair. Although Kurtball likes war and thinks that war can bring him fun, it does not mean that he is not afraid of death. On the contrary, this guy is a 930 existence who is extremely afraid of death. In the three-way battle between angels, demons, and fallen angels, he escaped because of fear. The reason why he likes war is just to enjoy the pleasure of slaughtering the weak and controlling the lives of the weak. Now, he has become a weak person, a piece of fish on the chopping block. In the face of death, the fear has already spread all over Kirkball's body. However, Medusa on the ground did not care about this and was ready to attack Kirkball in midair. In the next instant, it turned into a ray of light dragging a long tail post and drew a graceful arc in the air, heading towards Kirkball. If nothing else, Kirkball would never be able to withstand this blow again. But just as Medusa's attack was about to hit Kirkball, a mechanical voice came from the air. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid creature wearing white armor with a beam of light behind it instantly knocked over the barrier created by Tsang Na and the others. Not only did he help Kirkball dodge the attack at the last minute, but he also reduced Medusa's power with a mysterious force. Makes Medusa's attack this time to reduce exponentially. Faced with such a situation, Medusa frowned slightly, but instead of attacking again, she rode her Pegasus back to Suhai's side. Not much clearly felt that there was a mysterious force acting on him just now, reducing the power of his attack quickly. The white guy, it's you. Needless to say, this new guy is naturally the White Dragon Emperor Valley Lucifer of this generation, and is also a member of the Troubled Group. Facing the arrival of his opponent, Suhai's hand also appeared on the hand of Kiryuti, and Draig's voice sounded in the gauntlet. Red guy, did you really wake up too? I heard that you have found a good host this time. It just so happens that Wally is also the strongest host in my history. This time, the victory between us definitely belongs to me. The blood of the Demon King was flowing in Wally's body. Originally, demons couldn't use the God Killer, but Wally had half human blood. Due to such a special reason, Wally successfully obtained the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, one of the gods, and became the White Dragon Emperor of this generation. The blood of the Demon King itself can bring extremely strong power to the Force, and with the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon Emperor Albi Nguebo. This guy said that Wally is the strongest existence in the White Dragon Emperor in all dynasties. No problem at all. The white guy is it. It just so happens that I also have absolute confidence in my partner. My partner is definitely the strongest existence among the Qilong emperors of all dynasties, and there is no controversy. Thanks to him, I have seen a lot of situations that you can never see. You and I are just frogs in the bottom of a well, and we will never know how big this bright world is. And my partner can definitely lead me to become the strongest and invincible. After following Suhai to appreciate the scenery of different worlds, Draig's vision has long been incomparably broad. Now, when I meet my former opponent, I feel a sense of superiority in my heart. Couldn't resist some of Tsundere's show-off. Obviously, the two guys, the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, actually had a good relationship. That is, no one obeys anyone, and always wants to defeat the other party. This is also a way to have fun in endless life and kill time. Facing Draig's proud words, the White Dragon Emperor Albi Weber fell silent for a while. Having been an opponent for so long, the White Dragon Emperor Albi Weber naturally knew Draig very well. Draig would be so proud. Of course it wasn't because he lost it for no reason. There must be something he didn't know that made Draig so proud. Are you the Qilong Emperor of this generation? I've heard of your existence, and I heard that you still have the Sword of Oath of Victory in your hand. Originally, I had two companions who also wanted to meet you, but now it's a little troublesome to meet. Although I really want to fight with you now, it's a pity that a satchel gave me the task to bring him back. As for the battle between us, let's save it for the next time. When the White Dragon Emperor Albi Weber was silent, he held Kirkball's Wally in one hand, looked at Suhai below in midair, and said slowly, obviously, Wally is not a peaceful existence. According to his own wishes, he would prefer to fight Suhai now. However, he had to do the things that Azazel had arranged, so naturally he couldn't do both. The moment he finished speaking, without waiting for Suhai's response, he took the Kirkball in his hand and turned into a streamer, rising into the sky, ready to go out through the barrier gap created when he entered. Facing Wally and Kirkball who wanted to leave, Wisteria Irina, Rias, and other women were ready to take action and leave them behind. After all, if Kirkball escapes, there may be some unnecessary troubles. However, Suhai was obviously faster than them, just when Wally exited the barrier and was about to go out in the next instant. A smiling figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a not too big hand covered his face. Before Wally could react, he felt a sharp pain on his face. A huge force acted on him, and instantly flew down toward the ground at a faster speed. Chapter 132. In the process, he lost the power of Wally and control of his body, and naturally, he also lost the curveball in his hand. But this is also normal. You must know that Wally is now in a forbidden state, wearing the White Dragon Emperor's armor, dividing scale mail. His own strength has been greatly increased, but even so, he has not reacted at all. And under the impact of this force, the armor on Wally's face was shattered, turning into countless tiny pieces and falling to the ground. Having devied. Fortunately, Wally in midair quickly activated the effect of having the power of the White Dragon Emperor's light wings while flying backwards, quickly reducing this terrifying power, and then blessed himself with the power. Only then did he avoid hitting the ground, and he controlled his body shape at low altitude. Come when you want, and leave when you want. It's too casual. You can go, but this guy Curveball has to stay. 03 in the sky. Looking at Wally with a half-faced and dignified expression, Suhai smiled and said very relaxedly. At this time, Wally's heart can be said to be very shocked. I was in a state of ban, but I couldn't catch Suhai's attack in normal state. In the cognition of this world, the power of human beings is limited. If human beings want to obtain extraordinary power, they must use external forces, such as artifacts, such as god-killing tools, or reincarnation into other races. However, judging from the situation just now, Suhai did not use the power of the Qilong Emperor's cage, but had such terrifying strength, which was obviously an incredible thing in Wally's eyes. Wally, be careful. Just like the red guy said, this guy is not easy. Albi Nguebo, who was lodging in the White Dragon Emperor's wings of light, also reminded at the right time, because at that moment, even he didn't catch how Suhai appeared. Without knowing the strength of his opponent, Wally also became vigilant for a while, and after recovering the incomplete armor on his face, he stared vigilantly at Suhai in the sky. However, this did not prevent Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia from imposing sanctions on Curveball. My lord's traitor, you've fallen from heaven. Go and repent to my lord. Holding up the holy sword in their hands, Duran and the king's sword, Wisteria, Irina, and Zenoa did not hesitate to head towards Curveball, who fell heavily on the ground. After all, the order they received was to get rid of Curveball, retrieve the lost king's sword, and even destroy the king's sword when necessary. God, ridiculous. It seems that the two of you don't know yet, but this is normal. After all, that guy Michael kept it a secret. The dead camel was bigger than a horse. Although Curveball was seriously injured and could not even fly, it was still not something that Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia could kill. Curveball just moved his hands and easily talked about the attack of the two. At the same time, he was very puzzled about the existence of God, as if he knew some big secret. What do you mean? Facing Curveball, whose expression was so strange and his words were firm, a bad premonition emerged in Zenovia's heart, and she asked subconsciously, Bible God, your Lord has died. In the last battle between angels, fallen angels, and demons, I perished with the former demon king. Facing the questioning of Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia, Curveball's face showed a perverted smile, and he raised his hands to the sky and said loudly, as if the death of the biblical God was something to be praised for. Impossible. You heretic, how dare you disrespect my Lord? I even prayed today and got my Lord's response. Curveball's words were undoubtedly a blockbuster, knocking into everyone's hearts. In addition to Suhai, Wally, Drake, and the White Dragon Emperor Albion Weber, who already knew the truth, Rias and others all showed their shocked expressions. The God of the Bible is the creator of the Bible power in this world. In a sense, whether it is a fallen angel, an angel, or a demon, they are all created by the God of the Bible. Therefore, for all the three parties, the God of the Bible is the most noble and special existence. Although fallen angels and demons no longer believe in the God of the Bible, this does not prevent them from respecting the power and status of the God of the Bible in their hearts. It's so naive. You got the memories you got, but it was Michael who gave the response instead of God. However, Michael's strength is far less than that of the God of the Bible, and it cannot cover all people at all. This is why only people with strong enough beliefs will receive a response. And the smile of the Holy Mother in the hand of the Holy Maiden is the best proof that it can heal the wounds of demons and even fallen angels. This is the result of the disorder of the rules after the death of the God of the Bible. I think that guy Michael 153 excommunicated this saint out of fear of being discovered. Perhaps he was enjoying the stunned, shocked, and angry expressions of the people around him. Kurt Ball seemed a little crazy and showy, and told everything he knew. At the end, he even pointed to Aisha, who had the smile of the Sacred Virgin. In fact, Kurt Ball is a fact. The smile of the Virgin is just a divine tool, and it does not reach the level of the God-destroying tool. When the God lowly in the Bible existed, demons were not even qualified to use artifacts, let alone receive treatment from artifacts. It is precisely because of the fall of the gods that there is no restriction of the rules. Only the smile of the Virgin of the divine artifact can exert the terrifying effect of treating all the injuries of fallen angels and even demons. Facing the words like a thunderbolt, Wisteria Irina, Zenobia, and Aisha fell to the ground as if the sky had collapsed. The holy sword also fell from his hand. Facing this cruel reality, the three felt their beliefs collapsed, as if the world had been destroyed. There is no doubt that the three of them are believers in the gods of the Bible, and they have all reached the level of fanatics. It is an iron fact that Aisha today, even if she turns into a demon, can still pray. Chapter 133. The eyes of the three of them dimmed. Kurt Ball was naturally even more complacent when he saw the reactions of Wisteria Irina and the three of them. Really? Are you that sure that I'm dead? But at this moment, Suhai's familiar voice came from the sky. Looking at Aisha, who was about to collapse on the ground, and the three daughters of Wisteria Irina, a hint of helplessness flashed in Suhai's eyes. If this continues, these three little girls will inevitably collapse. This is not a good thing, so Suhai said decisively. Facing Suhai's words, except for the collapsed Wisteria Irina and the three daughters, everyone subconsciously looked at the sky, where Suhai was. I saw Suhai stepping on the void and walking slowly step by step. While walking, a path paved by holy light appeared at Suhai's feet. Suhai's body also burst into an extremely pure light, illuminating the entire space. For demons, the purer the light, the more poisonous it is. However, Rias and the others felt warmth in this extremely pure light, and felt that their body and mind were warmed up. As if this light can contain everything, even the darkness is no exception. As Suhai stepped out step by step, Suhai's image gradually changed. The robe, the Bible, and the holy crown gradually appeared on Suhai's body. This breath. You are not dead? Impossible. You cannot be. Obviously it has fallen, what I saw with my own eyes. Facing Suhai, who was walking slowly, Kurt Ball's face was full of wonder, and his eyes were full of shock. His reason told him that the biblical God had fallen and could not reappear. But this supreme, all-encompassing light in front of her was incomparably, but truly telling her that the person in front of her, who was slowly walking towards her, was the supreme, divine mansion. Feeling this familiar and warm light, the eyes of Wisteria Irina, Aisha, and Zenobia gradually reappeared. Following his instinct, he folded his hands and looked towards Suhai in the sky. At this moment, Suhai has become a belief in their hearts. Darling, Senior, to say who is in the most complicated mood right now, perhaps it is none other than Rias. There is nothing in this world that makes a female demon even more shocked when she suddenly finds out that her lover is actually a god. Therefore, whether it was Rias, Aquino Himejima, or Kitten Touching, they all looked at Suhai in midair with a kind smile on his face. This feeling, this guy Albion isn't really a biblical god, is he? Although he already had a hunch in his heart, Wally couldn't believe it after all. So I questioned Albion, who is the White Dragon Emperor. After all, the White Dragon Emperor once saw the existence of the God of the Bible with his own eyes. Although the appearance is different, but this kind of breath can't be wrong. Even if this guy is not a biblical god, he has the personality of a biblical god. Faced with Wally's question, Albion answered without hesitation. There was a bit of gnashing of teeth in the words. After all, it was the Bible God who killed him and made it into a God-killing tool. Red guy, is this what you mean by a different situation? You really found an incredible guy this time. While speaking, Albion also thought secretly in his heart. I haven't forgotten what Drake said at the beginning. Don't kill me in my life. I can still be your warrior. Although Suhai seems to be walking slowly, he is actually very fast. In just a few steps, Suhai came to Kurtball on the ground. Looking at the sea so close at hand, Kurtball was full of fear. Even the warmth brought by the holy light could not give him the slightest sense of security. Thinking back on the unrivaled strength of the Bible God, Kurtbo Benner was filled with fear and begged for mercy. God, he can include all things, and he can also give up all things. For me, you are not worthy of being my warrior or even my servant. So please leave it to ashes. Seeing Kurtball showing his true colors out of fear, Suhai did not show the slightest pity, but said with a smile. It's just that the gentle smile combined with such words has become the cruelest fact. Under Kurtball's desperate eyes, Suhai raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger. With a slight tap on Kurtball's head, along with a golden ripple, Kurtball's body turned into a light spot from top to bottom and dissipated with the wind. In the moment just now, Suhai transformed Kurtball's body into light. That is, light dissipated. What about you, friend? Do you want to stay with him, or just leave? After dismissing Kurtball, the fallen angel's cadre lightly, Suhai turned his head to look at Wally in midair and asked very plainly. This is actually Suhai's last choice for Wally. Suhai is not a person who kills indiscriminately, but if he is an enemy, he will never be soft-hearted. Wally's answer determines Suhai's attitude towards him. If Wally continues to stay and wants to attack, then he is the enemy. Don't worry, I have self-knowledge. Although it's not good to go back like this, there is no way out. After all, I'm not your opponent yet. But I won't admit defeat. One day I will challenge you again. Wally is not an idiot. On the contrary, he can become the leader of one of the two major forces of the troubled group. Wally is very smart, knowing that he is not an opponent. Wally is naturally impossible to court death. Speaking directly, Wally flapped his wings and rushed out of the barrier again, leaving. This breath, it's my lord. Michael is right. My lord did not fall. My lord, wait for me. Your most loyal servant. I will find you soon. When Wally was leaving, in a forest in another country, an angel with a ring of light on his head and 10 pairs of pure white wings behind him, with a peerless beauty, suddenly raised his head to look in the direction of Wang Jun, Chuang. He looked very excited. While speaking, he quickly flapped his wings and flew in the direction he sensed. Obviously, this person is Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in the heaven who came down from the heaven. Chapter 134. As one of the strongest angels in the world today, Gabriel acutely felt Suhai's unique aura at that moment. Do gods like to tease people so much? On the other hand, after Wally left, things came to an end. Kurtball's execution was a perfect ending, but at this time, Rias and other women could not relax. You guys, don't think too much. I'm not the biblical lowly god I used to be, although I do have her person now. It can be regarded as replacing her existence in this world, but that's all. I am definitely not. Looking at Rias and the others with helpless faces, Suhai naturally knew very well what they were thinking. So he opened his mouth to explain. As Suhai said, because of God's personality, Suhai can indeed take over the celestial system of the biblical gods and support the operation of the entire celestial world. But Suhai is not the biblical god he once was. But obviously, Rias, Tachin Kitten, and other women couldn't understand it, and they looked helpless and rolled their eyes. I think what Suhai said is nonsense. There is no difference at all between the two. But fortunately, their ability to accept is very strong. At the beginning, when Suhai suddenly added the identity of the Red Dragon Emperor and the reincarnation of King Arthur, although they were surprised, they quickly accepted these two identities. Now suddenly there is a god identity, although it feels very absurd and incredible. But they can also accept it. After all, in their hearts, Suhai is Suhai, someone who is extremely important to them, and it has nothing to do with Suhai's identity. Aisha, Sauce, and the two of you, how long are you going to occupy, darling? It's just that on the way back, Rias seemed a little helpless and couldn't help but grit her teeth. I saw Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia all hanging on Suhai's body. A look like receiving a bath of holy light, very pious and enjoyment. Apparently, the three girls really regarded Suhai as the lord of their beliefs. It seems that as long as you get close to Suhai, you are equivalent to getting close to the God of the Bible. It is their dream scene to be in such close contact with the existence of their belief, Adad, and they will naturally not miss such an opportunity now. So that's what happened on the way back. Minister, the Lord belongs to everyone. You can't own it alone. But obviously, Rias' words didn't have the slightest deterrent effect. Even Aisha, who was usually very obedient, held Suhai's right hand tightly and retorted. As for Wisteria Irina and Zenobia, they nodded in agreement. And while nodding, he couldn't help rubbing against Suhai's body. Faced with such a situation, Rias also felt regretful and joined the team competing for Suhai directly. Faced with such a situation, Suhai was surrounded by girls for a while, because following Rias was Himejima Aquino and Tachin Kitten. For a while, the road was full of laughter, and Suhai and his party headed towards home amid such playfulness. It seems that the girls have gradually forgotten Suhai's new identity and returned to the original state of life. In this way, the time soon came to the next day. Darling, is this the training camp you said? In a golden space, Suhai stood at the forefront, while Rias, Himejima Aquino, Tachin Kitten, Wisteria Irina, and other women stood in a row quietly in front of Suhai. Last night, maybe I knew that I was abandoned by the church congregation, or maybe I wanted to stay by the side of Suhai, the god of faith. Wisteria Irina and Zenobia became Rias' servants without any surprise. Zenobia naturally became Rias' knight, just like in the original book. Wisteria Irina became Rias' soldier, and after spending 5 soldier pieces, Rias successfully reincarnated Wisteria Irina into her own family. Looking at the surrounding golden space, Rias and the other women were still a little curious about the unknown. After all, they were still in the living room of the villa a second ago. Suhai just snapped his fingers lightly, and the group came to this special space without warning. This kind of teleportation method is not like teleportation magic at all. Rias and other women are naturally more curious about such a magical technique. That's it. You can train here in the daytime in the future. I will tailor the training method according to your own situation, which should be able to quickly improve your strength and bring out your potential. After all, the strength of the girls was still a little low. Suhai wanted to improve the strength of Rias and others, and naturally he would not delay. So after a night's rest, he told everyone the plan and brought them into the room. Into this space. Rias, the power of destruction inherited from your family itself is a very powerful force. But unfortunately, you can't control and use it well, so what you need to do next is to constantly cultivate the power of destruction, improve control and power. For this reason, I have chosen an opponent for you. As long as you can use the power of destruction to destroy it, then you will be considered a teacher. Suhai took the lead to look at Rias, who was in the lead, and said slowly. At the same time, in a roar, an ape mythical beast with a height of more than 10 meters was summoned. Obviously, this ape mythical beast is Rias' next opponent, or Sandbag. As the divine beast of the ape god, it has some characteristics that King Kong is not bad. On this ape divine beast, Rias can use the power of destruction to the fullest. As long as Rias can control the power of destruction and destroy the ape mythical beast, then the strength will definitely rise to a considerable height. Looking at the body standing quietly in the distance, the huge ape mythical beast, Rias frowned slightly, and Rias could clearly feel the terrifying strength of this ape mythical beast. Judging from the sense of momentum, it was even higher than yesterday's curveball. As for Junai, after arranging for Rias, Suhai turned his gaze to Himejima Aquino next to him, said slowly. In this way, under the explanation, all the girls started their own training tour. In this space is very huge. It can be said that it is almost boundless. Although the movements produced by each of them during training are very large, they will not affect the other party. Chapter 135. Seeing the girls fighting against wolves, apes, and locusts, Suhai, who was floating in the sky, nodded in relief. In this way, The time soon came a month later. How do you feel? In the golden space, Suhai came to Himejima Akino on the edge of the Sea of Thunder and asked with a smile. It's not bad. It's a pity that it never reaches this level of thunder. If my thunder had such power. Looking at Suhai coming to him, Himejima Akino stopped the movements in his hands, and while speaking, he created a magic circle and released a yellow thunder that hit the ground in front of him. It can be seen that compared with a month ago, the thunder released by Himejima Akino has more than doubled. It's a pity that this yellow thunder can't be compared with the blue thunder that is ubiquitous in the thunder sea in front of her. It can be seen from the dent on the ground that the blow just now was obviously a thunder and lightning of the same size. However, the power of a small thunder in the Sea of Thunder was far greater than the lightning magic that Himejima Juanai cast. This is actually a matter of course. This lay high in the space is a bit more general, but it is actually a part of Suhai's omnipotence in the sky. Although it is far less powerful than Suhai's full power, the level of power is naturally not to be underestimated. After showing his progress, Akino Himejima looked at the thunder in the Sea of Thunder in front of him with a little yearning, thanks to the thunder in the Sea of Thunder. Only through this month's feelings and visualizations, Himejima Akino was able to raise the thunder that he displayed to such a level. Unfortunately, no matter how imitated it is still far behind. Himejima Akino could feel that there is a unique power in these thunders, which cannot be imitated by others. This is also the place where Akino Himejima feels regretful. If you can take care of the thunder power thoroughly, your own strength will definitely be raised to a very considerable height. Seeing Himejima Akino in this state, Suhai had a smile in his eyes, without the slightest surprise. In fact, this month's training is just the most basic. Suhai is not so simple that with such a short period of time, through regular training, the strength of the girls can be greatly improved. Suhai is very clear that even with his own guidance and the assistance of various resources, in a short period of time, the improvement of the girls is limited. If you want the strength of the girls to undergo earth-shaking changes, some unconventional means of improvement must be used. And these, Suhai has already planned. Like it? These thunderbolts were originally prepared for you. Looking at Akino Himejima in front of him, Suhai said suddenly, with a smile of interest on his face. Suhai-kun, I can't control such power. After hearing Suhai's words, Himejima Akino was slightly stunned, then resumed his usual smile and said slowly. However, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, because Akino Himejima knew Suhai very well, knowing that the man in front of them can always bring them a different surprise. Therefore, there is still a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Seeing Himejima Akino, who looked up slightly at him, Suhai didn't hesitate and took a step forward under Himejima Akino's stunned eyes. He took Himejima Akino into his arms and lowered his head to kiss him. At this moment, Himejima Akino looked a little stunned and did not expect such a plot at all. Fortunately, Akino Himejima doesn't hate Suhai. After all, they have already slept together, so why would they care? So let Suhai do it. This is. Just when Himejima Akino thought that Suhai was just wanting to kiss her, she suddenly felt a familiar and majestic force entering her body from Suhai's body. And at this moment, the method of using this power also appeared in Himejima Akino's mind. Facing such a situation, Himejima Akino looked very surprised, her eyes widened, and she looked at Suhai, who was close at hand. This is one of my abilities, and I can pass on my power to others through protection. 0. Ask for flowers. It's just that the method of protection requires direct transmission from the body. This is part of my thunder power. If you can comprehend the true meaning of this power in your future cultivation or battle, and turn the rules into your own, your strength should be no worse than a demon king-level powerhouse. After the boy's protection was finished, Suhai let go of Akino Himejima in his arms. It turned out that the reason why Suhai did this just now was that he wanted to use part of the power of his sky power to protect Himejima Akino through the ability of the boy's blessing. Allows Himejima Akino to use the power of Suhai in the future. Only by personal experience, Himejima Akino can comprehend the rules of thunder and grow better. I thought Suhai-kun did this deliberately to take advantage of others, but it was to protect his power. But facing Suhai's explanation, Himejima Akino showed a playful smile, stared at Su-Hai tightly, and said, Himejima Akino, who had his eyes closed, seemed to be able to see Su-Hai's heart, which made Su-Hai feel a little guilty for a while. After all, in the process just now, if Su-Hai said that he had no heart and no selfishness, he would be joking. You must know that among the girls, in a sense, Akino Himejima's figure is more stalwart than Rias. With such a beautiful woman in her arms, how could there be no other ideas? Cough, cough. Junai, please familiarize yourself with this power first, and then I will go to other places to see. Due to the thickness of Su-Hai's face, Rao seemed a little overwhelmed for a while, and quickly found an excuse to turn around and leave, heading in the direction of the other movement. What? Is he really a good, strong, and gentle man? Lias seems to have no choice but to hold you back. Seeing Su-Hai leaving, Akino Himejima covered half of his face with his right hand and said morbidly. It was as if he was watching his beloved prey. 4. Chapter 136. After leaving the place where Akino Himejima was, Su-Hai soon found Rias, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia. At this time, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia were fighting a vicious wolf, and not far from them, Elsa was waiting to heal their injuries and return to their peak state. Su-Hai-kun, Sr. The moment they saw Su-Hai, the three of them walked up to Su-Hai in unison and shouted, Not bad. It seems that you have all made great progress. But that's not enough. Are you willing to be reincarnated as angels? Looking at the three girls in front of him, Su-Hai said without hesitation. Apparently, Su-Hai was going to turn the trio into angels to boost their power. Although the 620 people are now turned into demons by Rias because of the relationship of the demon wives, it is reasonable to say that demons and angels have the same level of physique. However, depending on the caster of the turn, the power obtained by the reincarnated person is also different. Today's Rias is naturally not comparable to Su-Hai. So if Su-Hai reincarnates the three girls into angels, the strength of the three will be greatly improved. If it is said that God has just killed 4 and failed to obey, and God has obtained the power of God who has not obeyed, it is still somewhat difficult to reincarnate a person into an angel. But since returning to this world, Su-Hai gained all the knowledge of the biblical gods in the celestial system. Everything has changed. After this period of absorption, Su-Hai has almost finished digesting all the knowledge, which naturally includes the power to transform believers into angels. Moreover, even if the three girls become angels, they can still become Rias's retinue, which Su-Hai can do now. After all, in the final analysis, both demons and angels are the products created by God in the Bible. Angel, can we really? The three daughters of Wisteria Irina in front of them, even after being abandoned by the church congregation, still believe in the God of the Bible. Undoubtedly, he is the most faithful believer, so naturally he always hopes to be reincarnated as an angel and go to heaven to get close contact with the brilliance of the God of the Bible. Therefore, reincarnation as an angel is also the existence that they have been longing for in their hearts. Now that Su-Hai can fulfill their wish, he is naturally very excited and confirms it again and again. Of course, when did I lie to you? Looking at the three daughters of Wisteria Irina, who had a hint of excitement in their eyes, some anticipation, and some fear, Su-Hai said slowly while reaching out and stroking Elsa's head. Then what do we need to do? After getting a positive answer again, the three of them couldn't wait, so they asked directly. You don't have to do anything, just stand where you are. Instructing the three girls to stand in place, a familiar Bible appeared in Su-Hai's hand. Of course, this time there was no holy robe or holy crown. Because this matter is just a reincarnated angel, there is no need to spend a lot of time. At the moment when the Bible appeared in Su-Hai's hands, 3 pure, brilliant, and warm rays of light shone on Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia respectively, and from all parts of the body into the body of the 3 women, drilled into every cell. Under the action of this ray of light, the 3 girls only felt that they were instantly wrapped in an extremely gentle and broad embrace. The whole person seems to be in the endless brilliance of heaven. In the next instant, the 3 girls slowly floated from the ground into the air under the action of this burst of light. As more and more rays of light were absorbed, the aura of the 3 girls became stronger and more holy. After a cup of tea, Aisha opened her eyes first and woke up from the holy light. At this moment, 6 pairs of snow-white wings appeared behind Elsa, replacing her demon wings. Apparently, Aisha had turned around successfully and became a seraph. Even in the celestial world, it belongs to the power of the middle class. After a long time, Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia also opened their eyes and spread the 8-winged angel wings behind them. In this reincarnation process, although the energy consumed is provided by Su-Hai, how much it can absorb depends on the aptitude of the reincarnated person. Although Aisha can become a church saint, her aptitude is top among mortals. But Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia, as holy sword adapters, are obviously more talented than Aisha. Therefore, the energy absorbed by Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia is obviously more, which leads to the final reincarnation of Elsa as a seraph, and the two of them are reincarnated into an 8-winged angel. How do you feel? Looking at the 3 girls who flapped their wings and slowly descended from the sky, Su-Hai put away the Bible in his hand and asked with a smile. In fact, Su-Hai has already felt it, and now, there is a huge energy hidden in the body of the 3 of them. Not under Rias and Himejima Aquino at all. Just how much potential can be exerted depends on their usual exercise and usage. And what surprised Su-Hai the most was that he could clearly feel that there was a subtle connection between the 3 girls and himself. In the body of the 3 girls, there is something that is a bit like energy, but not like energy at all times, and it is introduced into his body through this connection. If Su-Hai is my guess wrong, it should be pure power of faith. Obviously, the 3 girls have now become the angels directly under Su-Hai. It feels really good, and I've gotten a lot stronger. And 0.4, and I feel like we're getting closer to the Lord. The 3 girls who landed in front of Su-Hai replied happily while looking at the wings behind them. For this subtle connection, the 3 women are actually the clearest person. Under this connection, even with their eyes closed, the 3 women seem to be able to feel the existence of Su-Hai, as if Su-Hai is watching over them all the time. This is the happiest thing for them, like the arms of the Lord. After all, for the 3 girls today, Su-Hai is undoubtedly their God, the Lord of their beliefs. Just because of the close relationship, Su-Hai, the God, in their hearts, has less of a sense of unfamiliarity and more of a sense of touch. Chapter 137. This is perhaps attracted by the light of the reincarnation of the 3 girls, Rias, Kitten Taching, Aquino Himejima, and other girls came to the side at some point. Looking at the 3 Wisteria Irina who spread the angel wings behind them, they looked a little stunned. Obviously, Rias never thought that a demon could turn into an angel. Now, this scene in front of her once again exceeded her cognition. Fortunately, there are too many big facts that have happened this time, and things that can shock everyone are not once or twice. After Su-Hai's explanation, Rias and the other girls understood what happened and accepted it in their hearts. It is also something to celebrate and rejoice that Elsa, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia have the opportunity to increase their strength. You don't need to be too confused. Little Master, an interesting guest is looking for you and Rias. After finally explaining it clearly and letting the later Rias accept the reality, a door to the outside world suddenly opened. Medusa walked in from this portal and spoke slowly in front of Su-Hai. Apparently there are guests outside looking for Su-Hai. Su-Hai and Rias, who were in 03, looked at each other, although there was a hint of doubt in their eyes, who would be looking for them both at this time. But there was not too much entanglement, and they walked out through the preset portal hand in hand. After coming to the living room and seeing the red-haired young man, the two suddenly realized. It turned out that this person was none other than Rias' brother, Sazex, one of the demon kings of the demon world. "Brother, why are you here?" After seeing the face of the visitor, Rias was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and asked. In Rias' heart, her brother as the demon king always has unfinished business, and she is the busy person who has the least time in the family. Now that he suddenly came to the mortal world to find himself, there must be something important. After all, if you just want to see your sister, you can let yourself go home. Today, I mainly came to see Su-Hai-kun, and there are a lot of things I want to confirm. Secondly, I also want to see how you are doing in the room. Sazex, who turned around, first glanced at Su-Hai without a trace. Then he lowered his head and said to Rias in front of him, Obviously, this time Sazek suddenly came to the mortal world. The main purpose is to meet Suhai. That's it. Then talk to Darling. I'll make you tea. Rias is also an extremely smart being, and she understood the purpose of her brother in an instant. He turned his head and glanced at Suhai, saw that Suhai nodded and said that there was no problem, and then turned around very obediently to make black tea. It seems that you have a very good relationship, so I can feel at ease as a brother. Rias's little action naturally fell into Sazek's eyes completely. Seeing Rias leaving, Sazek said to Suhai with a hint of relief on his face. In addition to being a demon king, Sazek is also a good brother in a sense. It's natural to be very happy to see that his sister and Suhai's relationship is so close. Trouble, you, the demon king of the demon realm, came to me in person. You think it's a very important matter? Facing Sazek's words, Suhai didn't hide anything, and nodded slightly. Then he and Sazek sat on the sofa in the living room and asked first. In fact, Suhai also roughly guessed some of Sazek's intentions. It must be related to the relationship between the fallen angels, and demons today. Among the leaders in charge of angels, fallen angels, and demons today, whether it is Michael or the governor of the fallen angels, Asachel, or Sazek, they are all people who have experienced the last three-way war. Clearly understand how cruel the scene will be once the war breaks out. And now the three forces have suffered great losses in the last war and can no longer withstand a new round of jihad. Therefore, the high-level officials of the three parties are trying their best to facilitate the tripartite peace talks and sign a peace treaty. Now has reached a critical moment, but the appearance of Suhai has broken this delicate balance. If it is just a simple Qilong emperor or a reincarnated King Arthur, it is not enough to affect the decision of the three parties. But Sazek learned from Rias that Suhai is a biblical god, and if it is a biblical god, this identity is enough to affect the current balance. Although in the last Great War, Sazek saw with his own eyes the fall of the biblical god. But the power of God is not something they can speculate at all, and Sazek is not sure that the last fall of the biblical god was the real fall. Are you really my lord? In fact, as Suhai guessed, Sazek directly asked the answer that he most wanted to know as soon as he opened his mouth. His eyes were fixed on Suhai, with a hint of urgency, a hint of hesitation, and a hint of complexity. If you're talking about that biblical 907 lowly god from the last war, I'm not her. But I do inherit her position now, and I can control everything she can do. Strictly speaking, I should be regarded as her godhead successor. Looking at Sazek with a hint of urgency, Suhai said with a very relaxed expression, "Really? ? Heir to the throne, it seems that the charm of my sister is really beyond imagination, and she can actually get the love of the heir of my lord." After getting a definite answer, Sazek also had a wry smile on his face while he was relieved. Although Suhai is indeed not the original biblical god, but today Suhai inherits everything from the biblical god, and is no different from the real god at all. The sudden appearance of such a heavyweight existence is bound to refresh the views of the three parties. In this lake, which was not very calm, endless waves swayed. Especially the angels. In fact, when he came, Sazek had already guessed in his heart that Suhai should not be the real god of the Bible. Just lucky enough to get the broken godhead of the biblical god or something. I never thought that Suhai would inherit so thoroughly, completely control everything of the God of the Bible, and can do everything that the God of the Bible can do. Chapter 138. You won't come here just to find out my identity. I guess you have something else to do. Looking at Sazek with a very complicated face in front of him, Suhai spoke very calmly. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. There are indeed other things. Next week, angels, demons, and fallen angels are going to hold a gathering to sign a permanent peace agreement. And the location was chosen in the human world. After all, the human world does not belong to the territory of any demon, fallen angel, or angel. It can be accepted by both parties. And the exact location was chosen in this Dog King town. I wanted to hear your thoughts on the current situation, and I also wanted you to attend next week's party. Facing Suhai's question, Sazek recovered his senses and said slowly. Apparently, from the very beginning, Sazek was trying to find out what Suhai said. In this way, even if Suhai is the main battle party, he can have a good mental preparation so that he will not be too passive at that time. I have no interest in war. I think life is good now. As for the gathering of the three-party forces, I will participate in it when the time comes, but only as a bystander. And these trivial matters are left to you professionals. Suhai naturally understood the intention of Sazex's move, and it was nothing more than wanting to be a witness. If Suhai used the status of the biblical god as the witness of the tripartite peace talks, then the contract is more binding. After getting his satisfactory answer, Sazex nodded slightly. As a demon who has lived for a long time, Sazex can clearly see that Suhai is indeed a person who does not like to fight. In this way, Sazex immediately returned to the demon realm through the teleportation array after a night of rest. It can be seen that it is in a hurry. After all, there are still many trivial matters in the demon world that need to be handled by the Demon King Sazex. As for Suhai and his party, they just lived a life of school and home. Get up in the morning to go to school, and after returning, the girls will enter the space for training. This classmate, can you tell me how the students will go? 3 days passed in a flash. This day was in the middle of the school. Suhai just walked into the school gate, ready to go to the classroom. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind. Magical girl? After turning around, Suhai found a black-haired girl wearing a pink magical girl costume standing in front of him with a magic wand. The most strange thing about Suhai is that on the girl's head, there is a bright 5-star treasure chest. To know the appearance of the 5-star treasure chest, every one of them appears in an unusual character, and the strength of the border is definitely not weak. So at this moment, Suhai guessed the identity of the girl in front of him. You guessed it right. It's magical girl Seraph. Facing the magical girl, Suhai blurted out. The black-haired girl's eyes lit up for a while, and she seemed very happy, waving the magic wand in her hand, blinked her eyes, and turned around in a circle, making a very cute posture. And he admitted it cutely, apparently happy with Suhai's own affirmation of the outfit. Seraph? So the Demon King Leviathan, the elder sister of Sona? After hearing the name of Seraphil, Suhai also fully understood that the person in front of him was Seraphil Sidi, one of the 4 major demon kings in the demon world today, who was also the recipient of Kanna's sister. For a while, his heart was relieved. Why, there was a 5-star treasure chest on his head. As one of the most powerful people in the demon world today, it is not surprising to have a 5-star treasure chest. However, how to obtain this treasure chest is a difficult problem. Because of the condition for opening this treasure chest, as always, it was difficult. That is, stroking the head of the Demon King girl in front of her. Although Suhai can do it if she is forced, but at that time, the Demon King girl in front of her will turn her face even in the middle of the second. Although it is possible to suppress it at that time, it will inevitably hurt the harmony. This classmate, you can't wear fancy clothes to enter the campus during school. This, and this have to be replaced. There were thousands of thoughts in his heart, and after changing his thoughts slightly, Suhai deliberately pretended not to know him. Taking the Demon King girl in front of her as a student who entered the campus in a fancy dress, she pointed to the magic wand in the Demon King girl's hand, the pink nurse hat on her head, and the clothes that exposed her belly. During this period, Suhai also stroked the Demon King girl's head and stroked the Demon King girl's hair lightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I got this 5-star treasure chest. You can't do it. This is a magical girl's suit. It is a must for a magical girl and cannot be replaced. And I'm not a student of this school. At this moment, Seraph's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes were fixed on Suhai, looking a little wary. Just when Suhai thought her actions were exposed, Seraph found herself taking the opportunity to touch her head. Seraph hugged the magic wand in his hand and refused with a vigilant expression. Obviously, this outfit was something that this Demon King girl was very concerned about. Isn't it a student of this school? Then you're here to find someone, right? If the student council is concerned, I know I'll take you there. While having a bit of a laugh in his heart, Suhai said, I'm going to take Seraph, the Demon King girl, to the student council. After all, I have obtained a 5-star treasure chest from someone, so I should help out with such a small favor. In this way, under the leadership of Suhai, the two walked side by side toward the student union. In the process of walking, Suhai will also use his peripheral vision to observe the Demon King girl next to him. It is indeed rare for such a powerful person to maintain a childlike innocence. It can only be said that Seraph is perhaps the most special existence among the four demon lords. In less than a cup of tea, the two came to the door of the student union. Looking at the closed door, Suhai reached out and knocked gently twice. After hearing footsteps coming from the house, he stopped knocking on the wooden door. Chapter 139. Suhai-kun. Needless to say, the one who opened the door was Shido Kana, the president of the student council. After seeing that the person standing at the door was Suhai, a strangeness flashed in his eyes, obviously wondering what was Suhai looking for. Kana sauce. Looking at the girl with the same black hair in front of her, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Suhai smiled slightly, showing good intentions and preparing to speak. But at this moment, a very excited girl's voice sounded from behind Suhai. Immediately afterwards, a figure jumped out from behind Suhai and threw himself on Kanaji. Keep rubbing on Zido Kana's body, president. Facing this act like an attack, Ji Kwangna's family members, that is, the members of the student council, became vigilant and subconsciously shouted. Some even wanted to step forward and pull Seraph away. Sister, why are you here? But at this moment, Ji Chu Kana, who was hugged, said helplessly. There was a hint of difference in the words. Elder sister? Could this person be the elder sister of the president? Isn't that the demon king of the demon world today? After hearing the name given to this magical girl by the president of the house, Shido Kana's family members in the student council all showed their different eyes. In their minds, the demon kings of the demon world are all very powerful beings. Accompanied by strong strength, they are generally very dignified and mature. But the girl in front of her looks like a middle school girl who likes cosplay. There is no majesty at all as a demon king. Facing the strange eyes of his family members, Ji Kwokang looked even more embarrassed. You must know that when Ji Kwokang was usually, he tried his best to create a more dignified image in the minds of his family members. Seeing this scene now, it is inevitable that I am a little uncomfortable. That's why Shirtu Kana doesn't like to trouble him, the demon king's sister. It's not that Ji Chuetsong doesn't like his sister, the demon king, but Ji Chuetsong likes it very much. For some reason of shame, Ji Kwangna didn't like others to see this hidden side of him. Especially now, under Suhai's interested eyes, Ji Kwokang is even more ashamed. Really, sister, why didn't you tell me when you came? He quickly broke free of Seraph from his body and asked in a distressed voice, obviously trying to change the subject. Woo 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 woo. Could it be that Song Na-chan already hates my sister? Obviously people like Kangna's sauce so much. Facing Ji Kwokang's seemingly serious question, Seraph suddenly started crying like a simple little girl. Of course there were no tears, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was all intentional. However, this is enough to brighten the eyes of everyone. A powerful demon king, who can perform like this, has already surpassed the 3 views of ordinary people. Faced with such a situation, Ji Kwokang Na was also unable to resist and quickly expressed that he liked it. This made Seraph stop, and a smug expression appeared on his face. From childhood to adulthood, Seraph has always used this trick to deal with Ji Kwokang Na, and he has never failed in 100 trials. Thanks to him, he brought me to find Sona-chan, otherwise the demon king girl Seraph would get lost in the school. At this time, Seraph did not forget to turn around and pointed at Suhai and said slowly, Thank you, Suhai-kun. My sister is a little troublesome, this time thanks to you. Facing his sister's words, Ji Kwokang Na opened his mouth to thank him again and became more solemn this time. With just the right etiquette, at first glance, she looks like a young lady from a nobleman. It's nothing, it's just a little effort. I think Sister Ling is a very interesting person. Adaf, if I can have such a sister, I think it will be a very happy thing. Of course, it's the same to have a younger sister like you. In this regard, Suhai hastily said that it doesn't matter. After all, as Suhai himself said, it's just a little effort. Moreover, Suhai also obtained a precious 5-star golden egg on Seraph. No matter how you look at it, he earned it with his own blood. After speaking, Suhai also said goodbye and turned to leave. Suhai. Seeing the back of Suhai leaving, Seraph did fall into silence, with a hint of doubt on his face. Because when she heard this name, Seraph always felt a little familiar, and she seemed to have heard it somewhere, but she couldn't remember it. After thinking for a while, to no avail, Seraph also gave up. Through the corridor and stairs, Suhai quickly returned to his classroom. Seeing Rias and Akino Himejima sitting in front of and beside him, Suhai nodded slightly. Then he sat down in his seat. After a while, the very mature female teacher walked into the classroom and started a new round of lectures today. But unfortunately, Suhai didn't have time to enjoy such a different scenery. At this time, Suhai immersed all his mind in the system space. The system opens the 5-star golden egg. Looking at the 5-star golden egg shining with starlight in the system space, Suhai gave the order without hesitation while looking forward to it. Although he has opened the 5-star golden egg several times, Suhai looks a little excited and nervous every time he starts. After all, every 5-star golden egg may give out a very powerful reward, which can improve one's strength. Congratulations to the host for opening the 5-star golden egg and obtaining the sovereignty of the sun, Leo, Hako Garden. As the golden egg broke, a golden light group emerged in the system space. Then it merged into Suhai's body. At this moment, Suhai felt that a huge amount of information had emerged in his mind, and his body had undergone subtle changes. After receiving the message, Suhai had a perfect smile on his face. What this 5-star golden egg has opened is undoubtedly a huge harvest for today's Suhai, and it is of great help to his own strength. You must know that even in the multiverse of Hakanawa, there are only 24 solar sovereigns in the 12th house of the zodiac and the 12th and 12th of the equator. It can be said that it is a very noble and powerful existence. Chapter 140. And every sun sovereign can summon a powerful star beast, and this Leo sun sovereign can make the 4th incarnation of Avatara, who reflects all weapons in the world, regardless of God's creation of stars, lodge himself in his own body. Get yourself the power to rebound all weapons. As long as it is an attack that relies on weapons, it cannot cause damage to the owner of the Leo sun sovereignty. Feeling the change in his body, Suhai nodded in satisfaction and then exited the system space. At this moment, Akino Himejima and Rias, who were sitting in front of Suhai and on the right, both subconsciously looked at Suhai with their out-of-the-way vision. It always feels as though something has changed subtly in Suhai at this moment, but what exactly can't say. In 2 days, it will be time for fallen angels, and our demons to sign a peace treaty. Hopefully nothing goes wrong by then. As the sun went down, time soon came to school in the afternoon. On the way home, Suhai walked side by side with the girls and seemed very close. Rias, who was hugging Suhai's right hand, counted the time and suddenly said with some emotion, "Obviously, there are only 2 days left before the signing of the peace treaty that Sazek said. This is a very important matter for the demon world." As a member of the demon world, Rias is naturally very concerned. In this regard, although Suhai knew the result of this time, he just smiled and didn't say much. In fact, now whether it is an angel, a fallen angel, or a demon, except for a very small number of belligerents, all of them do not want to fight again. After all, in the last Millennium War, all 3 parties suffered heavy losses. Among them, the demon side experienced the infighting of the old Demon King, and the new Demon King one after another after experiencing the melee of the 3 forces. It can be said that the infighting has ended, and it has only been settled for hundreds of years. The high-level forces of each side do not want to fight, so as long as nothing too important happens, it is almost a sure thing for the 3 parties to sign a peace treaty. At the same time as he understood, Suhai just took a step, but suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky far away outside Wangzhan, and looked thoughtful. In Suhai's induction, there is an extremely fast-flying object, which is rapidly moving towards his direction. If nothing else, the target of this unknown creature is himself. "Darling, what's wrong?" Looking at Suhai, who suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Rias also looked in that direction, but unfortunately this unknown creature is still a long way from where everyone is. With Rias' current cultivation base, she couldn't sense the existence of the other party at all, so she asked with some doubts. Next to Himejima, Akino and Tachin Kitten looked at Suhai with their own eyes, waiting for the answer. Instead, Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia looked into the distance thoughtfully and sensed something unusual. It's not that the 3 girls of Aisha today have surpassed Rias and Akino Himejima in terms of strength. Although Aisha, Wisteria, Irina, and Zenobia became Seraph and Octopus with the help of Su-Hai. But this huge potential still needs to be continuously developed by the three girls. Now, the strength that the three girls can exert is similar to that of Rias. Asia, who is not very good at fighting, is not Rias' opponent at all if she really wants to fight. The reason why the three of them could feel the aura coming from afar was just because the aura was very familiar, as if they were related to the three girls. You go back first. It seems that a very interesting guest has come. It should be looking for me. I will meet you. I don't know if the person here is an enemy or a friend. In the face of a situation where a fight might break out, Su-Hai didn't want to choose Kuwang Town as the venue for the battle. After all, it was where he and the girls lived. So after tilting his head and saying a word to Rias and the other girls, he turned into a thunderbolt, shot up into the sky, and headed towards the target outside Kuwang Town. When the girls saw this, although a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes, they still walked in the direction of home very well behaved. Zero asked for flowers. As for worrying about Su-Hai's safety, the girls had nothing to worry about. Since they knew the identity of Su-Hai's god, they also clearly understood the power that Su-Hai possessed and stood at the forefront of the world. There may not be many in the world that can compete with Su-Hai. On the other side, after Su-Hai left Kuwang Town, he soon came to the sky 1 kilometer away from Kuwang Town, waiting quietly for the arrival of the target. Sure enough, within a few breaths, a voice with a speed far exceeding the speed of sound came to Su-Hai quickly. Apparently, the other party also sensed the presence of Su-Hai, so they stopped when they were less than 100 meters away. Angel? Looking at this person with 12 wings and a sacred halo that belongs to an angel on his head, it seems that all the beauties in the world are gathered. Su-Hai was stunned for a while and said subconsciously, Su-Hai really didn't expect that it was an angel, and it was a 12-winged angel. There are only 4 angels of this level, even in today's heaven. After excluding Michael, the male angel, there are only 3 left. There is no doubt that the female angel in front of her is one of the remaining 3. Lord, is it really you? Gabriel misses you. Just when Su-Hai was thinking, this female angel made an action. While looking very excited, there was also a very pious face on his face. He flew directly over and fell into Su-Hai's arms in an instant. He seemed to be crying with joy. It turned out that Gabriel remembered Su-Hai's breath since the power that Su-Hai used a few days ago, and through these few days, he has been chasing down to Kuwang Town. Although the appearance is completely different from 1,000 years ago, Gabriel can clearly feel the breath of Su-Hai belonging to the Supreme God, combined with the familiar power of a few days ago. Without the slightest hesitation, she instantly recognized Su-Hai in front of her as her master. 5s. Chapter 141. Sister, I think you may have mistaken someone. I'm not the god you used to be. In the face of this behavior of throwing his arms around, Su-Hai enjoyed the softness in his arms, but he still spoke. Su-Hai can be sure that the female angel in front of her clearly recognizes herself as a former biblical god. No, you are my lord. Gabriel will not admit mistakes. Please return to heaven with my lord and me. I need you. Michael, Uriel, and Raphael need you. The whole heaven and the world need you. But unfortunately, Gabriel has already determined that Su-Hai is the god of the Bible. How could he deny his perception just because of Su-Hai's few words? For that kind of supreme, all-encompassing light, in Gabriel's memory, only the former god of the Bible can emit such a dazzling light in the entire 193 world. God has no normal state, so Gabriel and others never knew God by appearance, but by feeling. Now, Gabriel's feeling is very certain feedback to Gabriel. Su-Hai in front of him is undoubtedly the god of the Bible. Alas, as you please. Your name is Gabriel, right? I won't go back to heaven. Isn't Michael taking care of it pretty well now? Just let him take care of it. Looking at Gabriel, whose eyes were so firm and did not give in at all, Su-Hai knew that it was impossible for him to explain it clearly. So he simply let Gabriel's own thoughts and did not intend to explain. It's just that the heaven, Su-Hai, is impossible to go to now. Although the heaven is very beautiful, it is also a good living environment. Unfortunately, it is too monotonous for Su-Hai. The whole world is only one color. Since this is the case, then please allow my lord to allow Gabriel to follow you and serve you. Seeing that Suhai was unwilling to return to the heavenly realm, a look of difficulty flashed across Gabriel's face. In the end, looking at Suhai in front of him, he spoke firmly as if he had made a huge decision. For Gabriel, Suhai is a god that has been lost and found, and no matter what Gabriel says, it is impossible for Suhai to leave his sight. You must know that when the God of the Bible fell, the exhibition of the four great angels, including Gabriel, almost fell to the sky, if they hadn't finally controlled themselves and concealed the news of the fall of the God of the Bible. Then the heaven does not know how many angels will fall. It's up to you as long as you like it. In the face of Gabriel's request, Suhai couldn't refuse. After all, Gabriel in front of him didn't have the slightest malice towards him. And suddenly there is the number one beauty in the heavens, and even the number one beauty in the world following him. Suhai really can't find a reason to refuse. After saying that, Suhai turned and flew slowly towards home. When Gabriel saw this, he also quickly followed with the joy of his request being approved. He hugged Suhai's right hand tightly, with an obsessed look on his face, as if he was afraid that Suhai would disappear in front of his eyes. The eyes are full of dependence and fanaticism. Looking at such eyes, Suhai once again understood what kind of existence the God of the Bible was in the eyes of these angels. There is also some understanding why Michael concealed the news of the fall of the gods in the Bible, because once this news is leaked, not only the heaven, but even the entire human world may become a fallen paradise. If it is said that whoever has the most believers in this world, then there is no doubt that it is the God of the Bible, and the whole world's believers in the God of the Bible account for 70% of the total believers. All other gods combined are not as many as the biblical gods. From this terrifying data, we can see what position the biblical gods have in this world as the gods people believe in. Lord, here is the breath of the devil. After a while, Suhai brought Gabriel to the door of his villa. Looking at the door in front of him, before Suhai opened the door and walked in, Gabriel next to him frowned slightly and said, obviously, with Gabriel's strength, he could clearly feel the aura of Rias and other women in this villa. Although the three parties have now decided to sign a peace treaty, they are not good enough to completely trust each other. This is my home on earth, and everyone here is my family. There was a wary look in Gabriel's eyes, but Suhai just smiled, then pushed open the door and walked in. In the process of entering the room, he did not forget to open his mouth to remind Gabriel next to him. Darling, Suhai-kun, Sr., welcome back. The moment they entered the room, Rias and the other women spoke very warmly, like wives waiting for their husbands to come home. Darling, this beauty is. It's just that the smiling girls immediately saw Gabriel, who was following Suhai. Because now Bai Li Jia has put away the angel's wings and brilliance, Rias and others did not recognize Gabriel's identity for the first time. He just felt that Gabriel in front of him gave him a sense of danger. At the same time, in the face of Gabriel's stunning beauty and bewitching figure, he was simply a combination of angel and devil, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is Gabriel of the heavens, and he may live here with us for some time to come. They are all my wives. You should get along well in the future. Looking at the confused girls, Suhai naturally introduced each other. When Gabriel introduced Rias and other women at 0.5, Suhai paused for a moment, but still slowly revealed the identity of his wife. Although Suhai has not officially established a relationship with Himejima Aquino and Aisha, in fact, everyone knows that they have already been frank with each other, and the last step is only a matter of time. Demon? My lord's lover. Facing such a situation, Gabriel's expression also seemed very entangled for a while, looking at Rias and Himejima Aquino and other women in front of him, with a complex look in his eyes. Master Gabriel. However, in contrast to Gabriel's momentary indecisive reaction, Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia came to Gabriel with excited expressions and said with some admiration. Chapter 142. In the entire celestial world, if there is a word about who Asia, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia admire the most, it must be the God of the Bible. In addition to the God of the Bible, there are naturally the four angels, including Gabriel. As a woman, in the hearts of the three women, Gabriel's status may be higher than Michael, the archangel who is the head of the four angels. Now, seeing for the first time someone who has always existed in their beliefs, it is natural to be very excited. This pure breath? Are you angels? And it's not an ordinary angel. It seems that your talents are extremely high. But in the heaven, why haven't I seen you? When Elsa and the three girls observed Gabriel, Gabriel also noticed the existence of Wisteria Irina. As one of the four archangels in the heavens, he was naturally very familiar with the breath of angels, so he immediately realized that the three daughters of Aisha were angels. It's just that Gabriel is a little puzzled. As one of the four archangels in the heaven, it is not said that all the angels in the heaven are familiar with Gabriel. But at least everyone has an impression. But looking at Wisteria Irina, Aisha, and Zenobia in front of him, Gabriel can be very sure that he has never seen the existence of the three in heaven. And judging from the aura on the three of them, it was not something that ordinary angels could possess, which proved that the three girls were at least four-winged angels. Even in the heavenly world, angels of this level belong to the elite, and they are not so widespread that they can be seen everywhere. So in any case, if the three of them are from the heavenly world, Gabriel should have met them. Lord Gabriel, we are not angels in the heavens. We are, facing Gabriel's inquiries and doubts. Aisha's three daughters naturally had nothing to hide, and told everything that happened. Facing the narration of Wisteria Irina's three daughters, Gabriel immediately understood that all this was Su-Hai's means. At this moment, Gabriel's gaze towards Su-Hai became firmer, and he was more certain that Su-Hai was the God of the Bible. After all, in this world, the only person who has the ability to create angels is the God of the Bible. Not to mention this kind of high-level angel with 6 wings and 8 love levels. In this way, Su-Hai has one more person living in this villa for a long time. Lord, please allow me to send the news of finding you back to the heaven. After all, Michael, Uriel, and Raphael are very concerned about your existence and are looking forward to your return. Sitting on the sofa in the hall, Gabriel, who had just finished eating, suddenly asked. Gabriel's purpose in leaving heaven was to find Su-Hai. Now that I have found it, I naturally hope to quickly transmit this good news back to the heaven. Although Su-Hai doesn't want to go back to heaven now, at least the news that God in the Bible is still alive is very important, which can make Michael, Raphael, and others feel completely relieved. As long as the God of the Bible still exists, in this world, whether it is other gods, fallen angels, or demons, it is impossible to destroy the heavens. You can talk to them if you want, but if they don't have anything important, don't bother me. I think life is very interesting now, and I don't want to go back to heaven for the time being. As for the management of the heavens, leave it to Michael for the time being. Over the past few hundred years, hasn't Michael managed it in an orderly manner? By the way, this is also handed over to Michael. It will help the operation of the entire heaven. For Gabriel's request, Su-Hai, you didn't stop. After all, even if Gabriel doesn't pass the news back today, if time passes for too long, Michael and the others will naturally search for Gabriel in the lower bounds, and they will be exposed at that time. Rather than being found at that time, it is better to have everything sorted out now. While speaking, Su-Hai also condensed a ball of light in the palm of his hand, gently holding it, making the ball of light slowly float in front of Gabriel. My lord, this is... Feeling this unusual light group in front of him, Gabriel showed a puzzled expression on his face and seemed to ask a little strangely. Some doubts. What exactly does this group do? This is a rule I customized. Putting it in the heaven system will allow the heaven system to operate autonomously. Although it's not at the point where I can personally control it, it's not much worse. With the help of this thing, the prayers of all believers can be answered, and the excellent human beings in the lower realm can also be transformed into angels through the weather system, adding new energy to the heavenly realm. It turned out that this light group is equivalent to a computer program, which can help the celestial system to operate on its own. Let the entire heaven run in an orderly manner. In fact, the entire celestial system is the masterpiece of God's life in the Bible, and all the rules in it are complete. This is also the reason why Michael can use a small part of the power of the heaven system. Unfortunately, Michael's strength is still a little weak after all, and his understanding of the rules is too little. Therefore, it is impossible to exert too much power of the heaven system. 227, however, after having this light group, it is different. This light group can act like a patch. In the celestial system, The celestial system operates on its own. Michael only needs to issue an order, and the heaven system can respond accordingly. Many thanks, my lord. I will send this thing back to the heaven and hand it over to Michael. I will let them come and get it in person. When he understood the effect of this light group, Gabriel's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked very excited. After all, the heaven system cannot function normally, such as the most troublesome thing in today's world, because the heaven is different from demons and fallen angels. The camps of demons and fallen angels can reproduce on their own by marrying and having children, supplementing their new strength. But the heavens are not. In the past, they used the heaven system to reincarnate outstanding human beings as angels to supplement the new energy. But since the fall of the gods of the Bible and the paralysis of the celestial system, it has been impossible to reincarnate excellent human beings into angels. Although Michael created a playing card system by imitating the Makai chess system, it is also possible to transform some human beings into angels by searching for relatives, but it will be a drop in the bucket after all. The weather is still facing a lack of successor strength, and it is gradually heading towards extinction, but it has only been extended for some time. Chapter 143. After accepting the light group in front of him, Gabriel immediately opened the channel of the heaven and sent the news back. In fact, Gabriel can completely send things back to the heaven and then come back again. It's just that now I have finally found Su-Hai, a biblical god. Although I know in my heart that Su-Hai can't leave again, Gabriel is still reluctant to leave Su-Hai's surroundings. In this way, the time soon came to the next morning. Since today was Sunday, Su-Hai and his party did not go to the academy. Instead, they stayed at home, and all the women in the entire hall were divided into 3 small groups. The demon party represented by Rias, the angel party represented by Gabriel and Medusa. Although the 3 parties are not malicious, and the relationship can be regarded as very harmonious, but due to various reasons such as identity, there is an indescribable difference after all, although they only have Su-Hai in their hearts. At this time, in the entire room, Gabriel was leading the 3 daughters of Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia to pray every day. Rias and Himejima Aquino were sitting on the sofa in the hall, sipping black tea leisurely. As for Su-Hai, he is playing gamepad with Tachin Kitten. The whole atmosphere is very peaceful and harmonious. But at this time, a strange wave covered the entire town. At this moment, under the action of this wave of fluctuations, ordinary people and people with special powers were separated. As if it was a special space created, it isolates ordinary people in another space. At the same time, 2 huge beams of light descended from the sky and landed in Kawang town. In the beam of light, there are 2 female angels slowly descending. It is worth mentioning that behind them are 12 wings. Obviously, for the existence of the same level of Gabriel, the identities of these 2 people are self-evident, and they are obviously Raphael and Uriel among the 4 angels. It has to be said that there is no ugly angel. Raphael and Uriel, who are one of the 4 great angels, are a little worse than Gabriel, the angel known as the most beautiful angel in the heavens. But in fact, they also have their own styles, and there is not much comparability. I saw the 2 people slowly descending from the air. One was very mature and seductive, just like a seductive big sister next door. The other is a cute type, but exudes a bit of heroic spirit that does not allow men to be men, but it has a contrasting sense of visual impact. My lord, Raphael, and Uriel are here. With such a big movement, Gabriel naturally sensed the breath of the 2, with a smile on his face, looked at Su-Hai and said, I have to say that Michael really cares about Su-Hai today. He just came to get one thing, and there are 2 of the highest combat power in the heaven. Oh, is it Raphael and Uriel? In addition to the previous Gabriel, the heaven actually dispatched these 3 guys. It seems that the news is true. On the other side, in a game hall in Kawang town, a middle-aged man in a black kimono with a sliver of blonde hair on his head also looked up at the sky not far away and muttered to himself. This guy was not excluded, obviously not an ordinary human being. There was a trace of shock in the middle-aged man's eyes at this time. It was not because of Raphael and Uriel, but only a piece of news was confirmed in the man's heart, a very shocking news. Since we're here, let's go out and see. Facing Gabriel's words, Su-Hai, who had just unlocked a game, also stood up and let go of the touching kitten sitting in his arms. He spoke slowly. Then he led the way towards the outside of the villa, and a group of people floated to the top of the villa under the leadership of Suhaidu, watching Raphael and Uriel slowly descending from the beam of light. In fact, the reason why Raphael and Uriel made such a big commotion was because they directly opened the connection between the heaven and Kuang town. In this way, although the target can be quickly approached to the location, there is a lot of movement. Although Raphael and Uriel can also fly from the heaven to the human world through the regular passage like Gabriel did at the beginning, it will take a few days to do so. These few days, for creatures like them, although it is only a drop in the ocean, but now they are in a hurry, they can't wait for these seemingly short days. Master, Uriel misses you. After the two of them descended into the air and the beam of light disappeared, Wulai, who looked very cute, turned into a streamer and fell on Suhai's body. Said looking very excited. And the temperament is full of coquettishness. Carrot Wulai, a master like you will be very troublesome. And it's against etiquette. Facing Uriel's behavior, Raphael, who had arrived in the next step, opened his mouth to stop him. It's just that judging from the envious look on Raphael's face, it's obvious that he has some duplicity. Obviously, the 12-winged angel with a mature appearance like a gentle elder sister is Raphael. As for hugging Suhai and reluctant to let go, it was Uriel who looked cute. Rias, it seems that we have another strong competitor. In the face of such a situation, the girls next to Tachin Kitten and Rias also stared at Uriel with a look of alertness in their eyes. Himejima Aquino whispered directly in Rias's ear. There was a hint of a faint smile on his face, as if he had met Lise or something interesting. Ugh! Hearing Himejima Aquino's words, he looked at the scene in front of him. Rias sighed helplessly. In fact, until now, Rias always felt like she was dreaming. Rias still has some things that haven't recovered. She really didn't expect that she just wanted to find someone she didn't hate to get rid of the family marriage. Unexpectedly, he found the legendary god. In this way, after a while, Uriel calmed down slightly and left Suhai's embrace, but he still held Suhai's right hand and refused to let go. Even after entering the villa, Uriel sat down next to Suhai. Faced with such a situation, Rias had no choice but to sit down on the other side of Suhai. It was the final oath. Chapter 144. Raphael, Uriel, Michael didn't come? In the hall of the villa, Gabriel looked at Uriel and Raphael next to him and said with some doubts. At this time, Gabriel's heart seemed very different. Among the four angels, Michael's respect and devotion to the God of the Bible was no less than that of any angel in the heaven. Logically speaking, now that the God of the Bible has been found, that is, the existence of Suhai, it was impossible for Michael not to come together. Cough, I almost forgot. Originally, Michael was going to come together, but there is a little thing about the three-party forces that needs to be dealt with temporarily, and I can't get away from it. He specially asked the two of us to tell the master, and as long as it is finished, he will come over immediately. Facing Gabriel's question, Raphael seemed to suddenly remember something, turned to look at Suhai and said. Uriel, who had been sitting next to Suhai, stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Raphael and Uriel obviously forgot about such an important event because they were too excited to see Suhai. If it wasn't for Gabriel's sudden mention of Michael, they might not have thought about it for a while. Stand up. For such a situation, Suhai naturally didn't mind 257 at all, but felt that it would be better if Michael didn't come. After all, enough people have come. If it is suitable for female angels such as Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, at least it is pleasing to the eye and some benefits. Michael, a male angel, looked at himself with such a fanatical gaze that Suhai felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it. In this way, in the next time, Raphael and Uriel did not leave directly with things, but stayed temporarily. The two said that they had not listened to the Lord's teaching for so long, and now they have finally seen the Lord of their faith again. It is natural to listen closely for a while. So the two planned to live for a few days before going back with their belongings. Looking at the pleading eyes and pious expressions of the two, Suhai naturally couldn't refuse, and there was no need to refuse. Anyway, there were many rooms in this villa. There is one more Gabriel, and I don't care about two more. Raphael and Wu stayed for 2 days, And it was not until the night of the second day that the two of them said that they must return to heaven the next morning, Adaf. After all, the heaven still needs to be managed, and it is also a very important thing to improve the weather system as soon as possible. At night, everyone was also in the hall, heading towards their respective rooms, obviously preparing to rest. After all, tomorrow is the time for the three parties to negotiate and sign the agreement. Since Suhai promised Sazek, he naturally had to do what he said and go. Back in his room, Suhai was about to turn off the light and go to sleep, but at this moment, there was a sudden sound of unlocking the door that was originally locked. The next moment, the closed door was opened a crack. In the dark night, Suhai saw a familiar figure dodging into the room. Raphael, you are? It turned out that it was none other than Raphael, who was leaving early tomorrow morning. And most importantly, Raphael was naked at this time. Lord, I really like you so much. I like you 100 times, 1,000 times more than before. At this time, Raphael's state was obviously a little different from usual. His eyes were full of madness, and there was a trace of abnormal flushing on his face. He said with a morbid look in his mouth. Between the words, Raphael walked quickly towards Suhai. It's self-evident what you want to do. In fact, Raphael had already made this decision the moment he saw Suhai and felt Suhai's gaze. For Raphael, the former Bible God was undoubtedly her devout existence, but it was a pity that the Bible God at that time also cared about their angels. But the gods of the Bible are gods after all, and it is not that a human being lacks emotions and desires, so there is no human emotion in his eyes. This also led to Raphael not being able to find the response he wanted in the former biblical God. But the moment he saw Suhai, Raphael was surprised to find that the Suhai today is completely different from the original Bible God. Because at that moment, Suhai looked at him with amazement, admiration, and even possessive desire to realize that it belongs to human beings. This was the emotional response Raphael had ever wanted from the God of the Bible, and it was the response he never got. Now that Suhai has got the response he deserves, Raphael will naturally pass up this opportunity. Thinking of leaving tomorrow, Raphael made this decision. Have you really made up your mind? There's no going back. Seeing Raphael in this state, Suhai calmed down after a short time and asked with interest. In fact, in the past few days of getting along, Suhai also keenly noticed the hidden crazy emotion in Raphael's eyes. After all, Suhai's power is no joke. Facing Suhai's repeated inquiries, Raphael did not speak, but responded with practical actions. Feeling the softness in his arms, facing the firm Raphael, Suhai no longer hesitates. Lord, come back to heaven to see me when you have time. All the angels in heaven are waiting for the return of the Lord. The next morning, in midair, after Raphael and Ugai had listed things, they waved goodbye to Suhai and slowly lifted off into the sky toward the heavens in the beam of light. In the process of ascending, Uriel continued to speak. As for Raphael, he looked happy the whole time, as if he was thinking about something. In response, Suhai naturally smiled and nodded. The two people in the beam of light seemed to rise very slowly, but in fact, they were thousands of meters away in an instant. So in just a few breaths, Raphael and Uriel disappeared into the beam of light and returned to the heaven. When the beam of light disappeared, the surrounding environment returned to its usual colorful appearance. Suhai naturally walked back towards the villa with Rias and other girls behind him. Prepare to pack up and head towards Kuwang Academy. Although the academy has a long vacation now, who asked for an important meeting to be held in the academy today? Chapter 145. Darling, you happy, right? You got it this time. However, on the way back, Suhai suddenly felt a tingling pain in his waist, and Rias' resentful voice came from his ears. I didn't know when. Rias, who was only standing beside her, suddenly stretched out her right hand, pinched the softest piece of Suhai's room, and rotated 180 degrees, and said with a somewhat resentful look and tone. Obviously, what happened to Suhai and Raphael last night was not hidden from Rias, but it was normal, and the people present were not ordinary people. The perception ability is far beyond that of ordinary people, and the noise that Suhai and Raphael made last night was indeed not small. Faced with such a situation, Suhai had no choice but to dodge his eyes a little, showing a wry smile. At the same time, The voluntary response to be made due to the body's emergency mechanism was withdrawn to prevent Rias from being bounced back by this body's voluntary defense force. With today's Su-Hai's strength, ordinary attacks can't hurt Su-Hai at all, and the body will respond autonomously to external attacks. If you don't control it, it will hurt Rias. It will be bad. Seeing Su-Hai with a wry smile and a trace of pain between her brows, Rias finally let go of her hand, sighed helplessly, and then said nothing. After all, this kind of thing is not once or twice. Rias also has some habits. And in the demon world, the stronger the person, the more wives they tend to have. After all, this is also to contribute to the development of the demon world. Only strong beings can breed powerful offspring, making the demon world continue to grow stronger. Therefore, Rias was actually mentally prepared for the current situation. It's just that when things come to an end, seeing the person you love is shared by other people, there are some small emotions after all. On the other side, Raphael and Uriel, who passed through the beam of light, also appeared in the heavenly world shrouded in holy light. Raphael, how is the master's love? Isn't it fun? At the moment of appearance, Ulib looked a little big man, showing a hint of interest, and asked Raphael next to him. A very gossip, Rias and others could hear what happened last night. Uriel, the 12-wing level archangel in the heaven, is far more powerful than the others, so naturally it is impossible without any aware. Yuri, are you asking for a beating? Facing such blatant question from Uriel, Rao was Raphael, who was usually very mature and calm. Recalling what happened last night for a while, he also seemed a little blushing and shy, and while his eyes were a little dodgy, he directly stretched out his hands. He grabbed Uriel's unusually tender cheeks, and while pulling hard to both sides, he said in exasperation. He was obviously trying to hide his inner panic. After being satisfied, he flapped his wings and flew towards the distance quickly. Yuri, who was standing there, kept rubbing his reddish cheeks. On the other side, in the Human Cut King Academy, the relatively wide academy at this time was enveloped by a huge barrier. In the entire sky of the enchantment, there are many angels, fallen angels and demons, staring at each other in three directions. In the center of these three-party soldiers, this is the most central teaching building of the college. Obviously, all the people for the tripartite talks are here now, and the talks are ready to start. It was just a little accident. In a conference room in the teaching building, there was a long conference table. At this conference table, there are not only the current Demon King Sazex, the representative of the demon world, but also the Demon King girl Seraphel, whom Su-Hai met a few days ago. The representative of the heavens is Michael, and the representative of the fallen angels is the current governor of the fallen angels, Azazel. There were also several unexpected visitors, one of whom had a red dot between his brows, a short hair, a pair of flat glasses, a string of huge beads around his neck, and a blue monk robe. The face is sharp and angular, and it looks very capable. It should be a strong Buddhist. On the lower left of this person, this is a guy with a scepter in his hand and wearing a large robe. There is only a skeleton left in the clothes, but there is a red light in the eye socket. Behind this guy, there are two skeleton soldiers standing. As for the last person on the lower right, his whole body exudes a scorching aura, as if he is a walking blazing sun, with a very arrogant look on his face and a look of disdain. These three people, along with Michael and others occupying half of the long table, looked at each other as if they were waiting for something. Moreover, Michael, Sazex, a satchel and others all had a dignified look in their eyes, especially when they looked at the Buddhist guy on the main seat in front of him. Of course, the other two are also full of vigilance, because these three guys are not easy to mess with. Among the people present, except for Sazex, the hidden transcendents, none of them were the opponents of these three guys. Even if Sazex showed all his strength, he could only contain one of them at most, and he couldn't be the strongest one. It turned out that the guy sitting on the main seat was the supreme ruler of Mount Sumeru for the 33 days, the god of heaven. As for the lower left, the guy who looks like a skeleton is Hades, the Greek god of the underworld. The other one is not simple. Aten, the god of the sun in Egyptian mythology, is a terrifying guy in charge of the power of the sun. These three guys are all powerful enough to be ranked in the top 10 in the world, and each of them is a very terrifying existence, especially D. Shirtion, as the supreme ruler of the 33 days of Mount Sumeru. his strength is far from the other. Above the two. If the world's top 10 is another level beyond the power of the devil, then DxD can be assigned to the world's top 5 in this level. This is enough to prove that DxD and the other two guys are not on the same level, which is why he can sit on the main seat, and the other two proud guys dare not say anything more. Because in this cruel world, strength is everything. 5s. Chapter 146. Why haven't you come yet? The news of the comeback of that guy from the Bible God. Wouldn't it be that you guys deliberately made it out to bluff people? After all, that guy disappeared hundreds of years ago, and he came back long ago. I don't believe he will wait until now. Hades, who was burning with red flames in his eyes, held the scepter in his handshake. His eyes swept over the faces of Michael, Sazex, and the others, and then said casually, obviously waiting impatiently, if you want me to tell me, it's useless even if that guy comes back. What is the world's strongest player and the infinite dragon god? How would you be dragged to death by a few useless guys? I don't think there is any need to wait. The meeting will start directly. As long as you agree to give up 90% of your beliefs and let the other forces spread our beliefs, everything will be easy to say. Aten, who exists as the sun god in Egyptian mythology, also spoke after Hades' words. It turns out that these three guys came here today for two purposes. One is to determine whether the God of the Bible has really returned, and the other is to gain faith in the huge biblical theology. The biblical God occupies nearly 2/3 of the world's beliefs, and it can be said that it is the most widely spread theology in the world. Whether a God is powerful or not, a large part of the factor is the number of believers. In the past few hundred years, due to the disappearance of the biblical gods, the major gods have gradually covered the believers of the biblical gods, which has also allowed them to taste the sweetness. But now they are suddenly told the Bible that God has returned. How could they possibly accept this? As a powerful god in the god system, he is undoubtedly a very conceited existence. There is no reason to let out the meat that has already reached the mouth. That's why they chose such a day to represent their respective gods to come here. The reason is that the angels, fallen angels, and demons do not want to be completely united. If the three forces are still fighting with each other, then the pantheon represented by the people of Hades can continue to unscrupulously occupy the beliefs of the biblical pantheon. Even when it's time to do something, you can deal with the angels, fallen angels, and demons one by one, and it won't take much effort. But once the three parties unite, any of the gods will pay a high price if they want to destroy the power of the Bible. This is what they hope to see. After all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Of course, it is not only their three gods, but also other gods who are watching the fire from the other side. Facing the aggressiveness of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, a trace of anger flashed on the faces of Sazex, Seraph, and others. Lord Hades, Lord Aten, although you are all noble gods, please pay attention to your words and deeds. My Lord is the supreme being. If you are so rude, then the heavens will regard you as enemies. Michael spoke directly. His tone was very firm, and his face was also very serious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Michael was really angry, and what he said was serious. For Michael, the god of nerve is the only existence and the supreme existence. It is his belief and everything, and it is unacceptable for anyone who dares to disrespect the God of the Bible. In fact, if it wasn't for the sudden visit of three guys, Hades, DxD, and Aten, the sun god, Michael should not be sitting here now, but be with someone by Su-Hai's side, listening to God's teachings. At least that's what Michael thought. All because of the relationship between these three guys, Michael was not able to go to see Su-Hai with Raphael and Uriel. Boy, is it just you. It's almost as if that guy from the God of the Bible came and told me that you're not qualified. Facing the angry Michael, the red flame in Hades' eyes, just like his emotions, suddenly became exuberant. The golden light on the sun god, Aten, also became more and more dazzling. At this moment, a momentum that went straight to the sky broke out from the sun god, Aten, and Hades. This huge momentum not only affected the sky outside, but also shocked the three parties of fallen angels, and demons outside. As for the goal of this momentum, that is, Michael felt that his body was unusually heavy, as if there was a huge mountain range pressing on him, and it was very difficult to move. Faced with such a situation, Sazex, Seraph, and Azazel burst out with their own aura, helping Michael resist. Although in the past, the three parties were constantly fighting, but that was also their own internal affairs. Now, encountering foreign enemies is naturally a common enemy. In a 4-on-2 situation, they were barely evenly matched, and Michael also regained his freedom, but it could be seen that Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, did not use their full strength. Because when the two sides were fighting against each other, the auras of Hades and Sun god were still rising. With the passage of time, Sazex and others were obviously gradually at a disadvantage. If this continued, the four of them would definitely be suppressed. At least the momentum has been lost. Sitting in the main seat, DxD just smiled, watching all this with great interest, without the slightest intention to stop it. Obviously, the three of them had already discussed it when they came. If the God of the Bible is truly resurrected as rumored, that's all. If this news is really just a rumor, the trio is going to use this opportunity to put pressure on the entire biblical pantheon to succumb. It just so happens that the heads of the three forces of angels, fallen angels, and demons are all together now. Facing such a situation, Sazex knew that he could no longer hide, and while a firm look flashed on his face, he was ready to unlock his hidden power of transcendence. What's the matter? Is it so lively? But at this moment, the one who closed the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Accompanied by a joking voice and scattered footsteps, a group of people walked in from the outside. The leader is Su-Hai with a smile on his face, and the left and right sides are naturally Gabriel, Rias, Himejima Aquino, and Wisteria Irina. Chapter 147. Facing Su-Hai's arrival, DxD, Hades, and the sun god Aten naturally frowned. All of them showed a trace of bad eyes, and looked at Su-Hai, who opened the door and walked in. After all, at such an important juncture, Su-Hai suddenly disrupted their behavior, something a proud god would not tolerate. Compared to DxD and the others, Sazex, Asachel, Michael, and the others naturally showed a smile. Although Michael had never met Su-Hai, I understood everything in my heart after seeing Gabriel next to Su-Hai. He also vaguely guessed Su-Hai's identity. There was a hint of excitement and ecstasy in his eyes, because Su-Hai's figure was very similar to the flashing back that Michael saw in the heaven that day. Your most faithful servant, Michael, sees my Lord. At the same time of ecstasy in his heart, Michael did not forget the etiquette that an angel should have towards his master. 03 hurriedly stood up from his seat, bent over to Su-Hai and said. As for Azazel, Sazex, and the demon king girl Seraph who were next to them, they also stood up from their positions and nodded respectfully. After all, on such occasions, Su-Hai's identity is different, and now Su-Hai is God's identity, representing the entire biblical force. Although Su-Hai is his brother-in-law, Sazex did not fall into the proper etiquette. At this moment, the demon king girl Seraph saw Su-Hai again, and her eyes were full of surprise. She really did not expect that the boy who led her to the student council a few days ago was actually a god in today's world. Looking at Seraph, who was a little surprised, Su-Hai blinked his eyes kindly. Faced with such a situation, Seraph naturally seemed a little flustered and avoided his eyes. Boy, who are you? How dare you break into this place? Although he had already guessed the identity of Su-Hai faintly in his heart, DxD did not believe it at all. After all, Su-Hai and the former god Lowly in the Bible were two people, and Su-Hai did not have any aura that belonged to a strong man at all, just like an ordinary person. So Hades asked in his voice as if coming from the abyss of Hades. The other two also showed bad looks. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't want to fight against the Bible forces, these three guys would have started a long time ago. I am half the master here, and you are one from Egypt, one from Greece, and one from Mount Sumeru. Running all the way, entered my territory without the consent of my master, and asked who I am? Looks like none of you three are polite guys. Facing Hades' questioning, Su-Hai pulled away from the crowd and walked to the long table. He sat on the throne that Michael, Sazex, and others had prepared for themselves in advance. Facing DxD from afar, after glanced at the faces of DxD, Hades, and the sun god Aten, he said casually. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. At the same time, Suhai looked at the head of the sun god Aten with his own eyes without a trace, because under Suhai's eyes, this guy had a golden 5-star golden egg on his head. It is a pity that Hades and the more powerful Emperor Shirtion do not have golden eggs on their heads. Suhai has never figured out the system's golden egg refresh mechanism. If it is random, but generally only the strong have the existence of golden eggs. If it is said that the more powerful people refresh, the higher the level of golden eggs, there are many strong people who do not have golden eggs. But Suhai is also content. It is also a very good thing that these 3 guys can brush a golden egg. What's more, this golden egg is still 5-star. For this kind of benefits that come to your door, there is no difference between Suhai and people sitting at home and rewarding from heaven. It seems that you are the new generation of Bible gods in their mouths. I just don't know how it compares to the guy I used to be. Having said that, even if the 3 of D. Shirtion wanted to pretend to be confused, they couldn't keep it up. Since the depth of Suhai could not be seen, during the speech, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, released their imposing manners one after another. It swept towards Suhai, and it was clear that both of them had used their full strength this time. Moreover, even Emperor Shirtion, who had been on the sidelines before, was not idle, and also joined the team of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the god of the sun. My lord, feeling this turbulent, like a real momentum, Michael and Gabriel's faces changed greatly, and they subconsciously wanted to step forward to help. But it was stopped by Suhai's very dull look. Facing this momentum that could destroy everything around him in an instant, Suhai seemed very indifferent, raised his right hand slightly, stretched out his index finger, and pointed forward a little. At the position of the fingertips, there was a little invisible light. When the 263 momentums arrived, the moment of contact, the huge momentum was instantly swallowed by this light spot. The entire depressing air returned to its normal state again, as if the city had fallen into a calm city after a devastating typhoon. Impossible. Faced with such a situation, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the god of the sun, changed their faces one after another, and their eyes were filled with incredible expressions. Even D. Shirtion, whose face was very arrogant from beginning to end, and Taishan collapsed in front of him without changing his expression, frowned slightly. The hand supporting his chin tightened unconsciously. Before the 3 started, they had already prepared in their hearts, and guessed that Suhai was not easy. Otherwise it would be impossible to make the 2 archangels of heaven, Michael and Gabriel, allegiance. It just never occurred to me that the means Suhai is showing now would be so terrifying. In that spot of light, just now, D. Shirtion, Hades, and Aten, the sun god, all felt the power possessed by the gods of the Bible. It was an extreme light, a brilliance that could not be described in words. Moreover, in addition to this, the 3 of them also felt some different things, but they were indescribable, and there was an indescribable feeling. Chapter 148. This is not to blame for the 3 of them. After all, Suhai today is not the god of the Bible, although now Suhai has inherited everything of the god of the Bible, including the rules and power that the god of the Bible has comprehended. But after all, there is a huge difference between the 2. It's not rude to come and go. You gave me such a big gift. If you don't return the gift, it would be too impersonal. For the 5-star golden egg on the head of the sun god Aten, Suhai is bound to get it. Zhengqiu couldn't find an excuse, so he took action on this guy, and now the 3 of them suddenly tried to test themselves, which undoubtedly gave Suhai an excellent excuse. As soon as Suhai finished speaking, a golden light quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, it swept across the bodies of everyone in the room. In this dazzling light, when everyone opened their eyes again, they found that they had come to a boundless, golden space. In this space, there are all kinds of peculiar scenes, the sea of swords completely covered by golden giant swords, covered by dark clouds at the moment, the dark space of lightning and thunder. There is no life, and the Jedi constantly exudes the aura of death all around. And above the head of this space, there is an incomparably huge, scorching sun. At this moment, D. Shirtion, Hades, and Aten, the sun god, all looked around in a strange way. At this moment, the hearts of the 3 of them were filled with a trace of solemnity, because they could clearly feel that this was not an ordinary space. They feel the breath of rules in this space. Needless to say, this space is actually created by Su-Hai using the rules he has comprehended, and everything in this space is transformed by Su-Hai's rules. If fighting in this space, Su-Hai will have an absolute advantage. After all, Su-Hai is the master of this space and the master of this space. On the contrary, the girls like Rias, Aisha, and Irina Wisteria seemed relatively calm. After all, it was not the first time they had seen this space, because they usually practiced in this space. To say who knows and is familiar with this space the most, apart from Su-Hai, the creator, maybe Rias, Himejima Akino, and other women. Don't say I don't give you a chance. As long as the three of you get out of this space, then you can live. Otherwise, stay forever. Looking at the 3D Shirtian who had just recovered, Su-Hai burst into a surging momentum at this moment, and said majestic like a judge. And in the process of talking, he slowly floated towards the sky, looking down at D. Shirtian, Hades the Hades, and Aten, the sun god. Arrogant. X2-inch facing Su-Hai's repeated and repeated challenges to his own majesty, Hades, the Hades, and Agilden, the sun god, couldn't help it, and now the two of them have secretly tried to break through. This space, returning to the real world, is not a simple matter. It takes a lot of time, and it is impossible to leave this quirky space without addressing the Su-Hai in front of you. So after the two looked at each other, without the slightest hesitation, they jumped into the air and attacked Su-Hai in the sky. I saw that in the process of flying, the sun god Aten appeared on the body of the sun with the true fire of the extreme sun, obviously using the power of the sun god. Today's sun god Aten seems to be a small sun, and the temperature only emitted is the same as the temperature on the surface of the sun. At this terrifying temperature, the corpses of ordinary people who have been burnt just as they approached would be lost. As for Hades, the king of the underworld, there are countless strange black chi around him, and Su-Hai is very familiar with this power. Because once Su-Hai Athena felt it. This is a very evil power of death, but the difference is that the power of death used by Athena is very pure, while the power of death used by Hades, the travelogue Hades, is indeed more evil and modeled. Obviously, in this pure force of death, other things are mixed. The son of the sky. Facing the two people who were approaching him quickly, Su-Hai didn't mean to dodge at all, but slowly opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Looking at Hades, the underworld king, and Aten, the sun god, very casually, in the next instant, Akino Himejima, Gabriel, and others on the ground below looked up one after another, looking at the sky in shock. Because at the top of this golden sky, there is a huge scorching sun that is rapidly descending. The speed was far beyond everyone's imagination. As the scorching sun approached, the incomparably huge size brought unparalleled visual impact to everyone. The targets of this round of scorching sun are naturally Hades, the Hades, and Aten, the sun god. Aten, what are you doing, fellow? Are you going to attack me too? At this time, feeling the scorching heat coming from the top of his head, Hades the Hades looked up and saw the scorching sun in the sky that had locked him in. While a little angry, he hurriedly asked Aten, the sun god next to him. In the heart of Hades, the king of the underworld, the only person in this space who can use the power of the sun to summon this round of brilliant sun is the sun god Aten next to him. After all, there is a specialization in the art industry, and the rules of each god are different. Even D. Shirtian, who is much stronger than the sun god Aten. Although it is possible to defeat Tai, Lao Wang Hao, sun god Aten, it is impossible to summon this round of scorching sun. This was not an attack from me. Although I don't know how he did it, it must be the guy in front of him who did it. Don't hold back. Resist it with all your strength. I can feel the power of the sun controlled by this guy. I'm afraid it's even better than me. Facing the wrath of Hades, the king of the underworld, Aten, the sun god, was also very chaotic. He could not have imagined that the most powerful force of Su-Hai as the biblical god should be the rule of creation and light. Why do you have the same sun authority as yourself, or even a more terrifying sun authority? However, although my heart is full of doubts, but the sun god Aten knew that now was not the time to think about it. Facing the terrifying power contained in this round of scorching sun, as the sun god Aten, he knew better than anyone else. Chapter 149. Facing the reminder from the sun god Aten, Hades, the king of the underworld, also reacted, looking a little horrified at Su-Hai not far in front of him. If at this time, he still didn't understand that this round of scorching sun was summoned by Su-Hai, then he would be too stupid. Facing the attack that came in the blink of an eye, Hades the Hades and Aten the sun god didn't have time to think. At this moment, all of his strength erupted directly, and he first blocked the attack in front of him. The Fujin sun god Aten transformed into a sun in an instant, but this round of scorching sun was obviously much smaller than the one that quickly descended in the sky. As for Hades, the Hades next to him, the whole person was wrapped in a huge skull made up of the aura of death. At the same time, countless servants of death were summoned, and they flew towards the scorching sun in the sky. Obviously, he wanted to weaken the power of the scorching sun by relying on countless cannon fodder. As the ruler of Hades, the Hades had the power to manipulate messengers. At the same time, he is also a guy who likes to study death. Hades with the power of death can create countless servants of death, and these servants completely obey Hades' orders. In fact, Hades is the most afraid of this round of scorching sun. As a god of the underworld, the power of the sky and the power of the sun are his natural nemesis. If he couldn't resist this round of scorching sun, Hades would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At this moment, under the full force of the two gods who surpassed the level of demon kings and entered the top 10 ranks in the world, the entire sky was incomparably spectacular. Therefore, hundreds of millions of death servants were summoned by Hades from the realm of death, turned into a black sky, and rushed towards the scorching sun in the sky without fear of death. Among these servants of death, there are the lowest-level skeleton soldiers, powerful human heroes, the dead, elves, bone dragons, and other strange creatures in various fantasies. Obviously, these were made by Hades, and looking at the servants of death who were quickly annihilated by the scorching sun, Hades also had a look of pain on his face. You must know that these dead servants are all created and accumulated by Hades in the endless years. These dead armies are also a very important part of Hades' strength. If all of them are eliminated, Hades' strength will inevitably be damaged, and it will take a lot of time to recreate and replenish. But at this time, Hades couldn't take care of that much, because the closer this round of scorching sun was, the more Hades could feel the threat of death. Fortunately, with the filling and consumption of countless dead servants, the round that Su-Hai summoned was also visibly reduced by a large circle, and its power was obviously reduced a lot. In Hades' heart, although the loss was huge, it was all worth it. It is far better to let these servants of death die than to die on their own. On the other side, the sun god Aten is still accumulating power, and the abilities he speaks are gradually increasing, and the power is gradually increasing, obviously waiting for the best time to accumulate enough power for the final blow. And the fact is also true. Just after the scorching sun in the sky was about to touch, the sun god Aten rose into the sky, and 2 rounds of scorching sun collided instantly. At the moment of the impact, the sun god Aten felt a force of the sun stronger than himself, eroding his body. Fortunately, as the sun god, she has enough resistance. Although there is a burning sensation and pain in her body, she does not flinch in the slightest. She gritted her teeth and broke out again. The hidden strength in her body barely resisted. The scorching sun continued to descend. Fortunately, the Idaf, sun summoned by Su-Hai, has been consumed by Hades before, and Hades did not stop when the sun god Aten launched an attack. In addition to continuing to summon the servants of death like the tide to launch death attacks, it also condensed the power of death that ordinary people could touch and turn into black chains, binding the blazing sun summoned by Su-Hai on the in midair. Helped the sun god Aten to share the power of the scorching sun. Although the power of death was continuously consumed at the moment of contact with the scorching sun, Hades had no intention of stopping and constantly urged the power in his body to replenish. Under the full efforts of Hades and the sun god Aten, the scorching sun summoned by Su-Hai was finally exhausted, and the instant the 2 rounds of scorching sun burst, countless real sun fires scattered from the sky. It fell to the ground. Fortunately, This world was transformed by Suhai's rules, which was far more stable than the ordinary world. Otherwise, under the action of the true fire of the sun, the entire ground may be burned through. Some scattered real fires of the sun also scattered to the place where Akino Himejima, Rias, and others were standing. Fortunately, Michael, Biriga, Sazex, and others worked together to hold up a strong enough protective cover to block the true fire of the sun falling from the sky. Otherwise, with the current strength of Himejima, Akino, and the others, they would not be able to resist the power of the sun's true fire, not even a handful of them. After the light dissipated, the battle situation in the sky also reappeared in the eyes of everyone. I saw that Suhai was still smiling, standing in the void very casually, without any change. The situation of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, were indeed very bad. Hades' huge robes were tattered, revealing the huge bones hidden in them. If you look closely, you will find that this huge skeletal body has more or less burn marks. As for the sun god Aten on the other side, although he has a strong enough antibody to the power of the sun, the situation is not optimistic. While the clothes were tattered, there were burn marks on his body, and even sweat appeared on his face. This was unprecedented for Aten, the sun god. After all, he is the most powerful source of heat in the world. How could he sweat because of the heat? It can be seen that the consumption of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, are not small. At the moment when the scorching sun exploded just now, the sun god Aten consumed almost half of the divine power in his body. Hades, the king of the underworld, was not much better, and the servants of death that he had accumulated over the years were all wiped out at that instant. It can be said that the efforts of tens of thousands of years have all been in vain. Chapter 150. However, although the two looked very embarrassed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because at least this powerful blow was resisted by them, and it didn't disappear. As long as they were alive, they could make up for everything they lost. At least that's what they thought in their hearts. Cough, did you resist? It's still a bit of a skill. Then take a look at this. Looking at Hades and the sun god Aten, who were slightly panting in the sky, Suhai's face showed a hint of surprise, but in his heart, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, Hades, and Aten, the sun god, are the powerhouses that can be included in the top 10 ranks in the world. Since the top 10 is only a rank, it does not refer to the 10 strongest people in the world. But it is also enough to prove that the strength of these two guys is far greater than that of ordinary demon king-level powerhouses. Although Shuhai's blow just now didn't release water, it was just a random blow under normal conditions. If such an attack can't be taken, these two so-called world's top 10 powerhouses are too weak. As soon as Suhai finished speaking, the entire golden sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The space that was originally very calm, suddenly torrential rain, and the pouring rain, was also mixed with a strong storm. The most shocking thing is that countless sturdy thunders continue to roll in the clouds. In an instant, there were countless thunderbolts that broke through the clouds, weaving a blue grid in the sky. The harsh sound entered the space, everyone's ears. Just relying on this deafening sound of war, one can feel the terror of these thunder powers. With the continuous brewing of thunder, it finally reached a critical point after a short period of time. With Suhai's right hand slowly waving down, a terrifying thunderbolt shot straight into the sky, breaking through the black clouds and turning into blue electric shocks falling from the sky, directly attacking Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, in midair. For a time, the sun god Aten and Hades, the god of the underworld, became a terrifying minefield. Even on the ground, Himejima Akino, Rias, and Michael, who were more than 10 kilometers away, subconsciously took a few steps back. In this dense thunder and lightning, although Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the god of the sun, had the intention to dodge, there would be 10, 100, or even 1,000 thunderbolts that would strike the two of them. In the face of such a situation, they have no way to hide at all, and can only choose to bite the bullet and resist these attacks head-on. I saw that at this moment, the sun god Aten and Hades, the king of the underworld, worked together to hold up a black and white protective shield, briefly resisting the thunder that came from all directions. However, this is obviously not a long-term solution. Under such an attack, every thunderbolt will crack the protective cover. Although they were both quickly repaired by Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, the divine power in their bodies was quickly repaired, but if they continued to be passive like this, they would only end up buried in the sea of thunder. Damn it, it's time to fight hard. If we continue like this, we will be killed by this guy. So don't hold back. Summon all your monsters, and hold back that guy from the Bible God. Create a chance for me. As long as you can hold on to a cup of tea, I can still fight for this old life. In the protective cover, while the sun god Aten continued to input the solar power to the protective cover, he turned his head and said to Hades, the Hades who was also delivering the power of death. Apparently, both of these guys still have whole cards from the bottom of the box that haven't been used. These trump cards are the most powerful heritage of a god, and they are only used when encountering a strong enemy or desperately trying. And now there is no doubt that the sun god Aten and Hades have obviously reached the time of life and death. If they don't use it now, maybe there will be no chance in the next moment. Okay, it's time for me to give you a cup of tea. But be quick. This guy's methods may be even more outrageous than the former Bible god, and he must have other abilities. Facing the words of the sun god Aten, why didn't Hades, the king of the underworld, think like this? Sometimes, the more powerful people are, the more afraid of death. After all, after death, their powerful strength and their own will be turned into nothingness. 0. Ask for flowers. Until this moment, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, have basically confirmed that the Su high in front of him may be the original Bible god. After all, there are not many people in this world who can have such terrifying power. And it is still an enhanced version. At least the former biblical god did not have the ability to control the sky to summon the blazing sun, which is clearly the authority of the sun god and the god of the sky. However, at this time, Hades, and the sun god were not allowed to think too much. Come out, my servants. While maintaining the protective cover, after the two made a division of labor, Hades waved the scepter in his hand to summon again. Suddenly, several huge magic circles appeared in the sky. Hoo. Accompanied by terrifying roars, several very ferocious-looking and extremely terrifying heads protruded from these magic circles. Immediately afterwards, the entire bodies of these summoned creatures appeared in this space through the magic circle. This is a dragon. Looking at the four terrifying creatures that suddenly appeared in the sky, Michael, Rheus, Gabriel, and others who were watching the battle in the distance said subconsciously. It turned out that Hades, the king of the underworld, summoned four terrifying dragon creatures through the magic circle. Samuel, Apep, Nidhogg, Radon, shred him for me. Looking at the four terrifying dragons that were successfully summoned around him, Hades, the king of Pluto, showed a confident smile on his face again, waving the scepter in his hand, pointing to Su high in the sky. The order to attack the four dragons was given. It turned out that these four dragon creatures were all terrifying evil dragons in the legend, including the dragon eater Samuel, who was a fallen angel in the upper part and a dragon in the lower part. A slender, three-eyed snake dragon with a total length of more than 100 meters that can release black water that devours and corrodes all substances. The original dark dragon Apep. Full of greed, the alien dead dragon who controls the ultimate ice power, Nidhogg. 5.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.